Big losses for the Conservatives, gains for Labour, Liberal Democrats, Greens and Independents. But with 3/4 of results still to come, we're with you for the next 4.5 hours to give you the verdict of voters in these local elections in England. This is a Politics Live election special. Joining me today, former Conservative Cabinet Minister Andrea Leadsom, Shadow Health Minister and Labour MP Liz Kendall, Daily Mirror political editor John Stevens and former Brexit Party candidate and director of the Equiano project Inaya Folarin Iman. On the programme today.
We're obviously very, very disappointed. We did expect a change, a slight change, but certainly not the whirlwind gains that Labour have made tonight.
Tories lick their wounds as their losses mount. The Prime Minister puts on a brave face.
I'm not detecting any massive groundswell of movement towards the Labour Party or excitement for their agenda. What people want us to do is focus on their priorities.
We've changed our party. We've won the trust and confidence of voters. And now we can go on to change our country. So change is possible.
Labour are making gains, but does it put them on course to win the next general election?
These results have far exceeded our expectations, and indeed those of the independent pundits. It's one of the best ever election results for the Liberal Democrats at council elections.
An impressive performance by the Liberal Democrats, who are sharing the spoils with Labour. Greens and Independents are also taking seats. And counting continues across the country with more than 150 councils still to declare. We'll bring you those results live. We'll have expert analysis from elections guru Professor Sir John Curtis.
And I'll be here at the magic touchscreen bringing you the latest data and analysis. Lots of councils still counting, lots of results still to come.
Welcome to this Politics Live local election special. It's going to be a very, very busy afternoon because we're going to have results being declared for councils right through the next 4.5 hours. And of course, they're important, these elections in England, broadly fought 4 years ago in 2019, because they will reflect the public mood and the feeling generally, taking the temperature of these parts of the country in terms of how they feel about the main political parties and whether and how much we can take in terms of looking ahead to the next general election. First of all, let's just bring you up to date with the latest tally in terms of the number of councillors. You can see here, compared to 2019, Labour on 746. They're up 141. The Conservatives are on 500 councillors. They're down 256. The Lib Dems up 64, bringing their total so far to 367. Independents on 236, up 22. The Greens up 36 on 68. And residents groups, local associations, are down 1. The state of the parties in terms of the number of councils. Labour have 25. They've added 3. We'll talk about those in just a moment. The Conservatives are on 13. They have lost 11. The Liberal Democrats have added 1 in Windsor and Maidenhead. They're on 9. The Independents are on 2, having added 1. A score draw of 0 for the moment for the Greens. They're hoping to get their first majority council this time round. And hung councils on 22. They have added 6. So let's open the programme today with our guest, starting with you, Andrea. That's the verdict so far. A bad night for the Conservatives. That's the verdict from the public. What's your verdict?
Well, it's incredibly disappointing. Obviously, it is as expected that we thought we would lose a number of seats. I would like to pay tribute to so many hardworking councillors who will be bitterly disappointed today. But at the same time, I don't think that we're seeing a huge breakthrough from Labour. I think people are saying we're unhappy with the Conservatives, but we're seeing a lot of equal gains amongst opposition parties, which doesn't suggest to me anything like Tony Blair experienced in the run-up to a general election in '97. So I don't think that it's a real endorsement of Labour. I think people do want us to focus, and as Rishi Sunak said, he is absolutely focused on dealing with what people care about, which is sorting out the economy, it is cutting waiting lists for the NHS, and also vitally stopping the small boats. So I think there's everything to play for.
What's your verdict, Liz, particularly following on from Andrea saying people may be fed up with the Conservatives, but they're not yet in love with Labour?
Labour is back, and we are back in every part of the country, in the north, in the East Midlands, the West Midlands, the South West, the South East. It has been a catastrophic night for the Tories. Don't forget, the last time we had this set of elections was their second worst ever.
Labour didn't perform very well either, did they, in 2019?
But look at where we've... No, we didn't. No. And that, Jo, is the point. That if you'd have told me back in 2019 that we could see such seismic movements in the key areas we need to win to form the next government. You know, that victory in Medway, what we've seen in Plymouth, and I know we'll come
we're going to just show our viewers, perhaps we can see the Labour gains. They are important. These were key targets for Labour. Medway in Kent, Stoke-on-Trent in Staffordshire, and Plymouth in the southwest, underlining your point about it being spread geographically.
That's absolutely right. And if you look at the scale of the victory in Plymouth and in Medway, it does take us back to that 1997 level of support.
Are you really as confident as that?
Can I just say, I do believe we're on course to form a majority in next government, but I take absolutely nothing for granted. We said we had, you know, a mountain to climb. That mountain was Everest. We've smashed through the base camp, but we've still got to get to the summit.
I will come back to you, Andrea, in just a second. How do you see it? What's your verdict so far? Because there are an awful lot of results still to come in. Is it really true that Liz Kendall can say, as Keir Starmer has said, that they're on course to win an outright majority at the next general election?
I think that's the difficult thing, that clearly Labour now look like at the next election they could take power. I think there is a question mark over whether that would be a majority government or not. But that line from Rishi Sunak in that clip just now about how there's no groundswell of support for Labour, I don't know if they've got the TVs off in CCHQ, and we've heard Andrea saying the same thing here. Just look at those numbers. Tories down 250, Labour up 150. I think still, obviously it's very early, but you've got a lot of key councils coming later today. Places like Swindon that you need to win.
They're ahead at the moment,
into Downing
Labour.
Street. Exactly. Places like Medway, you only win places like Medway if you've got a chance of getting back into government. And at the moment, they do seem to be doing quite well in those places.
What do you think, Inaya, in terms of Rishi Sunak? This has been billed very much, this set of local elections in England, as his first electoral test. And he himself, the Prime Minister, said the other night, perhaps it was last night, I'm losing track as all the hours merge into together, where he said, you know, after the sort of box set drama of last year, Boris Johnson and Liz Truss, it was always going to be a tough night. There are not going to be any changes, though, are there?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that the Conservatives are very surprised about the results. I mean, Andrea mentioned the key priorities of the Conservative government, whether that was the economy, but also stopping the boats. But on those fundamental issues, the track record for the Conservatives is pretty poor. So in terms of what people will be thinking about and supporting, I don't think that they went into those booths very confident in the Conservative Party. But I think whilst Labour has undoubtedly made some gains, I think that after 3 prime ministers in 1 year, after coronavirus, Partygate, all of the huge scandals that we've seen over the last 12 months, let alone few years, I think this is not the kind of results that we would be expecting for a government that is in waiting, quite frankly. And I think that Labour should be expecting far more success. And I think it is reflective that for the majority of people, they're still not seeing that transformative alternative that gives them real confidence in voting for a different party.
I would say, though, it's not just looking at... I mean, there really has been a seismic change in Medway and in Plymouth. If you take seats like Worcester, that we last won in 2001, if you look at what we've done in Telford and the Wrekin, we lost Wrekin in 2005. All of the gains that we are making, and also in areas like in my part of the country, northwest Leicestershire, we haven't taken the council over, but we've made big gains there, and in Bolsover and in Bassetlaw, winning back those red wall places, making progress in the southeast and the southwest too, seats that we haven't held since 2001. If you look at where the battle counts, we are winning, but we know we've got further to go.
Right. Well, you know you've got further to go. I mean,
do.
Andrea, I'm going to let you reflect actually on this tweet from a Conservative MP, Justin Tomlinson, in the Swindon area. After so long, he says it was always going to be tough, but the party collectively needs to take this as a wake-up call to refresh and renew. We have to once again offer positive reasons to vote for us at every level. What do you think he means by refresh and renew?
Well, I think he's absolutely right. You know, people were wanting to give the Conservatives a kicking, but I just do want to come back to what Liz just said, because you know, when I look through all of the conversations between Conservative MPs overnight, there are some fantastic stories of people gaining seats and holding on to seats that they weren't expected to win. So on the one hand, yes, the big picture looks dreadful, but on the ground, there are still people who've hung on and who've done well. For example, in Peterborough, in Sandwell, where we've had some really good gains. So actually, it seems to me, from what talking to colleagues about, is that we are absolutely we just gain. No, it's not. I think that there have been some very good gains.
But you do accept that the big picture is not looking positive in any way at the moment.
I have said that the big picture is very disastrous for the Conservatives.
Because the point is, should there be changes, Andrew, on the basis of what we heard? I will let you, but should there be changes? Just taking that sentiment from Justin Tomlinson.
If I may, the issue that we have is that we've had a very torrid time over the last 18 months. We've had the coronavirus pandemic, which has left people very disappointed, very frustrated. We've had the Putin's aggression in Russia, from Russia to Ukraine. We've had a cost of living crisis, which we're still in the middle of. We've had some very damaging strikes. We've had enormous headwinds. And exactly as has been said, that does not reflect well on Labour, that they have not been able to do better than they have.
But does it reflect well on Rishi Sunak as a newish Prime Minister who was supposed to be able to steady the ship?
Rishi Sunak cannot be blamed for the cost of living crisis. No, I'm not saying nothing to do with Rishi at all. I'm saying the Conservatives have a long way to go, but I do believe over the last 6 months under Rishi Sunak, we are now getting back to being the competent government that is focused on the people's priorities of getting inflation
we'll come back
down.
to that. Well, inflation isn't coming down as yet, but we'll come back to that in just a moment, Andrea, because you are here for the next hour or so. I just want to dig down a little bit more into some of these results with David Wallace-Lockhart, who is at the touchscreen for us. David.
Jo, let's start with a reminder of the current state of the change in seats. And remember, we're comparing here to the 2019 local elections, where the Conservatives did quite badly, Labour did not do particularly well, and the Lib Dems had quite a good night. Labour up by 141 seats, the Conservatives losing at this point over 250. They've lost around a third of all councillors that they've been defending. The Lib Dems increasing their number of seats by 64. What does that mean for councils changing hands? Well, Labour have gained 3, the Conservatives have lost 11, and the Lib Dems have gone up by 1. And we can have a look at some of those Conservative losses. We've mentioned some of them: Medway in Kent, Windsor in Berkshire. Also worth reflecting, areas like North West Leicestershire, like Hertsmere, traditionally very solid Conservative areas, and highlighting the problem the Conservatives are facing, that they are going to no overall control. The Conservatives have lost their majority there. But let's go to the Kent coast and talk about Medway. That's where Sir Keir Starmer has been this morning, celebrating Labour's performance so far. And we can see why, because this has been Conservative since 2003. Labour haven't been in power in this council since 1998. But with 33 seats, that's gone from Conservative to being now a Labour council. And it's worth having a quick look at this number here, the EU referendum vote. 64% leave in Medway in Kent. Now, we know the Labour Party has had problems in recent years in Brexit backing areas, so they'll be very happy with that progress. And let's look at how the seats changed hands. The Conservatives down by 13, Labour up by 11. But Labour aren't the only party happy at the moment. The Lib Dems celebrating one win in particular. If we go to Windsor and Maidenhead in Berkshire, that's where Sir Ed Davey went to celebrate and proclaim that it's time up for Rishi Sunak. And This has been Conservative since 2007. When it comes to the House of Commons, Theresa May is one of the local MPs. The Lib Dems on 22 seats there, needing 21 for a majority, so they have taken it from the Conservatives. It's now a Lib Dem seat. Conservatives losing 16 of their seats, the Lib Dems gaining 13. Now, lots of seats still counting, and a few that we can look out for ahead in the programme. Stratford-on-Avon and Warwickshire, the Lib Dems looking at that seat, hoping to make a dent. Dover and Kent Labour also have their eye on that. And of course, we've mentioned it already, Swindon, that was Conservative. Early wards already being announced, and suggestions are there's quite a swing to Labour and it could potentially go to Labour, so we'll be keeping a very close eye on that one. If I haven't gone through your local area, what you can do is go to the BBC News website, you can stick in your postcode and you'll find out the latest with local elections, what's going on where you are, or of course stick with us because we'll be bringing you all the results.
Absolutely stick with us. David Wallace-Lockhart, thank you very much, and we will come back to you shortly. Let's talk to our elections expert, our elections guru, Professor Sir John Curtis. Sir John, I don't know if you could hear what Andrea Leadsom and Liz Kendall were saying, but I will broadly paraphrase because there are more Conservative losses that have come in over the last sort of few moments or so, and certainly prospective ones. Andrea Leadsom saying it's been a very disappointing night, but that she couldn't see any huge enthusiasm for Sir Keir Starmer's Labour Party. Liz Kendall saying, and echoing Keir Starmer by saying we're on course to win the next general election. What say you?
Well, those two statements are not necessarily in conflict with each other. If the Conservatives are doing very badly, even if Labour aren't advancing very much, that might still be sufficient to enable Labour to win a general election. And actually, I would suggest that it may indeed be the case that both statements are true. Certainly, one criterion that we can use to argue that perhaps what's happened on Thursday is at least as much to do with discontent with the Conservatives as it is with enthusiasm for Labour is that while the Conservative vote is in the places where we've been collecting the detailed ward by ward results, support for the Conservatives is 4 or 5 points down, and where it was last year, Labour basically are in the same position. I can also point out actually that if we go back and compare Labour's share of the vote now with what it was under Ed Miliband in 2012 in the ward places where we've been covering the detailed elections, actually Labour's share of the vote is still somewhat lower. But that said, we're certainly looking at a situation where the gap between Labour and the Conservatives is probably significantly wider than it has been in any previous set of local elections, and that around 4% or so, the swing from May 2019 in these elections is not that far short of the 5% swing that we would expect from the opinion polls, and therefore might just be enough to take Labour past the House of Commons. So maybe I would say that perhaps unusually for two opposition politicians, maybe they've both got a germ of truth in what they say, but perhaps they also need to listen to what their opponent is saying as well if they really want to get a rounded picture of where we might be at.
We should mention the Liberal Democrats because they are cock-a-hoop at taking Windsor and Maidenhead, and of course we all remember the Liberal Democrat leader Ed Davey driving a tractor through what he calls the blue wall of those safe Tory seats. He is obviously celebrating so far and they're hoping for more gains, and the Greens too are adding to their tally.
Yes, I mean, in both cases, the truth is they're making modest progress, but it's modest progress on what was relatively good results back in 2019, in the case of the Liberal Democrats last year as well. The Liberal Democrats is key. Up one, you might say, well, so what? Well, it is that if that pattern were to continue, then we will probably conclude that the Liberal Democrats have recorded their best performance in local government elections in England since 2010, though still nothing like back to the level that they were before that, and that at least these local elections might mark further progress in the very substantial challenge the party faced 5, 6, 7 years ago of recovering the quite considerable local government base it once enjoyed, but was seriously damaged by the experience of the coalition. The Greens defending record performance in 2019. And again, it's up a bit. It's particularly up, by the way, in places where they were stronger already. And I think, we can see in terms of seat gains, the Greens also strengthening their toehold in English local government. And I think what we do have to remember about all of this is that while the politics of Westminster, at least in England and Wales, might be dominated by Conservative and Labour, the politics of local government in England is not dominated by those two parties to anything like the same degree. The Liberal Democrats, of course, have long done better in English local government elections. The Greens are now beginning to join them, and that does make it rather more difficult for both Conservative and Labour to be able to say, well, we're doing as well in these local elections as we're doing in the opinion polls, because frankly, that's now quite a tall order for both of them.
Professor Sir John Curtis, thank you very much. We will come back to you later on in the programme. Let me just bring you this important result. In Maidstone, in Kent, the Conservatives have lost. They are here. There are still some seats to declare, but they can't hold on to it. They're on 22 seats. Independents are on 10, Liberal Democrats 10, and 5 to Labour and 3 to the Greens. It's gone into no overall control. You can see there that the Conservatives lost 5. They were down by 5, and Independents, Labour and Greens have added to their tally. You can see the vote share there, but let's have a look at how that has actually changed since 2019. There you go. There's the drop. 9% drop by the Conservatives in a part of the country that's certainly considered to be one of their strongholds in Kent, and Labour have gained the most there. They have gone up by 6%. They have taken Medway, of course, in the same part of the world. Let's get Andrea. Do you want to say anything about Maidstone?
I mean, it's a huge disappointment, as I said earlier, for hard-working councillors to lose their seats.
Who's to blame? What's to blame?
Well, there are, exactly as Professor Sir John Curtis just said, local elections are very much more an open race, and we saw there that there have been some independent gains.
But Labour have been the biggest.
They are very much about local issues such as potholes, planning, house building, all of the sort of areas that obviously MPs are very concerned about, but local elections are very much more on those local issues. So I think it's very hard to say for sure. Clearly the Conservatives are still the biggest party, but very disappointing to have lost overall control.
I mean, interestingly, the outgoing council leader Tory in Medway said it was about cost of living. It was about housing targets. It was about not being able to get a GP's appointment. I would say those are local, obviously, issues. They're also big national issues. Just before I get more reaction from our guests here, let's talk to the BBC's deputy political editor, Vicki Young, to give us your thoughts, Vicki, so far.
Well, there's no doubt about it. Conservatives talking about it being a disappointing night. I've just spoken to one cabinet minister who says this is definitely the upper end of disappointing. Because if you remember, we talked a lot, didn't we, about management expectation. Greg Hands, the chairman of the party, talking about losing 1,000 seats. And I remember at the time a couple of ministers and cabinet ministers saying, well, if he's saying 1,000 publicly, that means about 700. That's not too bad. I think it's going to be nearer, isn't it, that 1,000 mark? And that is a devastating result for the Conservatives based on terrible results last time round. Now, the question is, what are they going to do about that? One particular minister saying to me, look, this is not about the Prime Minister, it's about the party. Those close to Rishi Sunak want to distance him from all of this and say, look, this isn't surprising after everything that's happened over the last year, that he's, if you like, inherited that negativity from the Liz Truss regime, from the problems under Boris Johnson. And even though in Westminster there's a sense things have calmed down, Rishi Sunak's getting on with the job, clearly it hasn't been easily forgotten or forgiven elsewhere in the country. So for the Conservatives, a terrible night, terrible set of results. And the problem is that people are using either the Green Party, they're voting Labour, they're voting Lib Dem, and that is the anti-Tory sentiment, if you like. The Liberal Democrats very, very optimistic about what's still to come for them, and even predicting a big upset in Surrey Heath, which is Michael Gove's constituency area. Rock solid Conservative area. The Lib Dems now saying they're making big gains there, and it's really up in the air about who's going to control that council, which would be a pretty outstanding result if it were to happen.
Vicki Young, thank you very much. We're going to go to Swindon in just a moment. The issues that have been raised, cost of living, housing, GPs' appointments, these are things that the national government, the Rishi Sunak, said he will tackle, certainly when it comes to inflation and the economy.
Absolutely. I mean, I think it is easy to say that these are focused on local issues, but national issues, of course, have a huge importance in the local elections. Interestingly, I grew up in Maidstone and actually went to school in Medway, and these are strong Conservative areas, but they actually have a lot of poverty in those areas as well. And so the losses that the Conservatives are having to Labour, I think, is a big demonstration that the cost of living is a massive issue for these people. The NHS, and actually over the last few years, all of those things have got substantially worse for ordinary people.
Yeah, I mean, I think having been door knocking in areas that we need to win back from the Conservatives, what you're seeing is that Conservative rhetoric has been trumped by Conservative reality.
Absolutely.
And in some of the more so-called blue wall seats, you have a lot of lifelong Tory voters furious with what happened with Boris Johnson, his lying, with trust.
But there is a new Prime Minister.
I know,
things
but
have changed, haven't they?
They feel that was not Conservative, how the economy was crashed. And in areas
does that indicate it might be temporary?
Let me just finish with this. And with areas where Boris Johnson won from the so-called red wall seats, they were told things would get better, and nothing seems to work. People can't pay their bills. They can't get a passport, let alone a GP's appointment, and they're worried about crime. And I think this is the problem for Rishi Sunak, is whatever they say, including on those green benches, the reality is people want change, and that's what they're voting for.
All right, well, let's go to Swindon and talk to the BBC reporter there, Dan O'Brien, because I think we are expecting that result in soon. And this is where Labour launched their local election campaign. So this will be a key target. We've heard from one of the region's MPs, the Conservative MP, very disappointed, Dan, Justin Tomlinson, saying it's time to refresh and renew.
Absolutely. I spoke to him. He's here today feeling very glum, as well as several of his colleagues here. This is a town the Conservatives have run for 20 years now, and although we're only partway through the results, we expect them to start coming thick and fast in the next hour. The mood here from the Conservatives is they've already lost, to be quite honest with you. To quote one of them, they feel they've been decimated when they, take the feeling of where things are at here. They put the blame for that firmly at the door of national politics. We've got a few local issues to talk about as well, but national politics is where they are putting the blame for their mood here today. Labour, as you say, have thrown the kitchen sink at taking Swindon back. It wasn't just launching the campaign here. We've had pretty much every big-name Labour politician come to visit Swindon in the last few weeks. They've put so much stock in taking this town back. They've given the local party an awful lot of physical support, but actually financial support as well, because they see it as a key town to win back if they're going to get back into government. That is not reflected on the Conservative side, I have to say. The Conservatives rather frustrated, is the mood I'm picking up here, that they haven't had the support they felt Labour have from their national colleagues.
Dan O'Brien there in Swindon, and we'll bring you that result, obviously, as soon as we have it. I think there are about 10 or so seats still to declare within that council of Swindon. Let's test the temperature in North Warwickshire with our BBC correspondent, Shelley Phelps. What's happening there, Shelley?
Hi Jo, well counting is underway. We're still waiting for a lot of those seats that are key seats and may decide which way the council goes. This is a key Labour target. It's been held by the Conservatives since 2015. Speaking to Labour Party sources, when I first arrived they told me that they were feeling very confident of a narrow win here, but when I checked in with them a little earlier, we've been hearing a lot about recounts and that there's quite a few seats with sort of 10 or 20 votes in it, and they were saying they thought now that maybe things could go to more likely to know overall control. For the Conservatives, there are, a lot of their activists and campaigners are looking quite nervous. Obviously, they know they're having, less good a night tonight. Sounds like they're just about to make another declaration now. But all eyes are on this council as well, because the two MPs here, Conservative held, they've both got quite large majorities. But the Midlands, is bellwether territory, so people are watching these results closely to see what clues might lie ahead for the next general election.
All right, Shelley, well done. Battling against the loudspeaker there behind you, but we could hear you. Shelley Phelps there in North Warwickshire. Let's pick up something, Andrea, with you, that our reporter Dan O'Brien was saying, that local Conservatives in Swindon feel decimated, and that it was national politics that had resulted in losses there.
I'll say again, it is a disappointing night for the Conservatives, and there's no doubt that it is national politics. It's the difficulties over the last year and a half, but over the last 6 months in Rishi Sunak, we've had a Prime Minister who has really focused on the priorities of halving inflation, cutting debt, growing the economy, cutting A&E and NHS waiting lists and stopping the small boats.
But the delivery's not there yet, is it? He may have focused on them, but would you admit that the delivery isn't there? You are a Conservative who believes in low taxation.
No, don't put words into my mouth.
No, but you do.
The issue about inflation is that inflation was created by external shocks, OK? Energy prices, the cost of food as a result of the breakdown of SME supply chains and food supply chains post-COVID pandemic. So that huge inflation was a global problem.
I'm not disputing. Hang on.
And I agree.
I'm not disputing the reasons.
What Jo is saying is that there's no delivery, and I'm taking.
Well, there isn't yet.
No, because there isn't around the world. This is not a UK specific thing. We've seen even in New Zealand, where we had an incredibly popular Prime Minister, her ratings sank like a stone as a result of the cost of living crisis. All I'm saying is, let's be fair and even-handed about this.
We're just looking at the verdict of the voters, though, Andrea.
And that is totally disappointing, as I say. And what I'm trying to do is to explain why there isn't delivery yet. To your point, there isn't the delivery. The reason is because there is a global inflation issue.
All right,
and
you've said that. But Andrea
is determined
hang on.
to get to grips
But you
with
may
that.
feel that voters think after 13 years of Conservative, for the reasons you've said, that there isn't yet delivery on those key priorities. For whatever reason,
there wasn't
in
a
those
cost of living crisis in 2010. We ran out of money. Labour left us with no money. There was no money left.
You're sounding...
A Conservative government had to come in to actually fix our economy after massive debts were incurred by poor Labour management. And over that 10-year period, so much of the story has been about trying to fix the economy. If we'd had the pandemic hit without having fixed the economy, there is no way we'd have been able to afford the furlough scheme. So actually, history has consequences. And actually, last night is a devastating result for Conservatives, but there are things. The Prime Minister's focus is in a good way on tackling the real problems.
Andrea sounds worried, and she should be worried. And the problem for the Conservatives is, we can have a whole debate about the fact that inflation is much worse in other countries, even though they also had a pandemic and faced the problems with Russia and Ukraine. But the issue is that after 13 years, people are asking themselves if they feel better off, and they don't. They can't pay their bills, let alone go on holiday. They can't see a GP. You have got people who are so worried about being able to get an ambulance, they're sorting out with friends and neighbours to be able to do that. And that is the reality. What the challenge is now...
Yeah, because what will you do about a cost of living crisis that will probably, sadly, still be in place at the time of the next election, or people will still be feeling it? And I haven't yet heard from Labour politicians how you're going to change the weather on that.
Well, we've said how we would take immediate action to help people with the cost of their bills through having a much more effective windfall tax on the energy companies. We have said that we'll long-term help people.
I mean, there is support in place now.
If you'll let me finish,
what level?
Hang on, Andrea. Let's finish. Go on.
Long term, we will help keep those costs low by properly insulating people's homes, and we actually have a plan to grow the economy long term. We have a clear plan to get more staff into the NHS, to bring those weights down, and for more police and PCSOs on the beat to tackle crime. But you are right to say, and our biggest challenge is that people want change, and we have to absolutely convince people change is possible.
Because you're not promising, are you, to, for instance, cut taxes? You complain about the highest tax burden, as many people have, and perhaps many of these voters in these local elections. But you're not planning to cut taxes. If it is a global shock in terms of inflation, it will still be quite difficult to keep it down under a Labour government.
May I say, the fundamental challenge the country has is that the economy has had, at best, anemic growth for 13 years. And people's wages are not rising. So if you don't have a proper plan for growth, people will feel these impacts and we won't have the money for our public services. And I'm under no illusions about how far we've come since 2019. I just cannot tell you how awful that election was.
You're talking about the general election,
I am, but what Keir Starmer has done is he has got us back onto the pitch. And now the next point is to win the general election.
That's a good point.
And that's where we're focusing on
These results certainly show that the election is back in play, the general election. The polls were showing it already, the national polls, putting Labour, 14, 15, 16 points ahead. And now they are back in play. But at these local elections, it's difficult to extrapolate how people would respond in a general election. And people can vote differently, and we are still possibly 18 months away from a general election. So do you think that for Rishi Sunak, the sort of hope is fading, or has Keir Starmer still yet to seal the deal?
Well, you know that things can quickly change. They did after the local council elections in 2017, where I can remember being out with Theresa May the day after the elections, and she was really trying to not beam with kind of smiling because she knew the general election was coming up and she wanted to manage expectations. And then we know it just went totally wrong. So things can change around quite quickly, but there is this problem for the Tories that there is now a general feeling in the country that things are broken and the Tories' time is up. And how do you shift that? They tried chucking Boris Johnson over the side of the boat. That didn't work. They tried getting rid of Liz Truss. That didn't work. And, to go back to Andrea's point on delivery and the economy and how other countries are struggling, look at the economic growth figures for the rest of the G7. Look at the figures for other countries around the world.
4% in the UK,
and you look at the figures,
in Germany.
The Tories and Rishi Sunak said they were going to grow our economy, and it's 0% growth. Inflation's still high. Look at all the other promises.
Well,
stopping the boats, people are still coming.
Except,
still going on.
Except, Inaya, Rishi Sunak's personal poll ratings are quite good. Relatively speaking, it's the party that, it's the Conservative Party that is not doing well. Yeah. Its brand, in the polls, this is, obviously with all the caveats that polls have. It's the opposite, actually, for Labour Party. The Labour Party is doing quite well. Keir Starmer is still trying to improve his personal appeal. So is Andrea right, Rishi Sunak needs more time, or is it really just a case of managing decline?
Even if he does need more time, that rhetoric is just
time, I suppose.
Not going to cut it. I mean, for a lot of people, their views is that they take the Conservative Party since the 2010, and it would be wrong for Rishi Sunak to completely disassociate himself from that legacy. And I think that if we're going to talk about the deep issues within the economy, I think that the public can see through this idea that it's simply just to do with the invasion of Ukraine or COVID. There's long-term problems in the way that our economy is organised, and that is partly what caused the great majority that the Tories won in 2019, that actually people were concerned about the fact that the gains over the last 20 years were not being equally spread across the country. I mean, even just the question of house building, that's not to do with the kind of global energy crisis. The fact that a generation is locked out of housing is a really big issue for the Conservative Party.
It's a really good point. And actually, I do think that the commitment to levelling up has been really important for the Conservative government to actually investing in key parts of the country where the talent is all equal but the opopportunity isn't there.
That hasn't
and on
materialised,
house building, I mean, I absolutely agree. It's a huge challenge, and all of these things they're almost not left and right issues. They're who's got the best ideas.
But do you think they have materialised, Andrea? Let's look at levelling up. We'll just take one example: Stoke-on-Trent, for example. I mean, that was a no. I'm let's start with mine first. Indulge me, and then we'll go to Warsaw.
That we've lost. Let's go for one that we've
because
held.
Stoke-on-Trent is a pretty symbolic part of the world with three Conservative MPs, but the council has gone, and
in Walsall
that was in an
hasn't,
area. No,
which was
but
exactly
Andrea, let me finish the point, because levelling up was supposed to transform that part of the world, and the verdict from Stoke-on-Trent is it hasn't materialised. Would you accept that is the problem with, yes, rhetoric, but if the delivery doesn't come, maybe it's taking too long for a lot of voters from the promises that were made from Boris Johnson right through to Rishi Sunak on housing. Rishi Sunak's dropped those mandatory housing targets. Maybe you thought that was a good idea.
So I think that there is a really profound issue here, and if we can just talk about the specifics rather than the politics of it, because where house building is concerned, people don't want insensitive development in their area. Now, some people call it NIMBYism, other people call it listening carefully to what your local community wants. And the problem with top-down housing targets is that they do end up putting housing where communities don't want them. And all political parties have wrestled with this. In my opinion, I think there should be housing targets, but they should absolutely focus on those areas that.
Well, let me just put that to Liz, because actually, interestingly, Keir Starmer. No, I'm going to come back. I'm going to come back to you about young people in just a moment, because Labour has said, Keir Starmer saying he's going to reimpose those mandatory housing targets, and actually we heard from Medway that those were the very targets that people had reacted against before the Tories dropped them.
We need clear targets to increase the number of housing. We need to make sure councils can actually work together in groups to get that housing there. One of the things I think is, we certainly see this in my own city, extremely frustrating, is that if we were able to work more closely with the county, we could get those developments. And thirdly, we've said, and this is the big thing I get, even in my own constituency, is if the housing is going to be there, what about the pressure on GP services? I can't even see the GP, or on local schools. So we've got a plan to increase the number of housing, to make sure that young people are able to get a first shot, and that by getting councils work together and the housing developers to make sure those extra services.
Well, how do you do that? How do you make the housing developers do it?
Because there is a proportion, you can have that where a proportion has to be contributed towards making sure those other public services are there. It's not beyond the wit of man to make this happen, but I do believe in those targets, because that is what will work to get the housing that we need.
Let's catch up with the Liberal Democrats, because we can talk to the party's deputy leader, Daisy Cooper. Well, congratulations to you, Daisy Cooper, on Windsor and Maidenhead. We obviously saw Ed Davey, the Lib Dem leader, there. Do you think you're going to win Stratford-on-Avon?
Well, it does look at the moment as though it's neck and neck, and I think we could be up for an upset, particularly in that part of the world, possibly also in Surrey Heath and parts of Hertfordshire as well.
So decorum then included in that. You think your prospects are looking good too?
From what I'm hearing, it could be neck and neck. Certainly it felt like that on polling day yesterday, and I think also potentially in Surrey Heath. So I think in Michael Gove's backyard, in Nadeem Zahawi's backyard, and across parts of Hertfordshire as well, we're definitely in for some upsets, I think.
Is it, though, more a case of people being fed up with the Conservatives, as these results so far seem to have indicated overnight and this morning, rather than a rush of enthusiasm for the Liberal Democrats?
I think it's a bit of both. There's absolutely no doubt that people are really sick to the back teeth of this Conservative government. People raise with me on the doorstep the issue about the NHS being perpetually in crisis, about the enormous cost of living crisis and the cost of energy bills and food, as well as the fact they see the Conservatives allowing water companies to pump sewage into our waterways with impunity. But at the same time, on top of all of those issues as well, they see that local Liberal Democrats have a plan in their local areas. We work incredibly hard, we listen to people, we don't take votes for granted, and we set out very clearly what we're going to do. And so when we run councils and services very well, I think people vote for us, but also against the government, to send them a very clear message.
Right, and in local politics, and when it comes to local elections, as you know, Liberal Democrats tend to outperform their national polls. So would you agree that this could turn out to be a strong performance for the Liberal Democrats overall? You had quite a strong performance in 2019, so we've yet to see the full picture. But at a national level, that won't necessarily translate into the same strong performance.
Well, we will never take any votes for granted, and of course every election is very different. But I'm speaking to you from St Albans, where we won the local council in 2019, and just a few months later I was elected as the constituency MP. And I hope very much that when we see the results from today, from this set of local elections, it'll be clear that there are many more parts of the country where we can oust Conservative MPs at the next general election.
Daisy Cooper, thank you very much. John, there is this blue wall, red wall, using these terms, blue wall, traditional Conservative areas, the sorts of areas that Daisy Cooper is talking about for the Liberal Democrats, and of course Labour have been trying to regain some of their former strongholds and territory with some success. It's going to be difficult for those Conservatives in the areas the Liberal Democrats are targeting. They will be feeling nervous, won't they, MPs there, where and if those councils go to the Lib Dems.
Yeah, and it doesn't take too much to spook Tory MPs or any MPs, actually. And, what's been the case over the last few months when Rishi Sunak has been in is that we haven't had much blue on blue infighting. People do seem to have calmed down. Even big Liz Truss supporters who were really annoyed that she got kicked out of Downing Street haven't really had much to say about Rishi Sunak. But I think after these results, you will have people starting to panic about their seats and thinking, hang on a minute.
See Johnny Mercer's face.
Exactly.
And that's
Am I going to be out of a job? And I think that's when you start to see more and more debates about which way do you go forward. And we were talking about housing just now. You turned on the radio and the TV this morning. One of Andrea's colleagues was saying, we're being punished by voters because we're not building enough housing. And another one was on a different channel saying we're being punished by voters because we've got targets to build housing.
Let's just put the housing issue to one side generally. It is important. These local elections, they affect morale.
Yes.
They affect momentum and the mood within political parties. I hope I'm not being rude by saying you are obviously being defensive about these election results because they don't look good for the Conservatives. Are you worried, panicking, nervous?
Do you know what? Honestly, I see from the chats with Conservative colleagues overnight and during the course of the morning is an absolute commitment to sticking with what we're doing, which is Rishi Sunak's commitment to those 5 key points about halving inflation, cutting debt, growing the economy, improving NHS waiting times and stopping the small boats. And that really galvanises Conservative colleagues with a real target that we want to focus on. So you're right, people are incredibly disappointed. Some are, clutching at the good news, we held this seat or we gained some seats, or indeed that the Labour gains have been at the expense of the independents, not at the expense of the Conservatives.
Do you think people should change? Do you think Rishi Sunak should change tack? Do you think there should be a refresh and renew, perhaps in the cabinet, of something that will reflect these, I think you used devastating losses?
I'm absolutely sure that the Prime Minister will be looking to see how he can really renew the efforts of the Conservatives.
How do you think?
Well, it is difficult, isn't it? Because we've been in government for 13 years. We've had some enormous headwinds. We've just had the most appalling period of politics in our party. That makes things very difficult. However, now we have a Prime Minister who is seriously smart, who is, as you said yourself, Jo, doing incredibly well in the polls as an individual leader. And what we have to do is to build on that. And I do think Conservative colleagues are keeping the faith. They absolutely
you think they are?
Yes,
before I come to you, Liz, because I want to talk to Adam Stokes. He is the former Deputy Leader of South Kesteven District Council. It's gone from Conservative to no overall control. Welcome to you, Adam. Both you, I think, and the Leader, you've both lost seats as you lost control of the council. What's your explanation? What do you think the reason is?
Well, mainly what we found was it was all to do with government issues. I mean, locally we were getting very positive feedback, but what people had concerns with cost of living, the fuel, the prices, the mortgage, immigration, and they feel like the government isn't actually on their side. And I'm saying that as a Conservative.
Right. Go on, sorry.
And I do think that we are missing a massive trick. We should be returning back to our basic strategy, which is low tax, pro growth. And at the moment, when we've got Jeremy Hunt as Chancellor putting up corporation tax to 26%, how is that encouraging low tax?
Well, Andrea Leadsom, former Cabinet Minister, is here in the studio with us. Adam, what do you say to that, returning to those core issues, which I put to you earlier about
I absolutely agree. I'm a low tax Conservative, pro-growth, and actually if we had the time to go into it, I could give you a whole narrative about why we've ended up with higher taxes. But there is absolutely no doubt that any Conservative government will want to reduce taxes. I would certainly prefer to be reducing them now, but the reality is that, Liz mentioned that Labour would have a realistic windfall tax. Well, already energy firms are paying enormous windfall taxes. There is a limit to the amount that you can raise the money, sort of soak the rich kind of Labour narrative. And actually what Conservatives want to see is lower taxes, but to encourage growth. And until such time as we have resolved some of our fiscal problems, we actually have the credibility of our economy.
Well, as you can see, Adam thinks it's too late. You need to do it right now. You need to cut taxes, including corporations. Is that what you would do?
So I think the issue here, we've been clear where we want to see taxes raised. We want to scrap the non-dom tax status to put it into the NHS to get the staff that we need. We've said we'll get rid of those private school breaks and put that into the schools.
To some extent, tinkering around the edges. We are talking significant billions, but it's not going to transform the health service. It's not going to transform public services.
Schools will collapse.
If it's possible to get a word in.
Well, keep trying.
If you think that 10,000 more nurses and doubling the number of medical school places won't make a difference to the NHS, you're living in cloud cuckoo land. And the problem for the Conservatives is this. You've got one part of their party, screaming for lower taxes. You've got Jeremy Hunt in the Treasury saying no because that would mean cuts to public services. They don't know what they're for. And Labour is clear that we will make choices on taxes and we will put that money into our public services. That's the problem for the
Before I come to you, Inaya, just going to go back to Adam. Listening to Andrea Leadsom there, does that reassure you in any way that the Tories are going to return to the sort of strategy you'd like to see?
If I'm brutally honest, no. I'm got huge concern that we do focus on Westminster politics, and some MPs need to get back out on the doorstep far more than they do presently to understand the real concerns of residents. I mean, this has been a very brutal election for quite a lot of my colleagues, and it's time that the Conservative Party as a whole reassess where we're going. And we have been in a long time.
What does that mean, reassessing it? I mean, are you talking about a change of leader, or are you happy with Rishi Sunak?
I think what we need to do is reassess the Conservative principles and make sure that we are following our core party beliefs.
And if that doesn't happen, if there isn't a change in strategy, in other words, at the next autumn statement, it would be taxes are being cut or the corporation hike is cancelled sometime down the line, what do you think is going to be the end result for the Conservative Party?
Well, I think we are getting very similar to the 1997 scenario where we'll be out of government. It's quite a simple equation. I think we need to take the message that the voters gave us last night very seriously and understand that they are very angry with the party at present.
Adam Stokes there in South Kesteven. Thank you very much. Inaya.
I think it is true that the burden of tax on businesses, there is an argument that it is hampering innovation and hampering actually entrepreneurship in this country. But I do think when we have this conversation about low or higher taxes, I think it is missing the point. I think most people, broadly accept that if we have a bit of higher taxes, it'd be fine if it actually genuinely goes to things that are improving society. And there is a lack of political imagination of what the realignment of 2019 meant. People want infrastructure projects that connect up the country, radical house building, as we've already talked about, building potentially nuclear power stations that actually reduce people's energy bills, things that actually make a material difference to the long-term future of this country.
And surely, though, Inaya, you would agree that that is exactly what the Conservatives are doing, the commitment to building nuclear power stations, to rail infrastructure,
there was a moratorium on nuclear and a ban on other forms of energy.
That was under Labour. It was Labour who rejected
it was continued up until very recently.
You've done the ban on...
Can I ask you on the realignment, Andrea, because actually Inaya raises an important point. That realignment, as many political commentators saw it, and Boris Johnson was then able to win that very big majority at the end of 2019. Do you think that has now and is crumbling? Brexit and the consequences of that Leave vote, you're a Brexiteer, is now beginning to sort of fade into the past. And that, to some extent, was a unifying, for parts of the country, a unifying campaign for the Conservatives. It's either going or it's gone.
So, in my opinion, we eventually left the European Union in 2020, almost minutes before COVID pandemic locked us down. So, if you like, there's been a lag in terms of being able to benefit from what was known as the Brexit dividend. So now we're starting to see, the UK joining the Trans-Pacific Trade Partnership. That will in itself realign international global trade, and it puts the UK at the forefront of being able to influence the way that
but politically, is that support beginning to go? I mean, I'm just going to give you a result that the BBC is calling. I don't have the specific figures, and that's East Staffordshire. Conservative, with a majority of 7. It's been Conservative since 2003, and it looks as if they've lost it, or they have lost it, even though we haven't got the figures. That would be another example of an area, again, that might have been in favour of leaving the EU, and again, all these years later, taking into account the pandemic happened in 2020, but politically it is not a galvanising force.
Yeah, so I mean, I completely take what Adam said earlier as the need for the Conservatives to reevaluate, to refresh, to look very carefully at, are we absolutely doing what the people want us to do? And I think in terms of Rishi's 5 priorities, we are absolutely in the right place. And the big question for us now is, how do we get there? Is it by, as Inaya says, cutting taxes for certain sectors? And does that galvanise the growth? The problem that we've actually had since 2010 has been low productivity, which has become in-baked. And the reason for that, of course, was because of the financial crisis, meaning that interest rates were brought
13 years on. This is 13 years on. But all right, I mean, you are giving a little bit of history. I'm trying to though, bring it up to date, because 2019 was a whole different landscape, as we know. Theresa May, and I'm talking about at the time of the local elections, when these elections were broadly fought. Jeremy Corbyn, Theresa May, Vince Cable.
So if I think about what's happened over the last sort of 7 years, people do...
We haven't got that long for you to tell us what's happened over the last...
If I think about the big seismic changes we've seen, people do want change. And people need an immediate difference to help them with their bills. But we need to tackle the root causes of the problem. So whether that's on the economy with a shift towards clean energy, whether in the NHS that's towards shifting the focus to prevention to help people stay living healthy at home. They need immediate help, but we need to tackle those longer-term challenges. And I think the problem for the Conservatives is, after 13 years, they don't have a plan. Our challenge is Labour, and we've made huge... Well,
they've got their 5 pledges, or the Prime Minister's got his 5 pledges.
But we have to do more to convince people, just as we've changed our party, we can change the country.
Well, that's certainly what Sir Keir Starmer has said he has done, is changing the party since Jeremy Corbyn. Well, in Hatfield, in Hertfordshire, Grant Shapps, the Energy and Security Secretary of State, that's his backyard. The Conservatives have lost that to no overall control. Solihull, the Conservatives have held Solihull, you'll be pleased to know, Andrea Leadsom. That at the moment is a pretty rare hold for now in a metropolitan area. But we're going to talk actually to Zack Polanski, Deputy Leader of the Green Party. They've certainly improved their tally of seats, but of course they are still waiting for that opportunity to be a majority party on a council, because they haven't been up until now. Now, mid-Suffolk, you've got 3 Green gains there. Hello to you, by the way, Zack, from the Tories. You've made massive gains in East Hertfordshire. Why do you think that is?
Well, this is a phenomenal set of results for the Green Party.
Well,
it's in fact
is it phenomenal?
Surpassing even our own expectations. Pundits just a few weeks ago were saying this would be a very difficult election for the Green Party, because in 2019 we had our best results and we trebled the number of councillors since then. So the fact we're both holding our number of councillors and adding more councillors is amazing. But let's look at East Hertfordshire.
Yes.
There we had 2 Green councillors. Overnight we've now had 15 gains, taking us to 17.
Okay.
We'll shortly be hearing from the rest of the results, and we could be the largest party on that council.
And what is it that's won those for you?
Well, I think it's a lot of things, but mainly I think what we're seeing is the result of people absolutely fed up with 13 years of Tory austerity, and then looking to Labour, who are offering no inspiration and no practical solutions. When we've been on the ground, we've been talking about insulating homes, saving local services, stopping bus cuts. All of these things have been resonating with people, because the thing I hear more and more is when people see a Green candidate become a councillor and get elected, they want more Green councillors. And I'm really hoping in the future we continue to see this build.
Right. I mean, you've obviously added a significant number of councillors there in East Hertfordshire. As I say, you haven't actually ever had a majority on a council. In Brighton and Hove, you've been running it, but I think as a minority administration. Why not? I mean, maybe people just don't like you running the council as a majority party, despite the fact that you've added quite a number of councillors in places like East Hertfordshire.
Well, I think that's contrary to all of the evidence as these results come in. I think it's things like we want to have a wealth tax. That's a 1% tax on the wealthiest 1%. That would raise about £75 billion a year. You'd think that's something Labour would be all over, but they're just not brave enough to say that. So I think people are increasingly seeing the Green Party as a brave party that's willing to speak out for the mood of the country, to stand up against this Conservative government, and also to have much better policies than the Labour Party and implement them. If you look somewhere like Bristol, which is one of our target seats for the next election.
Yeah, although not, of course, in these local elections.
Absolutely, but it's an example of where there's 20 seats in for councillors. 17 of those are already Green. So you can see if people vote in the same ways locally as they do nationally, and I realise that's a challenge, and we're ready to face that, then Carla Denyer will be the next MP for Bristol West, and that's exciting for the Green Party to continue our representation.
Although actually, what do you say to Daisy Cooper, the Liberal Democrats deputy leader, who says it's all very well at a local level, the Greens are putting in a relatively strong performance, but at a national level, you've had one MP for years, Caroline Lucas, and she took that seat really off Labour. If you want to kick the Tories out, you vote Liberal Democrat, you don't vote Green at a national level.
Well, again, I think it's absurd. There's lots of places where we're extending administrations. Places like Lancaster, Lewis, all of those places where we've had Green councillors, we're getting more Green councillors. But I think the wider point is this, that we know the difference Caroline Lucas has made in Parliament. And we see the difference that it makes to have an elected Green in the room. Someone speaking powerfully and compassionately, holding truth to power. And I think Green politicians aren't necessarily professional politicians. They're cleaners, doctors, teachers, nurses. They're people who are embedded in their communities. And I think people want more of that kind of politics. And it's brilliant to see these results coming in because it's really validating that.
All right, Zack Polanski, sounding and looking very upbeat there for the Greens. Thank you for joining us. Let me just bring you this result. Mayor of Mansfield. These are town mayors. First time for first past the post system, just as in Westminster. Before it was a supplementary vote system. Just a little bit of information. Anyway, Andy Abrahams, it's a Labour hold. Congratulations, but perhaps wasn't completely unexpected that he would hold it. But anyway, nearly 10,000.
It was only won by 2 votes.
Oh, right. So is it? Oh, well, actually, we can see the share. I mean, we'll have to have a look at the change.
It's really good.
45% share there for Labour. Let's have a look at the change then since 2019. And Liz is right. It's gone up by 16% since 2019. And you can see there then the swing, Conservatives to Labour of 2.4%. So obviously they'll be very pleased there in Mansfield. We're just going to take a breath because it's just gone 1 o'clock. Let's get the latest news with Luquesa Barak.
Jo, thank you. Jo, thank you very much. Well, early results from England's local elections have seen gains for Labour and the Liberal Democrats at the expense of the Conservatives. The Prime Minister, Rishi Sunak, admits that the results are disappointing for the Tories. Labour have taken control of councils such as Plymouth, Stoke-on-Trent and Medway, and say the results so far suggest they would win a majority at the next general election. The Lib Dems have won in Windsor and Maidenhead. Their leader, Sir Ed Davey, called the results groundbreaking.
It's still early, we've just had a quarter of the results in, but what I am going to carry on doing is delivering on the people's priorities.
What's this? Well, that was the Prime Minister giving his response to those disappointing results for the Conservatives earlier this morning. Labour, meanwhile, say the results set a strong course for the party at the next general election.
These are the key battle grounds as we go into the next election. And make no mistake, this means that we are on course for a Labour majority at the next election. A very, very good set of results for us.
And Ed Davey has been celebrating the Lib Dem successes. He's also looking ahead.
I think there's a chance now that we can have that general election within the next year. And I think the message is clear. The time's up
for Rishi Sunak and his appalling Conservative government.
The Electoral Commission, the body which regulates elections, has said that some people were unable to vote yesterday because they didn't have photo ID. Some campaigners say the new voter identity rules had brought about a dark day for democracy. The requirement was introduced as part of the Elections Act 2022 and requires voters in Great Britain, England, Wales and Scotland to provide photo ID before voting. It's been in place in Northern Ireland since 2007. And just to remind you that you can find out all the election results in your area by heading to the BBC News website and simply inputting your postcode. That's it from me. Jo, it's back to you.
Thank you very much, Luquesa. Let me bring you a result straight away because it's a bad one for the Conservatives. East Staffordshire, we were talking about it before. We didn't have the full set of results. Well, Labour have gained it from the Conservatives. I think we can show you the number of seats that the Labour Party now has on East Staffordshire Council. They have 21 seats to the Conservatives' 15. It was a straightforward Conservative-Labour fight. But that is a bad result in an area like that, Andrea.
Yeah, well, you know, as I say, it's so disappointing for hardworking councillors, and really I'm incredibly sorry to them. And I think it does demonstrate that, as the Prime Minister has said, that he wants to really focus on delivering for what people have said they want, which is cutting inflation and growing the economy and cutting NHS waiting lists and stopping the small boats. And that is absolutely his focus.
A good win for Labour, Liz. I don't know if Labour was really expecting to actually gain that from the Conservatives, maybe to take some seats. But yes, you've got it.
Really positive, and we're hearing about making gains in Swindon and Erewash and North East Derbyshire, all areas that we have to win back to form the next government. I'm so proud of all of our councillors and our candidates. But we also know that there's no such thing as a coronation in politics.
Well, no, that's no. But Solihull, for instance, I mean, we mentioned Solihull just before the news. Conservatives have held that. In fact, I think they increased the number of councillors they've got. Doubt. So in the Midlands, I mean, there are areas where Labour is not doing well. In a sense, we use this benchmark of 1995 because it was 2 years before that landslide election victory by Tony Blair, and you're still not at that sort of level, which did indicate that Labour was on the path to a majority.
Although in the areas that we need to win back to form the next government, if you look at, as we've already talked about, Medway and Plymouth, we're absolutely there. And in other seats, we're back to where we were in 2001, which is a huge step forward. But we know that there is more to do to convince people. And I would say for all of those people who underestimated Keir Starmer, when you see how much he has changed the party in such a short period of time. I mean, when I was growing up, my big political hero was Neil Kinnock, and everything that he did to change the Labour Party to get us back.
But he never did, of course, win a general election.
If you look at what Keir Starmer has done in just a couple of years, it took us 2, 3 or more electoral cycles in the past.
Why are people not more enthusiastic about him? There have been endless reports in the papers, on the airwaves, about, yes, fed up with the Conservatives, yes, we're going to trust Labour again. Still not convinced by Sir Keir Starmer. The polls sort of bear it out. Maybe it doesn't matter, but why do you think that is?
People see him, from my conversations on the doorstep, where people just tell you their gut reaction is they do believe he's a man of integrity. They do believe he's changed the party. But after, I cannot explain how catastrophic 2019 was, and how people believed that we had left the values of the British people. And that takes time to turn it round. And the fact that we have got to this stage now, I think is a huge testament. But Keir Starmer would be the first person to say he is proud, but he is not satisfied, and we have further to go.
We want to go to Stratford-on-Avon, but did you want to comment specifically on Sir Keir Starmer?
I think it is clear that Keir Starmer has done a lot for the Labour Party, particularly on issues like anti-Semitism. But I think as we go closer to the general election, a lot more scrutiny is going to be made of him, how he completely U-turned on Brexit, trying to get Jeremy Corbyn into government, but also very recently tuition fees. You know, the fact that he dropped that, for a lot of young people, that was something that they could finally say there was going to be a party.
Well, he promised to scrap tuition fees, and now he is no longer going to do that.
Exactly. So there are a lot of issues that Keir Starmer has completely flip-flopped.
I will come back to this issue in just a moment, because it's true. Sir Keir Starmer has dropped many, if not most, of the pledges that he made when he was campaigning to be leader to replace Jeremy Corbyn. On pensions. Well, we'll come back to that perhaps later on. I want to go to Stratford-on-Avon because we are waiting for a result there. Our reporter, Simon Gilbert, is there for the BBC. Simon, Liberal Democrats, very hopeful and confident even that they're going to take this.
Yeah. Absolutely. At this moment in time, it's 15 seats for the Liberal Democrats to the Conservative 7. There are 2 Greens. Now they need 21 in this new boundary council to secure power here in Stratford. Stratford, of course, is the home of Nadeem Zahawi, and that has been a big election issue here. We've seen that might be a bit of blowback to the Conservatives locally. Their decision to have their reselection of the parliamentary candidate Nadeem Zahawi here, so it's all to play for at the minute. But it looks like the Liberal Democrats are certainly making big strides at the moment.
Right. Do you know any sort of idea of a time when we might get that result? And I'll make a note.
Yes, well, we should be done in the next hour, really. One big result that I should let you know about here as well is that the leader of Stratford District Council actually lost his seats to the Liberal Democrats here in quite spectacular fashion as well. He got more than double the votes, the Liberal Democrats, than Tony Jefferson, the Conservative leader. Right,
and you've mentioned Nadeem Zahawi, the former Chancellor, and he resigned, quit over questions about his tax affairs. You say that was quite a big factor. Any other factors that have come into play in Stratford-on-Avon?
Well, I think it's pretty much a reflection of what we're seeing nationally, isn't it? I mean, any government that's been in power for as long as the Conservatives are always going to struggle to hold on to that power in local elections. It's the only way people can really express their displeasure, isn't it? But here in Stratford, I mean, it is unprecedented. We've never had any other party in control of this council other than the Conservatives since it was formed in the mid-1970s. So it would be quite an upset if the Lib Dems were to wrest control from the Conservatives here.
Right, Simon Gilbert, thank you very much. We'll probably come back to you within the hour if you have that result, but we'll announce it here first. Let's get a more general overview and dig down a little bit into what's been happening across the Midlands. David Wallace-Lockhart is at the touchscreen for us. David.
So, Jo, here we've got the Conservative losses so far when it comes to councils, and you can see them flashing on the map here. So a real geographical spread of them, really. But we can delve into a few Midland seats and get an idea of what's going on there. So starting off in East Staffordshire, that one we just heard about, it's a Labour gain from the Conservatives. Now, this council had been Conservative since 2003, but we can see there 19 seats needed for a majority, Labour getting 21. And this is once again fitting in with a pattern we're seeing in a number of councils of big Leave voting areas in 2016, 63% Leave vote in East Staffordshire at the 2016 Brexit referendum, but Labour making gains here. So perhaps Labour heartened by the fact they seem to be doing well in areas that voted for Brexit back in 2016, somewhere in recent years where they have been struggling. And we can have a look at what's changed seat-wise there. The Conservatives down by 8, Labour gaining 11. Now, we're expecting some more results coming in shortly. Let's go to Swindon in Wiltshire. Also Conservative since 2003, but it looks like Labour are making good gains here. 12 out of 19 seats counted so far, 29 needed for a majority. Labour getting close to that, and there's still a few to go, but they have increased their share compared to 2019, or their number of seats, by 8, whereas the Conservatives are down 9. Now, this is where Sir Keir Starmer launched Labour's local election campaign. He'd obviously love to turn it red and see the council become a Labour council. And looking ahead to any potential general election, Swindon is the sort of area where Labour would have to return MPs, you'd imagine, if they wanted to form the next government. We can have a look at share of the vote the parties have got here. 48% for Labour compared to 38% for the Conservatives. How does that compare to 2019? Well, Labour are up by 16%. The Conservatives are down by 11%. Where there's perhaps a bit more positive news for the Conservatives is in Solihull in the West Midlands. That's been Conservative since 2008. It's staying Conservatives. They got 29 out of 26 seats. We can have a look at any changes there. The Conservatives have actually managed to add to their seat tally compared to 2019, taking 2 seats. The Greens losing 1, Labour losing 1 as well. But let's have a look at where we stand currently in terms of seats. Of course, we're comparing here to 2019. Labour up by over 160. The Conservatives down by 285. They had predicted potential losses of 1,000. If that number does go higher than 1,000, then even their own expectation management, it would appear, was too optimistic. The Lib Dems obviously had a good overnight period and they've continued making gains throughout today. They're up by 75 seats. For councils changing hands, that means that Labour are up by 4, the Conservatives down by 14 councils, the Lib Dems up by 1. But plenty of seats still to councils still to be declared. Plenty of churn still to happen, you'd imagine, and we'll start getting a clearer and clearer picture as the day goes on.
Thank you very much, David. I think we can just show you Bromsgrove, actually, because on the seats that have declared so far, it's a Conservative loss. It's going to no overall control. You can see there that the Conservatives at the moment are on 10, Labour on 6, Independents on 6, Lib Dems on 4. We can see the seat change. Yes, the Conservatives have dropped by 5. Labour, Independents and Liberal Democrats have gained those seats. That, of course, is Bromsgrove is Sajid Javid. You remember that's his parliamentary seat. He's standing down, of course, very safe, presumably from a parliamentary point of view. But what do you make of that? A Conservative loss, though, at a local council. That will be making people nervous. If you're the MP, if you're the Conservative MP in areas where your council has slipped away from control, and it has been under Tory control for some time, it would make you nervous. Sajid Javid's going, I know, but it would.
I mean, as I've said, it's an incredibly disappointing night, and my heart goes out to those councillors who've lost their seats, and quite justifiably, they will be angry and upset at the impact of the national picture on the local council elections, totally justifiably. And what we need to do as Conservatives as a result of that is to re-galvanise our action and stick together.
Yeah, except, of course, it does reduce your capacity, doesn't it, from a campaigning point of view. I mean, the Liberal Democrats have always talked about the bedrock of their party. It was, of course, decimated after the coalition with the Conservatives, but being the bedrock of your campaigning, of your foot soldiers going out there, leafleting, doing all that, and there are going to be so far fewer of them.
Well, that is true, but that is to assume that it's only councillors who do the work. And actually,
I don't only assume.
The networks are huge. Well, and in fact, in lots of areas, I've been recently campaigning in Bedford, Milton Keynes, North Warwickshire. Young people out in their droves, really, getting round the patch speedily, which is fantastic.
Well, they're going to have to. They're going to be even busier, aren't they? With their fewer of them.
Getting your steps in, though, Jo.
Yeah, well,
very important.
Thank you for reminding me.
Yes.
I mean, Liz,
3,000 steps.
Oh, congratulations!
well
you've both been quite sedentary for the last hour. I'm sorry about that.
But Liz, these high heels.
Well, exactly. To get back to, of course, the serious. No, not at all. Serious issue of politics on this issue of leave areas that voted leave. We talked about East Staffordshire. I could see there 63% voted to leave. Do you think you have neutralised that issue? It was difficult, as Inaya said, for Sir Keir Starmer because of his position when Jeremy Corbyn was Labour leader over the idea of a second referendum. This is going back in history. But do you think the Labour Party could have perhaps been warmer to the idea of closer relations with the EU? Now it seems that's...
I think that question is over. It's done. And I think Keir's been very clear about that, and that's very important. We've shown where we want to try and fix problems with the deal, that will try and make things easier for businesses in this country, but we're not going back on that. And to be winning back in areas that voted leave is hugely important for us. But what I would say is, let's come back to the issue raised before, is about people wanting change. They do want to see the economy working for them, that the benefits come to ordinary working people, not just a few at the top. Well, we have made big strides forward. Rachel Reeves, Pat McFadden, Keir Starmer in making sure that people understand we don't think it's our money, it's their money, and that we understand people need to trust Labour with their money, but there's more to do.
One of the unresolved issues for Brexit that I think Labour are still very weak on, even the Tories have their problems is around the issue of immigration. And I mean, it is still a thorny issue, but the boats issue is not the only one that people are concerned about. Net migration is now at 700,000, which is double.
Is it at 700,000? The last figure I thought was about 540,000, but maybe it's gone up.
Well, it is substantially higher than when the Conservatives got into government, and they had the promise of cutting it down to tens of thousands. That's completely out of the water, and the Labour Party just don't even talk about that issue. So when we talk about whether or not Brexit is closed, that was still a massive question around Brexit. How do we control our borders?
Well, let's stick with this idea of Brexit because it was such a defining issue, both in the local elections and in the general election in 2019. But this is interesting, John. Key ward analysis on high leave vote change since 2019, and we'll do the high remain vote in a moment. And you can see Labour have added 8% since 2019 in those areas that voted strongly to leave. A little bit like the areas of East Staffordshire, and they've won the mayoralty in Middlesbrough, in the Tees Valley, and the Tories are down. So independents there, you can see, are down by 40%, and that will be UKIP, as was at the time, then obviously the Brexit Party, and now to some extent the Reform Party. It's changed, hasn't it?
Yeah, and after 2019, remember when there was those results, and there were lots of people saying that they'd never voted anything other than Labour in their lives, and then they'd voted Tory for the first time. And it felt like there had been some sort of realignment, that it was going to be really hard for Labour to be able to win those areas back. But you look at some of those vote figures, you look at some of those individual seats in Brexit supporting areas where a lot of people may have voted UKIP last time. And a lot of those voters who'd left UKIP, left Labour and gone to UKIP or gone to the Tories, now a lot of them do seem to be coming back again. And I struggle to see how the Tories really kind of bring the Brexit issue back onto the table. For a lot of people, I think it feels quite irrelevant now. And I struggle to see how you make that a live issue in an election campaign.
Well, I mean, Andrea, let's just look at the high remain vote. This is key ward analysis, changes since 2019. Again, Labour there are up 4%. The Lib Dems down 1%, and you can see the figures, the Conservatives down by 2%. I mean, if you have a look at something like the projected national share from 2021, following on from 2019, this is the national share if everyone was voting on the day in local elections. I mean, the Conservatives were ahead then, but that's all changed.
Well, I think, as you said earlier, Jo, Brexit is now quite a distance away, and so
that's a
as an
disadvantage
issue,
for the Tories.
well, yes, of course it is. I mean, there's no doubt that the 2019 general election was because people were sick and tired of the fact that they told the government, they'd been asked, "What do you want us to do?" They said, "Leave the EU," and then we didn't do it. And the reason we didn't do it, it's gone now. But the reason we didn't do it is, of course, because we had a hung Parliament, and that actually it is, as Inaya rightly points out, it was Keir Starmer and Liz and all of the Labour Party who were preventing.
But that's changed. That's what we're saying.
Exactly.
And that's going to make it very hard for the Conservatives.
And it makes it harder for us. And that's, but nevertheless, there is still the fact that we have left the European Union. There is that opportunity of that brilliant free trading relationships around the world that will be the future for growth for the UK, whether it's in green industrial sectors, whether it's in
but not being recognised in these local elections in areas where they voted very heavily for leave.
Exactly right, because Brexit itself isn't an issue. What I'm saying is that as a result of the time lag between us voting to leave the EU and us actually leaving the EU, what we haven't seen yet is the advantage, those sunlit uplands of leaving the EU. And that is going to take time.
You want to make it work too.
Some of those are the opportunity for green jobs.
Well, let's see what's Labour going to do.
We definitely haven't seen many sunlit uplands.
But are you going to make them? Are you going to make them happen, these sunlit uplands? Because you're going to make Brexit work.
There are definitely things that we need to sort out, whether it's on access for our creative industry, which is hugely important.
The Windsor Framework. Do you support the Windsor Framework from the government?
Professional services. I mean, we want to get, sort out what's happened in Northern Ireland. But on professional services, which we are really world leaders in, we think we could get mutual recognition on that, which would benefit.
That's what we're working on at the moment.
I mean, you're working on an awful lot of things, but just not delivering on them.
But what makes you think Labour would get a better deal in that sense?
Because we are focused on the reality and the details of a negotiation, not political posturing. And I think that's
not credible, Liz.
I don't think that's
not credible. The Parliamentary Partnership
Andrea, let her finish and you can come in.
Andrea, please.
You say why I don't think it's credible.
The reality is We have not got growth in our economy.
No.
Andrea is not promising anything different. And even as a result of what Jeremy Hunt said at the last budget, the predicted growth is at best anemic. It's not good enough. We have a plan on growing for clean energy, creating the jobs we need for the future, sorting out the problems with the Brexit
plan on clean energy.
I mean, you've announced so much.
We're half the world's offshore deployed wind. That is half the entire world's offshore deployed wind already. The UK has cut CO2 emissions since 2010 by more than any advanced European economy.
If you would just allow, you've announced
you're denying the track record, Liz, which is
denying
just
me
not
a
true.
chance to talk because you think if you
Carry
talk
on.
over me, that you'll shut me down. But the truth is, the Conservatives announce an awful lot of plans that don't work. We see that on the NHS. Their flagship programme to cut waiting times, £750 million to tackle delayed discharges.
Well,
hardly any people out of hospital as a result of that.
But you would admit, Liz,
We
that
have
you
a
are
plan
not,
to
but
deal
you
with
don't
it.
have a plan, a transformative plan for the NHS in terms of money. Now, it may not always be about money. You've certainly talked about the money you would raise to recruit more doctors and nurses. But I've had colleagues of yours here, Chris Bryant, I think, was the most recent one, the Labour MP, saying, actually, maybe we are just going to have to raise more money from taxation to put into public services to transform them.
If you think money alone is the solution...
But you would admit money is important for the NHS.
Of course, and that is why we've said we will scrap the non-dom tax status to put into our workforce.
Yeah.
But the reform programme is about how do you keep people fit and healthier for longer, living in their own homes so they don't end up in hospital.
All right.
That's about reforming services around people. So I don't believe that the key to tackling all the problems in our public services is money alone. It's investment and reform.
All right.
And our reform plans are what people are supporting to help keep people, whether it's in the NHS, in our schools, breakfast clubs, vital to giving kids the best start in life. Investment and reform is where we'll be focusing on over the coming months.
We've talked understandably a lot about the economy because the cost of living is probably the number one concern for most voters. Just to bring it back to local elections and local people voting in these elections in England, there was a big discussion before they were held about voter ID. These are the first set of elections that you would need to have some sort of photographic identity to bring along before you actually cast your vote. Labour were worried that it might disenfranchise groups of people that didn't have photo ID. Now, it's very difficult because it's anecdotal to some extent, but we do have some firm figures. Maidstone, actually returning officers, said 137 people turned up without the right requisite photo ID. 122 of them, I think, is correct, came back with the right ID, but that's 20 or so not. Is this going to be a big issue, this vote?
Well, I think it's a massive shame if someone is bothered to leave their house.
Yeah, and you've got to be quite dedicated in a local
exactly, especially in a local election campaign. If people have been willing to leave their house, go to a polling station, turn up to vote, and then they were turned away, then I think that is a real tragedy. And you look at some of those anecdotal stories from overnight. One of Labour's candidates in Milton Keynes was tweeting about how a nurse had turned up at the end of her long shift. She turned up, she tried to use her NHS ID, and she was told that wasn't acceptable. I think that is a real shame. And I think there are real questions about why ID and travel cards for young people weren't accepted, but they were accepted for over 60s.
What do you think, Inaya? Do you think it should be dropped? I mean, the Electoral Commission obviously want to wait and see, you know, what information they get. They were the ones that have enacted this recommended it.
Yeah, they recommended it, and there is undoubtedly going to be some teething problems in the beginning. But the reality is, I mean, the voter ID is a solution looking for a problem. There isn't massive voter fraud going on across the country. There's been small pockets in particular areas that have particular issues that we can focus on and deal with. But the idea that this is needed and was some urgent thing, I think, is just not.
I mean, it's appalling. I think it is more than a shame. It is disenfranchisement, and that is un-British. I had a woman
It is in Northern Ireland, though.
It is, and has been for quite. I was going to say it's been in for quite some time.
Can you imagine trying to do that now?
Can I say now? A woman who she doesn't drive, she can't afford to have a car. She can't afford to renew her passport and doesn't need to because she can't afford to go on holiday either. She's got 3 kids. She didn't apply online to get the vote. She could not vote. That is wrong. That is wrong, and it needs to be sorted out.
I mean, the numbers at the moment perhaps wouldn't change the results. I mean, I'm really speculating. No, I take your point. But the point that you might not be able to vote and you had bothered to go, Andrea, what do you think of this idea?
I think it is exactly right. It's a tragedy if you can't vote. However, I don't agree that it's a solution looking for a problem, because the reality is, by definition, we don't know how big a problem voter fraud is. What we do know, however,
is think it's quite small.
We don't know, because by definition, how can you know?
True, but I think the Electoral Commission has done some figures on both sides.
Okay, but the key point about this is, if you have voter ID, then you create confidence in the system. Now you're talking over me. So when I'm out on the street, you've done it a lot, Liz.
All right, you finish your point.
But the point is that on doorsteps, people who care about the issue of voter ID have said to me, anecdotes, absolutely, that actually the confidence in the system is what is critical. And we've seen, after lots of general elections, as well as local elections, stories about people being encouraged to vote twice, stories about people collecting up all of the postal votes in their household and putting all those through. So actually creating confidence in the system. Also, Tony Blair introduced it only for Northern Ireland in 2003, an extraordinary thing to do. Most European countries use voter ID. It seems to me something that is essential.
Do you think it's just the time now that it's going to come? It's in a sort of inevitability. Well, it has come, obviously, on this occasion, that it's going to stay, Liz?
I don't know. I mean, even David Davis said there's been one prosecution in the last decade. I think it is your right to vote. I don't think there's been big concern about, lack of confidence in the system. And what I worry about, from what I have seen myself and from other candidates in the East Midlands, is often older women, maybe unwell, poorly, frail, don't know about the internet. I think it's wrong.
Well, that's interesting, because actually, I remember when we talked about it on Politics Live, when the idea was first mooted, that there was worry that actually it'd be younger people who wouldn't be able to vote. Now, traditionally, of course, they're not the highest group to turn out to vote, unfortunately, in local elections. But there weren't as many forms of photo ID that young people have compared to older people. But you think it's older people, actually, are the ones
that...
Should they expand?
For free.
Andrea, people don't.
Yes, but people have to go onto the electoral roll in the first place, John, don't they?
But then you get a letter through the door. That is very quick. That is different from knowing what on earth a voter authority certificate is and how you apply for it.
I don't think it is unreasonable for people to get some form of ID. There's so many different ways in which you need it, whether a driving licence, alcohol,
Labour were keen on ID cards at one stage,
so I don't think it's such a kind of marginalisation to ask for that. I think the biggest problem is that voter fraud is not a massive problem in this country. And actually, I'm not saying this is what the Conservatives are doing, but there's been a lot of rhetoric in America, for example, around voter fraud and trying to kind of suggest that this is a big issue. And I worry about that kind of rhetoric, which seems to bolster particular political
But we had
parties.
a 93-year-old in the paper this week called Una Priest in Leominster. She's got cancer. She didn't know about the change. Do you really think it's reasonable to expect her to be able to get photo ID so she can go to a polling station and vote? She's someone who has voted every time she could since she was 18.
Why are we making it harder to vote? We want to encourage
Should it be looked at? Should it be looked at? And should the forms of ID be expanded? Right.
Of course. Now, the issue with young people's ID, as we know, is that is quite easy to fake an age. I mean, that just is the case. And that's so there are genuine problems with certain forms of ID.
But old people's ID, you can't fake it. I mean, it's the same thing.
I totally agree with you, John. What I'm talking about is not that the system's perfect, let's not change it. Of course it'll be reviewed by the Electoral Commission, who, let's not forget, asked for this to be put in place in the first place.
Andrea
it does need to be reviewed.
Well, interestingly, I'm being told the poll showed the public agreed with the idea of voter ID by 2 to 1. So, I mean, polls, obviously, but that does seem to show public support. Well, maybe not.
She wanted to vote.
I suppose increasing numbers of people can vote by post.
Her right was taken away.
Well,
her right was taken away.
I mean, it sounds like there should be a discussion, a further
100%.
discussion as a result of having used it in the first place. I'm going to bring you a sort of overall tally in just a moment. But the councils that we've been watching this afternoon, I mean, we're watching them all, of course, but Swindon, that key target for the Labour Party, looks as if it's going to be a Labour gain. We can't confirm that just at the moment, although it just seems to have popped up as a Labour gain. So it's literally just dropped. As I speak, that result has come in. Swindon, Labour's got it. So throwing the kitchen sink at it was where Keir Starmer launched the Labour campaign. It's gone to Labour. Tunbridge Wells, you can see hung, West Oxfordshire hung. There are a whole list of councils. So we can see there the Labour gain from the Conservatives has put Labour on 29 council seats there, the Conservatives on 22. It was a straightforward fight and it's gone to Labour. It's flipped from the Conservatives to Labour. Increase of 8 and the Conservatives lost 9, still 4 to declare, but it is Labour's. The Liberal Democrats have gone one. Brilliant, of course, says Liz. How important do you think something like Swindon, key target where they launched, is in the psyche of the Labour Party?
I think really important is clearly one of those bellwether seats, and it's one of those, you know, Labour's obviously been very strong across many parts of the country for a long time, but you look at those maps when we see all the seats across the country, and there has been an absence of that many seats in the south outside of London. And so if they can start to pick up places like this, there's many other councils that we're expecting the votes on later, places like Norwich, places like Dover. I think that will be a real test. And, you know, people keep saying on TV, on this programme, on other things, there isn't a groundswell of support for Keir Starmer. But you just need to start looking at these results. Look at those councillors going up and up and up. What are those people voting for if it isn't for Keir Starmer?
Andrea?
I mean, I absolutely take what John says. You know, if Labour vote is going up, you have to assume that they are voting for Labour as led by Keir Starmer. But the polls also show that Rishi Sunak as a leader is much more popular than Keir Starmer is. And
look at the results. He's not. People don't want him.
We've not come back to it, but as you said, Jo, there will be much more scrutiny on Labour and the Labour leadership. And I do want to just raise this point about this lifetime allowance for pensions, where Labour were absolutely clutching their throats over that lifetime allowance being lifted, only to find, hey-ho, that there was an actual law passed to enable...
Passed by who? Passed by who? Who was in government?
Keir
the
Starmer
Tories.
To have his
Passed by you, Andrea.
No, but we are the ones lifting the lifetime allowance.
On this lifetime allowance, do you think this is a very pertinent issue? Do you think that's a very pertinent issue, these elections?
Well, not not in these local elections, no. But the point is that as we get closer to a general election, you're asserting that this is a precursor to the general election.
We're questioning that, and we have to be careful about saying this is a precursor. And actually, but it has reminded me, Liz, of what I said earlier, actually, which is Keir Starmer's campaign pledges. Yes, it was 2020, following from the resignation of Jeremy Corbyn. But he has moved away, dropped key pledges, and they've certainly been housed from the left of the Labour Party and many activists. The idea of he is no longer going to oppose tuition fees, that he isn't going to nationalise some of the main utilities, that he isn't going to increase taxes on the top 5% of earners. These are key principles. There could be a trust issue here.
I don't think at all he has changed his key principles. Well, not at all.
They are key pledges, aren't they? Tax the top earners to pay for public services, nationalise major utilities and tuition fees. Well, we know how that ended.
Scrapping the non-dom tax status.
Well, what about scrapping tuition fees? Because that was a promise that he made.
I think he is right to say if the circumstances have changed and the state of the economy is such that we are careful with people's money. And actually, the language of priorities is the religion of socialism, and we have to take difficult decisions. And I actually think that the public does want to look at us and say, you can't pay for everything all at once. They do want to know what your priorities are. And he is saying the circumstances have changed. I do want a fairer deal for students, but we're going to have a different approach. I do want to see the very top earners, like the non-doms. If you come and live and work in this country, you should pay your taxes here. Let's use that for the NHS.
Briefly, Inaya, we've got about 20 seconds.
Haven't changed, but if the reality changes,
let's look at the Tory manifesto and what's been kept from that. That was a promise to voters,
revealing,
kept.
I think what this is revealing is that the Labour Party are benefiting from a dissatisfaction of the Tory party.
More than that.
And actually, when there is
more than
scrutiny about the kinds of policies that the Labour Party want to advocate for, I think there's going to be much more questions about
Well, on that
Keir Starmer's
point,
leadership.
there is so much more to discuss, but sadly, not with this wonderful panel of guests, because I'm going to thank Andrea, Leadsom, Liz Kendall, John Stevens, Inaya, Folarin, Iman. Thank you very much for keeping us company. And viewers, we're going to go to David Wallace-Lockhart for some more analysis. David.
So we've been talking about what's happened in areas with a high Leave vote in 2019, Jo. And in 2019, both the Conservatives and the Labour Party had a bad set of local elections, and it was quite often the independents who benefited from that. And this tells a story here. We can see independents down 14% and Labour benefiting from that quite a bit. So let's look at a few seats in a bit more detail. Stoke-on-Trent in Staffordshire. Of course, Labour have won this council. It's a Labour gain. When we talk about the House of Commons, this would be that red wall territory, traditional Labour seats that went Conservative at the 2019 general election. But here for the council, Labour have got it back. They got 29 seats, a 69% Leave vote in the EU referendum in Stoke-on-Trent. But the Labour vote has gone up by 14 seats, and of course it's that independent seats that seem to have fallen away. Now we can go to Medway, different geographically on the Kent coast, but similar in terms of Brexit vote, 64% Leave. And of course this is where Keir Starmer has been celebrating today, Labour taking the council from the Conservatives. This had been a Conservative council since 2003. Labour hadn't been in power since 1998. They gained 11 councillors, the Conservatives lost 13. Now, we were just talking about Swindon, a key battleground in these local elections. Labour have taken it from the Conservatives. Once again, this has been a Conservative council since 2003. Will be a big battleground, you'd imagine, at the next general election. Labour getting 29 seats. There's still counting going on there, but they have got those 29. You need to get a majority on the council. They've gone up by 8 councillors so far. The Conservatives going down by 9. We can have a look at vote share. Labour 51%, the Conservatives 35%. Now, perhaps an area, the change there, Labour up by 13%. Perhaps an area where Labour haven't done as well, a Leave voting area, would be Peterborough. And this is somewhere that Rishi Sunak has been holding up as one of the areas he's trying to say Labour have underperformed. But of course, he's got to pick some areas to say that when he's dealing with this bad set of results. So it was a Leave area. Conservatives coming out with a hung council there, coming just one short of the 31 needed for a majority. Let's have a look at the change. The reason Rishi Sunak is pointing to this particular council is the Conservatives have gone up by 1, Labour down by 2. But if we have a look at vote share, 35% for the Conservatives, 32% for Tory, for the Labour Party, sorry. But then if we look at actually the change in shares, although the Conservatives may have gained a seat, they've gone up by 3% on 2019, whereas the Labour Party have gone up by 4%. So this is what Rishi Sunak is having to point to as perhaps some Conservative success. We get an idea of how difficult a position he's trying to sell. Here's where the councillor numbers sit currently. Obviously looking quite bad for the Conservatives, quite good for Labour and the Lib Dems so far.
David Wallace-Lockhart, thank you very much, and we'll come back to you later on in the programme. It's been a busy afternoon so far. Results have come tumbling in. It has been a bad night and continue to be bad for the Conservatives. We'll bring you more, though, later on as more key results come in. The Politics Live special continues through until 4:30 this afternoon, but we're moving from BBC 2 now to BBC 1. Please join us there in a few moments' time.
Hello and a very good afternoon to you if you're just joining us. Matthew here live with you on BBC One. Now, as the counts continue, a Politics Live local election results special with Jo Coburn.
Big losses for the Conservatives, gains for Labour, Liberal Democrats, Greens and Independents. We have many more results to come, and we'll be with you until 4:30 this afternoon to give you the verdict of voters in these local elections in England. This is a Politics Live election special. Joining me today, the Conservative MP and former party chairman Liam Fox, Labour's Shadow Business Secretary Jonathan Reynolds, the Liberal Democrat Sarah Olney and the BBC's Deputy Political Editor Vicki Young. On the programme today.
Make no mistake, we are on course for a Labour majority at the next general election.
Encouraging results for Labour, but will they translate to victory at the next general election? The Conservatives suffer significant losses, but the Prime Minister insists it's not all bad news.
We're actually making progress in key election battlegrounds like Peterborough, like Sandwell, like Bassetlaw, for example.
The Liberal Democrats are celebrating and say their message is cutting through with voters.
I think this is a real springboard for the Liberal Democrats to the next general election. All I would say is if voters want a general election as soon as possible.
The Greens and Independents also make gains. We'll have expert analysis from our elections guru, Professor Sir John Curtis.
And I'll be here at the magic touchscreen bringing you data and analysis. Lots of councils still counting, lots of results still to come.
Welcome to this local elections special programme here on the BBC. We have lots of results to come, but we have had an awful lot of seats and councils declaring, and a pattern has emerged and continues to do so, and that is that it has been a poor night and day so far for the Conservatives. There have been some areas where you heard the Prime Minister there saying, Rishi Sunak saying they have made gains. The Liberal Democrats are also celebrating, as well as the Labour Party. Let me just bring you up to date with where we are in terms of the number of councillors compared broadly, because these seats were last fought, council seats, in 2019. You can see there at the top, Labour have 967. They're up 167. The Conservatives are on 627. They have dropped 294. The Liberal Democrats are on 472 councillors, up 77. Independents, 263. They've added 14. And the Greens are on 88. They're up 45. And residents' associations, 17. And I think that means they have dropped 2. The state of the parties, in terms of the number of councils, Labour have added 5, with some pretty key targets being won by the party. They're on 35. Conservatives on 16, having lost 15. The Liberal Democrats have added 1 in Windsor and Maidenhead. We're waiting here about Stratford-on-Avon. Independents have added 1 and have 2 councils. The Greens have yet to claim a council. They're hopeful, and hung councils, 30, up 8. There are quite a large number of hung councils. Let's open the programme by talking to our guests just to get their feeling of where we are at this state of play. Liam Fox, there were predictions of 1,000 losses. We talked about it being expectation management, so that perhaps the Conservatives and their supporters would feel better if it wasn't as big. But it looks as if that may become a reality.
Well, a lot of the election experts, including yours, were saying that was a possibility. And we'll have to wait and see, what the results ultimately show. But you have to take all these elections, in context. In 2019, I remember it might even have been this programme, saying that we would get a 28% vote share, and that was dire for the party. 6 months later, we won a general election majority of 80 with 43.7% of the vote. So I'm not saying that this is not a bad night and day for us. Clearly,
it is.
When you lose them, they are. And there's no point in coming on these programmes and saying, actually, it's not a bad day for us. It is a bad day, but in politics, the tide ebbs and flows in politics. I think you have to take into account there are quite important differences in regional performance. Even in my own constituency, we gained seats in one end of our district and lost seats in the other.
This is in Somerset.
In North Somerset. We held on to places like Walsall, which were really a difficult battle, and then we've lost areas like Swindon. So I think we'll have to look a lot at the regional differences and also the demographics in that, as well as taking into account the fact that it's quite a low turnout, it does appear, across the country.
Right. I mean, it usually is a lower turnout, certainly, than at a general election.
Well, that's a key point, because the turnout in 2019 at the local elections was 33%. 6 months later at the general election, it was nearly 70%. So it's not just what people are voting for. It's who is actually coming out to vote.
But just to give you an idea of sentiment, because as you know, you can look at the statistics and the numbers, you can hold on to Walsall and say, but, you know, Swindon, Medway, Plymouth, Stoke-on-Trent, pretty big geographical spread. Labour's taken those areas. They're not restricted to one particular area. And also the comments and the reaction of outgoing Conservative council leaders and deputy council leaders. We've been decimated. We blame national politics. It was the cost of living. It was housing. Justin Tomlinson, one of the Conservative MPs in Swindon, saying it's time to refresh and renew. Something has to change, doesn't it?
Well, yes, and I think that the Prime Minister needs a longer period in office to provide the stability that he promised. I mean, any Conservative who doesn't think we're being punished for the shenanigans of last year really needs their head examined. It clearly, when you're talking to voters on the doorstep, it is something that they say. They will say, yes, we respect Rishi Sunak. Yes, we think he's much more competent, he's much more stable, but he needs time to prove himself. And of course, there's not going to be a general election anytime soon. So we will...
You can guarantee that, can you?
Well, we've got a big majority in the House of Commons. There's not going to be an election, I think we all know, anytime soon. And I think, therefore, you need to look at what are the things that might change between now and a general election that are likely to...
But it won't be the leader in your mind?
It will not be the leader in our party. And the only thing I would say about Labour performance, of course, they've done well in a lot of areas.
I'll ask them.
But they have, if you look at places like Plymouth, the increase in the vote share would not, as Keir Starmer said, lead them to a majority in the House of Commons.
Well, I mean, he has said on the basis, Keir Starmer, of these results so far that he was confident that it would lead to Labour winning at the next general election. Let's just show you Cannock Chase, just another illustration of an area in Staffordshire, Conservative loss, again, of that council. And, of course, what's important is looking actually at the seats changing hands. We can see, you know, Conservatives are on 18, but they've dropped. They've lost 4 seats. Labour have gained 5. That is a pattern that has been repeated across a number of councils that have gone to the Labour Party, straightforward, flipped from the Tories, gone to Labour, with that sort of change in terms of the number of seats. And that is a pattern you can't get away from.
I'm not trying to get away from it. I was simply saying, if you look at the size of that, it represents about a 3.5% to 4% swing from last time. And that's not enough to get a Labour majority at a general election. But of course, it's not a general election.
No. I mean, just at the results we've had so far, Labour has done well. It's done well in the councils that it's taken. You know, we can have a look at the gains. Swindon is the one that's just come in. That was a key target for the Labour Party. East Staffordshire, Medway in Kent, Stoke-on-Trent, also in Staffordshire, and Plymouth in the south west. But can you really confidently say, Jonathan Reynolds, that that is enough to put Labour on course to victory, not just the largest party, but an outright majority at the next general election?
Yes, because it means, based on these results, we'll win a majority at the general election. And I think that is the level of performance that we want. I think Liam is right to say, if you look at the 2019 results, Conservative Party did badly in 2019. The Labour Party wasn't very popular in 2019 either. So you had a lot of independents, Greens, Liberals, even more so than you'd expect, doing quite well. So yes, there'll be places, as you correctly say, Liam, you can say you've gained seats. But wherever there has been a Labour-Tory head-to-head, whether that's Plymouth, Swindon, Stoke, Blackpool, High Peak, we are seeing Labour come out with the kind of lead that would produce a majority at the next general election.
You're shaking your head. I mean, Labour lost a couple of seats in Sandwell, in the Midlands, and Gateshead, made no progress in Walsall, didn't take Sheffield or Hull. Does that give you pause to thought, Jonathan? Sorry, just before I come to you.
There's no one in the Labour Party who is complacent. There's no one who thinks the job is done. But what we needed to see in this set of elections is in those parts of the country that map the key electoral battlegrounds, where there will be a key marginal contest at the next general election, we need to see Labour winning. And we are winning. And look, that hasn't happened by accident. You know, as I say, when I'm not complacent, that hasn't happened by accident. The Conservative Party is very, very unpopular, and rightly so, because their record should make them unpopular. But it's not the case that would automatically swing to Labour. It's not the late 90s anymore. It's not two-party politics. We've had to earn that trust. We've had to work very hard for it. And I pay tribute to every one of my colleagues in those local areas who've made the difference and made the result. Because ultimately, in the next general election, in these places, if we've got more votes than the Conservative Party, as we have done so today, then we'll win the general election.
You say, obviously, the leader is here to stay, Rishi Sunak, in your mind. What does need to change? Because you get a set of results like this, and we must say these are local results in England. The national general election might not be for 18 months or so. It's an indicator. But it does talk about mood. It does indicate momentum. And at the moment, that is definitely moving away from you. So what would you change? If there's one thing that you thought would change the weather for the Conservatives?
It's economic confidence. And getting inflation down is going to be key. It's the number one concern when I talk to people on the doorstep, is what's happening in terms of prices and also their fear of what might come. You get a big fall in inflation, which of course the OBR and the Bank of England both predict later on this year. You face a very different economic prospect.
Right.
And we fought the election on the cost of living, this local election, and I don't think the Conservative Party did. I think your analysis is absolutely right. That is what people are most concerned about. But I don't think there was a Conservative message or a Rishi Sunak message on the cost of living.
So the question was, what will change between now and the general election? If Labour, even at the moment, can't get across the line in a general election, should we get inflation down, the public's finances much healthier than they are today, then I think that you get a change in sentiment. I think you're exactly right. I think sentiment does matter in politics, and I think that sentiment will change profoundly when you get inflation falling.
What is it that you think Sarah Olney has persuaded voters in Windsor and Maidenhead, for example? That's Theresa May, the former Prime Minister's backyard. To go from Conservative to Liberal Democrat? Is it just because they're fed up with the Conservatives and the record that Liam Fox was talking about of Boris Johnson and Liz Truss, rather than an enthusiasm for you?
Well, I think it's a large part of it. I mean, I've been out on the doorsteps, mostly across Surrey Heath, Guildford, Elmbridge, some places very similar to Windsor and Maidenhead. And there's been an awful lot of anger at the Tories, particularly, and Liam is absolutely right, particularly around the state of the economy, the impact that the mini budget had last September, and the continued failure, really, to provide decent public services when taxes are going up so much. So that's absolutely been a key factor. But beyond that, Liberal Democrats have been working very hard in their communities. And I think our message has really landed with a lot of people. We've been listening to voters and we've been really taking on board their concerns.
Do you think you've won Stratford-on-Avon?
We do. We think we have taken control of Stratford-upon-Avon. I think we've made some significant gains in seats there, and it has been enough.
21 Liberal Democrats, we think.
Yes.
And is that enough? Well, I'm going to come back to Stratford-on-Avon with you, Vicki, in just a minute. I just want to bring our viewers and guests this result. This is Blackpool, also a target for Labour at a general election, I would have said. It was won by Scott Benton, a Conservative, in 2019. He's actually sitting, I think, as an independent now, having lost the whip. But you can see there a Labour gain. In Blackpool, it was a hung council. They've got 28 seats to the Conservatives' 14. Let's have a look at the seat change. Again, it's a sort of repetition of the pattern that we see. Labour gaining about 5 or 6 seats and the Tories, in this case, only losing 1. It's the group of independents, actually, here that have lost 4. Coming back to Stratford-on-Avon, a big target for the Liberal Democrats. We spoke to our reporter in Stratford-on-Avon who said it was very much a vote, actually, in reaction, he felt, to Nadhim Zahawi, the former Tory Chancellor, again, rather than perhaps some overriding enthusiasm for the Liberal Democrats. Vicki, perhaps you would bring us up to date generally with how the party's doing.
Yeah, and I think for the Liberal Democrats, again, because it's building on a very good set of results last time, and, it's building on that, keeping those seats but then gaining more. And, talk of Surrey Heath, again, if you think about big names, Michael Gove's backyard there. If you're a Conservative MP, you are going to be pretty alarmed. And then one Lib Dem source suggesting that Dacorum might well be also a Lib Dem gain. So that's the thing, isn't it? It's about not just winning seats, and the Tories have been losing lots of seats in these areas. Council's going to no overall control. It's also about the Liberal Democrats then taking those councils. And I think for the party, it's about building on parliamentary seats, and you can see that's very clearly what the strategy is here, those seats around London, the blue wall, as they talk about. But of course, we also know that Liberal Democrats don't tend to poll into the 20s in general elections. So as we said before, there's a lot of caveats about these results. The one thing we can, I think, agree on is that the Conservative Party has been given a kicking. Now, whether that's using the Greens, using Labour, using the Lib Dems, there is real anger here. that you can sort of feel coming through. And I think the big question for the Conservatives is, yes, even if the economy starts to turn around, is the party going to be forgiven? Is it going to be forgiven for everything that's happened? I think in Westminster there's a feeling Rishi Sunak's calmed things down. We might be moving on in terms of MPs here saying that. I'm not quite so sure that that's what's happening when it comes to voters. They might not notice any difference.
Yes, briefly, Sarah.
I just wanted to say that this has come off the back of a really, really good set of results when these seats were last fought in 2019. We won 700 seats then.
Yeah,
and I think we've not only held on to those seats, we've obviously made really significant gains, but it does go to show when people have voted for the Liberal Democrats, and it may have been a protest vote, I'm not saying it wasn't, but when they voted for the Liberal Democrats, they like having Liberal Democrat councillors, and they voted to retain them in so many seats.
All right, well, let's get a little bit more context and analysis. Let's talk to Professor Sir John Curtis. Hello to you, John. We've just had a few key results come in, which you will know about. Swindon, that has gone to the Labour Party, Blackpool, that has gone to the Labour Party, and Sarah is pretty confident that Stratford-on-Avon has indeed gone to the Liberal Democrats. Where are we now? We can see a pattern emerging, but where are we now in terms of whether or not Labour is making enough gains, enough progress, having enough of a swing to show that they could be on course for a majority at the next election?
To be honest, Jo, that's the wrong question.
Oh, charming. Charming.
We have to remember, as your Labour spokesperson quite candidly admitted, I thought, that all that Labour need to do to win the next general election is to do better than the Conservatives. Now, there are two ways in which you can do that. One way is for you to go up while your opponents don't. And the other way it can happen is that you more or less stay where you were, but your principal opponents go down. Now, it has to be said that certainly where we can compare the results of these local elections, constituency by constituency, with what happened in December 2019, and I should say there's a lot of caveats about doing that, but given the claims that have been made, what you discover is that basically Labour's share of the vote on average in the parliamentary constituencies where you can do this is pretty much what it was in December 2019. But Labour Party's, yes, still on these measures going to pick up an awful lot, is going to win most of these constituencies because the Conservative vote is down so much from 2019. And I think in general, one has to be very careful here. The single member plurality electoral system doesn't measure parties' absolute performance. It measures relative performance. It's certainly true that Labour's position relative to the Conservatives is stronger in these local elections than probably it has been at any set of elections since 2010. But astute viewers will also have noticed that when we look at the change in the key wards, not since 2019, but change since last year, the Labour vote basically hasn't changed. And the progress that's being made is because the Conservatives are going down. So although Labour are further ahead of the Conservatives, this doesn't necessarily mean that Labour themselves have made any particularly remarkable progress, at least so far as local election performance is concerned, as compared with 12 months ago.
Professor Sir John Curtis, thank you very much. We'll come back to you shortly, probably within the next hour or so, to bring us up to date on those results. I think we can speak to David Blunkett, former Labour Cabinet Minister, former MP in Sheffield. Hello to you, David.
Good afternoon. Lovely to speak to you, Jo.
Yes, and to you too. Very nice to see you. What do you make of the results so far? I don't know if you could hear what Professor Sir John Curtis was saying and how much we can take away from these results and the progress made so far by the Labour Party.
Well, two things. Firstly, I'm a political animal. I've been a Labour member for 59 years, so why wouldn't I be extraordinarily pleased at winning places like Swindon, getting Blackpool back, and the results in East Staffordshire, which haven't got a lot of attention, but really are, I think, embryonic of winning in the right areas. But I'm also a Professor of Politics in Practice at the University of Sheffield. And I would just say to my younger colleagues, if they would forgive me, don't get too carried away. We've got a long way to go, possibly even 18 months. And we're going to have to win on our terms and not just on Tory abstentions.
Right, well, let me put that. You're a younger colleague, Jonathan. Do you take that advice? Don't get carried away. Don't get complacent.
Very good advice as ever from David Blunkett. I mean, look, I'll be honest, I've been on this programme when we've lost elections, so it's more pleasant to be on when we have won the elections. That is human nature, and I think you'll grant me that. But of course there is more to do. But I think what is remarkable is in the very candid analysis we put forward, where we recognised there were parts of the country that were voting yesterday that would be key electoral battlegrounds, where there would be a very clear chance to look at the Labour performance against the Conservative performance. In those contests, everyone we've seen something from so far, we've won them. And of course, I'm happy by that. But of course, we know there's more to do. There's a future to seize. The opportunity is there for us. That's all it is. But the fact that we're even talking about this from where we were in 2019, where quite honestly, I thought it might be a decade before we were ever competitive again. The level of progress. And Keir Starmer deserves some credit for that.
David?
Johnny is one of the soundest members of the Shadow Cabinet. I happen to know him and like him. So we're going to be in agreement this afternoon, which is a good thing, namely that we've done well. We needed to ensure that we kept the momentum in the old-fashioned term of momentum going, the motivation, the morale of party members and supporters, and we need to be able to build on it. And we've got something really good here to say to people, we can win, we will win, but we've got to, by the autumn, we'll have got a policy programme together by the conference in October. That policy programme needs to turn people on to wanting to vote for us rather than people not wanting to vote for the Tories. I mean, I'm hoping the Tories will continue imploding. They're doing a pretty good job.
Well, I've got Liam Fox here in the studio, whom you'll also know, and I'll ask him that in a moment. There was one thing you weren't happy with, David, in terms of the Labour campaign, because you wrote about it, and that was we call them broadly attack ads. Politics is a rough old game. It can be pretty cutthroat. We're showing you it now. It's the one with Rishi Sunak on the front. It says, "Do you think adults convicted of sexually assaulting children should go to prison?" And it says Rishi Sunak doesn't. Why didn't you approve of that ad?
Because I take Michelle Obama's point that when they go low, we go high. That we don't actually get down to that. And I'm very pleased since that attack ad on the particular day that we've cooled it, that we haven't had a similar outburst, not because we shouldn't be attacking the Conservatives or Rishi Sunak as Prime Minister, but the nature of how you do it when it's not personalised, but it's about policy and policy failure, rather than what the individual may or may not think. And I stand by that view because I think our party is better than that, and I said so at the time.
Well, I mean, Jonathan, we've spoken about this before, of course, and you've stood by that advert. You haven't withdrawn it yet. I mean, defend it to David Blunkett. You think it works?
Well, I think, as we've discussed before, the objective of that ad was to make clear that Rishi Sunak is responsible for the entirety of the Conservative record for the 13 years in power. That is the policy failure. I think we've had a succession of new Conservative Prime Ministers, all of whom want to effectively ditch any association with the failures that they've been parts of in terms of the governments they've served under. And we wanted to make clear that we believe it is legitimate to hold Rishi Sunak to account for 13 years of Conservative failure. And I think in that sense the campaign was successful. People did start looking at the performance of public services, particularly the criminal justice system, for that time. But of course, like any good campaign, we'll take stock, we'll feedback, we'll listen to what people said around there. But I would very strongly say it is legitimate to hold the Prime Minister accountable for 13 years of Conservative government, which have failed on any terms.
David, do you want to come back and then I'll bring in Liam Fox?
Here's a quick irony. If the idea was cut through, and it apparently was, and it was achieved, I think I helped them.
Oh, well, there you go. You can take that, Jonathan, and thank David Blunkett. David Blunkett, thank you very much. I'm sure we'll see you on Politics Live soon. We've got that result. I will come to you, Liam, for reaction to what you've just heard there. Stratford-on-Avon. It is a Liberal Democrat gain from the Conservatives. We were just talking about it before with Sarah Olney from the Lib Dems here in the studio. 25 seats to the Liberal Democrats. The Conservatives are on 12. Let's see what the change in seats seats. Actually looks like they were confident of winning it, and they have, and that's because they've taken pretty well, one extra actually, all the seats from the Conservatives and one other from the Independents that have lost 3. The Greens have gained 2. So that is a gain. And look at you smiling, beaming there from one side of your face to the other. Liam, less so. Losing Stratford-on-Avon.
Well, no one likes losing. I mean,
of course
it's
not.
not why we go into politics, is it?
No, but you have lost it. How difficult is that going to be? I mean, these areas where there are councils with Tory MPs, but councils going to the Lib Dems, councils going to Labour, how much nervousness, legitimately so, will there be amongst your parliamentary colleagues?
I don't think huge, because it's not exactly unprecedented for governments that have been in office for a long time to lose seats in local elections. And looking at the Lib Dem share, their vote share's up just under 1% from the same elections in 2019. They've done very well in terms of seats for the rise in the vote share. MPs will tend to look at vote shares. But if I can come back to the point that we were discussing. I think that the particular ad was absolutely despicable. The idea that Rishi Sunak, who's one of the most decent people I've ever known in politics, doesn't believe that paedophiles should go to jail is really deeply offensive. And I think where I totally agree with David Blunkett on it is that if you start on that downward spiral in politics, then we drag all of politics into the sewer. And if you're saying that Rishi Sunak is responsible for everything that's happened in the Conservative government since 2010, presumably Sir Keir Starmer is responsible for everything that happened in the Labour Party since 2010, including Jeremy Corbyn, Labour anti-Semitism. Presumably he's got to carry all of that. Now, this is a ridiculous position for us to get into. And if Labour continue down this path, they will deeply contaminate our politics.
Jonathan?
Well, look, I would just point you, Liam, politely to some of the things your Prime Minister says, some of the ads you run. I think you claim Labour MPs want unlimited immigration to the UK, alongside the fact that you claim public services are in great condition, the NHS is in great condition, crime is halved, I think was one of the... Poverty's gone down was one of the things that the Prime Minister said. So I wouldn't say, with respect, there's a Conservative high ground to take on this. But of course I would agree with you that how we conduct politics matters. We should always take that.
Saying that the Prime Minister doesn't believe that paedophiles should go to jail is a lot different from making campaign slogans on wider policy.
Oh, so it's a deeply
personalised campaign that actually says he is not a morally fit person to be Prime Minister. I do not believe that that's what you believe, but that's what that ad implies.
Well, look, it's about holding him to account. I think that is reasonable. I think that was well received in terms of the campaign, in terms of how that was interpreted. And I wouldn't take
it wasn't very well received by David Blunkett.
Let's go to Swindon because that is a very important gain for the Labour Party. It was a big target for them. David Rennard, who's been sitting watching patiently, thank you very much, was Conservative leader of Swindon Council. You've lost your seat to Labour, and Labour, as I said, have got a majority on that council. Who's to blame for that?
Well, we campaigned on a very positive local agenda here, and we're hoping that people would re-elect us based on that. But most of the conversations on the doorsteps were about national issues. So cost of living, particularly the performance of the government in the last 12 months. Whilst there is an acceptance that the Prime Minister and the Chancellor have started to stabilise things, in voters' minds, what had gone on before that was something that they didn't like. And as local representatives of the National Party, or that's how they see it, they voted against us and voted in favour of the Labour Party here.
What message would you send to the party leadership?
Well, I believe you spoke to Justin Tomlinson earlier on, and I'd agree with what he said. The Prime Minister and Chancellor and the rest of the government need to bring out a positive agenda that people are prepared to support. Unfortunately, local politicians are sometimes seen as an opportunity to be the referendum on the government of the day. But when local politicians are working really hard to deliver for their communities, provide good quality services at comparatively low levels of council tax, it doesn't help when the voters cast their votes based on other things.
In terms of you and your colleagues who've lost seats, how much anger did you meet on the doorstep from voters?
I wouldn't say we met a lot of anger, but clearly people were very keen to give us their views. They did it in a polite and respectful way for the most part, but they did make it very clear that they weren't going to consider local issues and were voting based on how they saw the national picture, certainly in the last 12 months.
What would you like to see change?
Well, as I said, the Prime Minister and Chancellor have done a really good job in stabilising the ship, but we clearly need to see changes in people's situations. So the cost of living is a big issue. We need to get on top of that. And I think people need to see that the government is doing things that are going to benefit them and local communities.
Liam, what do you say to David Rennard?
Well, I'm deeply sorry that he is no longer the leader. He was an exceptional leader of a very good council. I don't know what the turnout figure is there, but I will bet you that a lot of those voters who put Justin and Robert Buckland into Parliament in Swindon stayed at home in these local elections.
Because they're fed up with the Conservatives?
Well, because they have voters are...
Turnout was up, I'm told, actually.
From 20, yes, but not way down from the general election.
Oh, well, yes. I mean, I think we're talking about the last locals.
So I'm saying is the voters who put them into Parliament at the general election may not have been the same voters this time.
Them back, David?
Well, you turn... Well, I think that, as I said earlier, I think the key thing is getting inflation down. We're in a generation that doesn't really remember how bad inflation was. Well, some of us do, because some of us were hit by it the first time round. And I think that when that comes down, a lot of things change. And this is not necessarily a party, but it is true. A lot of our national debt in this country is dependent on inflation. A lot of it is linked to the rate of inflation. And the high inflation that we have at the moment, largely coming from Ukraine invasion, but that inflation in Britain has not only hit consumers and all the elements that we all understand from talking to people on the doorstep, but it has massively altered the government's public finances because it has pushed the debt interest repayment we've had to make up from about 30 billion last year to 106 billion this year. That means there's not money available for a whole lot of things that we want to do in public services and so on. So while inflation is high, it is very difficult for the government to deliver on the things that our councillors and MPs would like to do. When inflation falls, then that situation changes. And just as it changed quite rapidly in one direction, it can change rapidly in the other direction
and what would that mean then in change? Would you cut taxes, for example?
Well, I would like to see, as we've always said, to share the proceeds of that improvement. I would like to see us reducing taxes because I think that helps the economy grow.
Because it's the highest tax burden in 70 years
But we also need to invest in our public services as we go forward. That's a reasonable thing for us to do.
Do you think that if inflation does come down in the way it is predicted to do by the Office for Budget Responsibility, I think they're predicting 3%, 2.9% by the end of the year, that will make things harder for Labour if economic circumstances improve? It may not be down to anything the Conservatives have done or are doing, you can argue that, but will it make things more difficult?
Well, no, because first of all, you're right to say the impact of the war in Ukraine had a huge effect on inflation. The government quite rightly said you can't blame us for this because it's global factors. Now, when some supply chains adjust, Liam, and that pressure goes down, there's no real government policy to reduce inflation. They just expect it to happen. They expect it's already peaked. You want the credit for that? I mean, look, the bottom line is after 13 years,
the government for the rise of inflation?
After 13 years of Conservative government, there's no public service that works better in this country than when they came to power. The economic growth rate has been incredibly disappointing. Productivity has been awful. Real wages have been stagnant for that time. That's not going to change in a year. If they knew how to fix that, they might have tried it already, we could reasonably say. Now, again, it's not complacency, but look, of course, we all want to see inflation come down because the pressure on people, especially food inflation, I mean, it is really, really difficult. But that cost of living crisis that's driving, I think, people's voting intentions, certainly at the minute, there's no Conservative message on that.
I mean, when it comes to what the Conservatives are doing on cost of living, we had a discussion earlier saying they didn't really talk about it on the doorstep because it's such a difficult issue for Tories to talk about because of high levels of inflation and rising prices that are continuing. But even on issues like housing, also raised by the outgoing Conservative leader of Medway Council in Kent. And he said it was because of mandatory housing targets that were imposed by the Conservative government. Now, they've subsequently been dropped, but you were in favour, I think, of dropping those housing targets, weren't you?
I was, of mandatory targets. Yes. I think local government should have a much greater say in that. And I think...
So how are houses going to be built then?
Because I think lots of people do want to see more housing being built across the country.
Yeah.
And there are places where you can easily build. Now, I'll give you an example. In my own constituency, 30% of the land is floodplain. And liable to flooding. We don't want to build houses where people are going to get flooded. So there are limitations that you will have on that. But I think that it's right that the government have got rid of the mandatory targets, because to tell local authorities what they must be doing isn't what I believe in terms of conservatism.
Right. I mean, Labour has said they're going to reinstate those housing targets. But actually, as I said, the councillor in Medway thought it was because of the mandatory housing targets. On the other hand, there are those people that say, no, we're just not building enough houses. We need them.
We're not building enough houses. And sometimes you've got to start with politics, what's the right thing to do? If you do that, Iman, you know this, you're an experienced politician, nothing will get built. The only pressure against what a very, dare I say,
more houses are getting built.
But not to the scale that we need. And the scale we need is predicated on a level of immigration half of what it currently is, and it's going to expand still further when the new figures come out. You've got to have something. We're betraying a generation of young people who are never going to get on the housing ladder. And the fact that you've got this generation of British people, the first who will be less well off than their parents, a big part of it is the housing market. And you take that pressure away, they will not be built. Already with them, we weren't building enough. The idea you take away the one bit of the system that gave you a backstop to make sure something did happen, you know what the result is.
Well, let me go back to David Rennard, because I think he's still been listening. David, hello to you as the outgoing former Conservative leader of Swindon Council. What you've heard, particularly from Liam Fox, do you think anything is going to happen that will change Conservative fortunes?
Well, I do agree, actually, with everything Liam said. It is about people's finances.
Oh, thank you very much.
Housing's not particularly an issue in Swindon.
That might be the live again.
Sorry, let's start again, because they're obviously cheering behind you. I thought they'd already done all the counting, but clearly it's still going on.
Yes.
You can go
there's
for it.
There's still a few seats still to announce. But, so housing's not particularly an election issue in Swindon, because we've got a track record of building lots of new homes, and we've been very good at doing that over the years, and Swindon is the most affordable place to buy or rent a house in the south of England. But it is about people's cost of living, and if we can do something about that, then that's going to go a long way to improving our fortunes.
David Rennard, thank you very much there in Swindon. On housing, Sarah Olney, there is always the claim that Liberal Democrats are very pro building more houses at a national level, but a little bit NIMBY, not in my backyard, at a local level.
Yeah, I mean, there are lots of tensions, obviously, and I think we see that playing out in elections right across the country, not just Liberal Democrats, other parties as well. But, there's no doubt we do need to be building more. We need to be providing more opportunities for young people, not just to own a home, but at the moment, particularly in London, we're seeing such a massive increase in rents. It's really, it's proving almost impossible now for young people to get any kind of a home in London. And there are lots of complex reasons why that's the case. But as far as, the sort of planning issues in local councils are concerned, I think what we see in the Liberal Democrats is that currently the way the planning system operates is it's pretty much a developer's charter. And I think a lot of MPs see this in their own patches, that there is just simply not enough control that local authorities are able to exert over the process, to be able to sort of say, this is the housing we need here, these are the people who need it, this is the requirement of our local population, and that's the sort of housing we want to see. They simply just get overrode at every stage.
Well, we'll come back to this issue in just a moment, but let's go to Martin Oates, regional political editor for the South West for the BBC in Torbay. Hello to you. Can you bring us up to date on any results that you might have of councils in your region, your patch, or where we are?
Yes, absolutely. So Torbay was part of the Yellow Wall that was demolished by David Cameron in 2015, so a former Tory seat which had a Lib Dem MP from 97 to 2015. The Lib Dems are running this council, but as part of a minority administration, and it looks as if there won't be much change, but some much more interesting results in the neighbouring rural Devon district. So next door in the South Hams, the Lib Dems have taken the council for the first time ever. Now, the South Hams overlaps with a couple of parliamentary constituencies, both true blue. One of those, the Totnes seat, Anthony Magnall's seat, though, going back to the 90s when the Lib Dems were on their big rise, was always on the list of marginals. So I think that will be viewed with considerable concern by the Conservatives. And then to the east of the county, the Lib Dems have done well on, they're not going to take the council, but East Devon District Council, and they tell me they think they're on course again for the first time ever to gain, for the first time since the mid-90s, to gain a majority on Mid-Devon. Now those two councils overlap with the Tiverton and Honiton constituency, and that's the seat that the Lib Dems took in a spectacular victory in a by-election last June following the resignation of Neil Parish, and that being a seat which had always been true blue. So we might be seeing an answer to, I think, the biggest question in West Country electoral politics as to whether the Lib Dems, after that annihilation in 2015, after the coalition, after Brexit, are finally managing to achieve consistent upward trajectory. And of course, that would be extremely concerning to the Conservatives.
Martin Oates, thank you very much there in Torbay with those results. It must be concerning. There does seem to be this blue wall, as was, that is being smashed. As Ed Davey famously took his tractor through what he calls former Conservative heartlands. This pincer movement that we're seeing at local elections from Labour on one hand and the Liberal Democrats on the other, but particularly down in places like the southwest, it's just going to make it ever harder for the Conservatives to keep those seats, even at a parliamentary level.
Well, we'll see. And again, I would look at the turnouts and see which voters decided to stay at home. I think you'll have a lot of Conservative voters doing that. But you're looking at places like Torbay, not much change happening there. So we'll see across the region when we get the actual results, what the turnout looked like, what the swings looked like, what the vote shares looked like. But I go back to the point that I made earlier. Overall, the Lib Dem increase in vote share is only about 1% compared to 2019.
Sarah?
Well, I just wanted to say, you mentioned the tractor and our blue hay bales. That was in Dacorum Council in Hertfordshire, and I've just heard that we've taken control there. So we're delighted about that as well.
Well, Sarah, you're doing the results even before I am. Well, you've heard it first. It is now this pattern of councils falling, expected to some extent. Is it a lot worse than you thought?
No. And in 2019, of course, the Liberal Democrats had a very good year in those elections. They won 10 MPs 6 months later.
Right. But can I just say, we've won 3 in parliamentary by-elections since then, and we've won those in parts of the country where we hadn't previously had MPs. We've won them in Cheshire and Amersham, in North Shropshire, and as the reporter was just saying there, we've won an MP in Tiverton and Honiton. So actually, we've shown, a sustained progress in attracting new voters and in winning seats.
But you would accept that local elections, of course they're different to national and general elections. It is true, historically, the Liberal Democrats tend to outperform their national poll ratings in local elections. And when it comes to a national election, people don't always vote the same way.
Well, I would really hope, we can build on the excellent results we're getting last night and today, and there's still more to come. It really will demonstrate to people that in certain parts of the country, the best way, or the best way if you want to get the Tories out in your area, you need to vote Liberal Democrat. And that actually we are the party who are really taking the fight to the Tories right across the country in all sorts of places.
Well, let's just have a look at some analysis on exactly that claim with David Wallace-Lockhart. He's at the touchscreen looking at the Liberal Democrats' performance.
Well, the Lib Dems, Jo, do seem to have quite broad smiles on their faces today. And you can see why, because we're comparing with the 2019 local elections here, and the Lib Dems actually had a very good set of elections back then. So the fact that they're building on that again, when the bar was quite high already, does suggest a good set of results for them. And we've got the 2 councils that they've taken so far, both from the Conservatives, Stratford-on-Avon, which came in the last hour or so, and Windsor, which was declared this morning. And we can go and have a look at Stratford-on-Avon in Warwickshire first. This has been Conservative since 2000. The Lib Dems, though, getting a majority here, 25 seats. The local MP here is Nadine Zahawi, former Conservative Chancellor, and the Lib Dems are calling it a Shakespearean tragedy for him. Of course, Stratford-on-Avon, the birthplace of William Shakespeare. And let's have a look at how the seats changed. Well, you can almost see exactly what's happened here. The Conservative vote down by 14, meanwhile the Lib Dems gaining 15. So it does really seem to be that shift from Conservative to to the Lib Dems. We can go to have a look now at Windsor and Maidenhead, another big success for the Lib Dems today. That's where Sir Ed Davey went to celebrate. It's been a Conservative seat since 2007. Another area with a high-profile Conservative MP with a big majority, Theresa May, former Prime Minister. Lib Dems getting 22 seats there, squeaking a majority, and we can see how things have changed once again. It's the Conservatives going down by 16 seats compared to 2019. The Lib Dems up by 13. And another area still counting, but where the Lib Dems are starting to sound quite optimistic, it's Dacorum in Hertfordshire, this sort of Hemel Hempstead area, Conservative since 2003, but the Lib Dems with slightly over half the seats counted on 23 seats. They need 26 for a majority, so it does appear that they could be heading towards that. Let's have a look at the change. Familiar story, the Conservatives down quite significantly in terms of seats, the Lib Dems being the main beneficiaries of that. So quite similar tales here. Prosperous, comfortable, safe Conservative seats when it comes to the House of Commons that at least now in local elections seem to be abandoning the Conservatives in favour of the Lib Dems. So not only a worry for the Conservatives perhaps about how Labour is performing in certain areas, but there is that Lib Dem performance as well. And of course, if you're thinking about potential general election, the fear there for the Conservatives would be a sort of pincer movement with those parties taking MPs away from them. Of course, if we've not gone through your area, you can go to the BBC website. You can put in your postcode there or on the BBC online app, and we'll tell you exactly what's happened in local elections where you are. Or, of course, stick with us because we're bringing you all the results as we get them.
Thank you very much, David Wallace-Lockhart. There, we've talked about the Liberal Democrats, but let's chat about the Greens, Vicki. We were talking to one of the Green members earlier about their successes. They want to take a majority on a council for the first time. They've been running a minority administration in Brighton and Hove, and they had their sights set on Mid-Suffolk. I think we can show you that that is still counting. They've got, I think, 11 seats still to declare. They have 16 seats so far. We might be able to show you pictures from another count, actually, in Folkestone and Hythe. Here we are. Suggestion that the Greens might be about to take control of that. They did have 6 seats before. That would be quite an upset there. But what do you make of their performance?
Yeah, I mean, we weren't expecting that one.
No.
I think Mid-Suffolk was on the radar, wasn't it? And I think they're getting pretty close to that one. But this one seems to have come a bit from nowhere in Folkestone. So we'll see if they can get to do that. And I think everyone thinks, with the Greens, I thought they already ran Brighton. As you say, it's the whole point of being in control,
yes,
on their own, as it were. And I think there's a lot of similarities in the way they're campaigning in recent years with how the Liberal Democrats have approached all of this, which is realising that you have to make your base, if you like. You have to really work an area when you're a smaller party. You're not going to have the same national coverage as the other two parties are going to have. So it's about working hard, building up profiles in those areas, and then in the sense of the Liberal Democrats, it's translating that into a parliamentary seat if they can. Again, very hard for the Greens to do that. They have managed to do it, but not in any big sense. So it's for them, I think, getting more councillors, and then if you can start running a couple of councils or more, then again, it's just the profile increases and they can build on that.
I mean, it is the bedrock, as parties say, of their position if they're in government or in opposition, is having a strong local base. Yours is diminishing. The Conservative Party's is diminishing. That will make it harder too. That does feed into the idea of momentum when it comes to campaigning, because not only did you perform badly in 2019, you're still performing badly now. What impact is that going to have?
Well, obviously I want to see us increase our local government base, but we have been the biggest party in local government in England for a very long time historically now. And in 2019, we didn't do well in the local elections. As I said, before the year was out, we had an 80-seat majority in House of Commons because they're not the same.
Well,
local government elections are not the same. In a general election, you're going to end up, let's face it, with a Labour government or a Conservative government. Or we had a Lib coalition, which didn't do very well for the Liberals, so I don't imagine they'd be very keen on doing it again.
No, I don't think they're going into coalition.
And so that's the difference between what's happening in local government and in a general election. It's a choice of one direction or another for the country, which is why I think I know that we always try to extrapolate local government elections to general elections. Yeah. They're very, very different. In 2019,
they are different.
The local
they are
government
different,
elections
but
said
there
the
are
others
indications.
would get 25%. They're indications. They are indications.
But also,
we can go on the doorstep and get those same
Liam Foss, if you look pretty well since 1995, the parties that really do well in local elections ahead of a general election by a year, 18 months out, do tend to then win. Whether it's 1995, I think that is debatable. Into 97, I think there was just one anomaly when the Tories actually did better than Labour, but Tony Blair still went to win a majority in 2005. So there is a relationship. Of course, they're not the same thing. The other thing about 2019, which we must remind ourselves and viewers, is that was a tumultuous year. And that Brexit issue, would you agree, is no longer the issue it was then, which was to some extent what drove Boris Johnson's victory at the end of 2019.
It was part of that election campaign.
But that's gone now, so that is diminishing the appeal.
And that's gone, and other issues come. But the point I'm making is that you cannot simply extrapolate a local government election into a general election.
But there's still questions about the Conservative performance, isn't there, and about motivating your voters, your previous voters, to come out. And as you might be right, they might be staying at home on this occasion, but they also might stay at home in a year's time.
Well, see,
there's no guarantee after 13 years.
And what's a huge amount.
And what's happened? People are looking and going, well, actually, you know, it's the competence argument, isn't it? And I think lots of people will look at the turmoil of the last couple of years and possibly think, what's the point in re-electing them? Actually, we'll give someone else a go. Isn't that the danger for your party? That's what a lot of your colleagues are worried about.
Well, first of all, I think that there is a big difference in staying at home in a local election as a protest and not voting in a general election, where you may get a very different type of national government from the one you want, which is why turnout is usually about twice as high in a general election as it is in local elections. And I think the point you make is partly correct, that voters may be more liable to stay at home in a local election. I don't think that holds in a general election. And the next general election will be quite a choice between the different directions that the country wants to take.
All right.
And therefore, I think that people will come out and they will vote in that general election.
Absolutely agree. It will be a choice. And I think the biggest danger, as I see it, to the country is a fifth term of Conservative government. I think that is, whatever we see in the other party results list, that will be the choice. And I think one of the things that I take so much heart from what we're seeing coming in is actually on the Brexit point, you know, it's areas... whether it's Remain or Leave areas, that Labour is beating the Conservatives in. And that is a very significant thing. It's Stoke, it's Medway, you know, it's Plymouth, it's Swindon, it's Blackpool. Bringing the country together. I think that's what we need from the next government, and I think it's clear only Labour can do that.
Right, let's just bring you up to date with some results. North Warwickshire, the Conservatives have lost it. They'll be disappointed with that. They've lost the council. 17 seats to Labour's 15. It's gone to no overall control. We can see the change of seats. The Conservatives are down by 4, Labour up by 1. Independents, of course, we mustn't forget, there are many thousands of independent councillors across the country in these elections. But anyway, they have gained 3. And Decorum, we were just talking about it. Sarah was on the money. Liberal Democrat gain from the Conservatives. They've obviously enough, or all have been declared. 28 seats for the Liberal Democrats. They've gained it from the Conservatives in Hertfordshire. The Conservatives on 18, and they've dropped, you can see there, by 13 seats. Labour have increased by 3 and Independents by 1. Congratulations, another victory for the Liberal Democrats. Just to stick with this issue of Brexit, because there's no doubt it isn't the issue that it was. Some might say, bearing in mind, as you quite rightly point out, because we looked at some of the keywords analysis on areas that voted heavily to leave and those of Remain, do you think you could have talked up and talked a bit more about a closer relationship with Europe on the basis that those areas have come out for you, even though they voted leave?
Well, I think the position we've got is the right one, and the results, again, are validating that. I know people feel very, very strongly about this. They're not going to change their minds. I don't think, you know, they should. It's an important issue, and people felt very strongly about it. I genuinely believe it would be a mistake to relitigate the whole argument. I think if you look at the terrible performance of business investment in the UK, you'd create a whole degree of uncertainty by getting into that. But the deal isn't a good one. And I think the kind of things that could improve it on agricultural exports, on professional qualifications, on the Horizon Science programme that we should definitely be a member of, labour mobility issues in terms of intercompany transfers, and there's a whole range of things. Now, there will be in the next Parliament the first review period for the trade and cooperation agreement. So these will be general election issues. And I think the far more sensible approach that we are taking is a route for the country that recognises how important that market will be, but doesn't get back into the argument which would just potentially go on forever.
Right, I mean, you're laughing. I'll come back to this in just a moment because my colleague, Vicki Irwin, is in Ipswich covering mid-Suffolk. Now, this is somewhere we've been talking about, Vicki, because the Greens are ever hopeful of success in your region. Tell us the latest.
Well, actually, Forever Hope, the anticipation is actually building here, Jo, because they're just 2 seats away from getting that magic number 18, where they would actually take overall control of Mid-Suffolk Council. And we've just been waiting as those declarations have come in, and the Greens have been gathering by the podium by the minute, basically, waiting for these 2 results to come in, and it's highly likely that they will. And the mood here is really very buoyant for the Greens. And this is a council that was Conservative run for 20 years, and in 2019 did go to no overall control with the minority council Conservative leading it. And actually today they even lost their leader of the council, Susie Morley, the Conservative. So she has lost her seat here, and so it's been quite dramatic scenes and really interesting to see what happens. And it's not just here in Mid-Suffolk, it's wider Suffolk too. East Suffolk Council, which has got 39 Conservative councillors, has made gains for the Greens too. So I think there's going to be a change in Suffolk in the map, which has so often been seen as all blue with the red dot of Ipswich in the middle. I think there's definitely going to be some green in there as well.
Right, well, with that anticipation building, we'll leave you for the moment, but come back to you when we have a result. Vicki Irwin there in Ipswich. I think we can talk to Shelley Phelps in North Warwickshire. Hello, there you are, Shelley. Tell us, what's the latest there?
Hi Jo, we've had a result here. The council has gone from being controlled by the Conservatives to knocked to no overall control, but the Conservatives are the largest party. They have 17 seats, Labour on 15 and the Independents on 3. Now the Conservatives are quite pleased with this result because this council was a Labour target. Earlier on today, Labour told me they were very confident of taking this council, but that hasn't happened. And the Conservatives are saying that some of this is due to hard-working local councillors. On all of their literature, they were saying, these are local people working for local people. And another factor that's been significant here, both parties are saying, is the Independents. Now, they got 3 seats and they took seats from either party because a key issue here in the campaign has also been the High Speed 2 railway line, which goes through part of this district that's been heavily opposed in some areas and very controversial.
Shelley Phelps, thank you very much. Let's come in and get your response. First of all, disappointment that you didn't actually take North Warwickshire.
Well, you can't win them all, can you?
No, no, to coin that famous phrase, you can't. But it was a target.
Well, look, I mean, as I say, so far every single possible place around the country we've gone to where we've had this kind of head-to-head between Labour and Conservatives, it's been good news. So, look, you can. We want to win them all, but you can't do that. But there's enough here to be very happy with.
I mean, I'm hearing that Labour has fallen short in Darlington. Very much a target, certainly part of the Tees Valley, very much somewhere that Labour wanted to make progress. Oh, as if by magic. There are the seats at the moment. It's hung council with Labour on 25 seats and the Conservatives on 14.
So look at that.
Yes, and I'm going to just come and the seat change. There is progress there for Darlington, but for Labour in Darlington, you've added 5 and the Tories have lost 8 and the Greens have added 5 too. And I'll come to Liam Fox in a moment about Ben Houchin, who of course is the Metro Mayor in the Tees Valley. Not enough, Conservative, not enough obviously to stop you progressing. But that progress perhaps isn't big enough in an area that you owned for so long?
Well, look, so I was in Darlington the day before the election. It was a place we were very, very interested in. It was also, I think, essentially the only place Conservative cabinet ministers were sent, as far as I could see, in the general election, in the local election campaign. Now, what you have in Darlow is, real five-way politics. So the danger was always that we would gain seats, but it wouldn't be enough to win because of the Greens, two different independent groups.
Yep.
Again, when that comes to a general election, when it's Labour or Conservative, I'd be quite encouraged by that. And of course, in that area on the whole, a sensational result yesterday was the Middlesbrough morality, which we thought was way beyond our wildest
Yes,
dreams.
Labour's taken that from an independent, and it's true that it is split every which way in Darlington. There's a problem here, isn't there, Liam Fox, because levelling up the sort of dividend as promised by Boris Johnson, to a lesser extent Rishi Sunak's talked less about it, is it's not being felt, it's not being realised. So whatever people like Ben Houchin are saying as the Metro Mayor, it's these so-called benefits are not being felt in these areas, and that's why you're losing ground.
Well, what's interesting, I haven't seen the latest results. I haven't heard what John Curtis has been saying about them, but the initial results we were able to look at this morning showed that the swing to Labour was smaller in the northeast, the north of England, and then down into the Midlands, and elections like Walsall, for example, where you saw no swing effectively to Labour at all.
No, well, you've held Walsall.
Which we held. I think
But what about my question about levelling up? Because these are parts of, Stoke-on-Trent has gone. I mean, that was a part of the world in Staffordshire, East Staffordshire as well. Parts of the world that were relying and to some extent sold on the issue of levelling up. And it hasn't happened, and that's why they've withdrawn support.
Well, a lot of the money that we would have wanted to put into some of these, especially big infrastructure projects, have been hit by the big rise in government debt payments, which have actually reduced the flexibility that the Treasury has in terms of
So they punished you for it.
But still, what is interesting is that the bigger swings to Labour have been in the south of the country rather than in the north of the country. And they really do need to make gains up there. And that's part of why I said at the beginning, I think if you look at the overall swing of somewhere between 3.5% and 4% now, it is well below the swing required by Labour to win a general election. All the caveats that we've already talked about, that they're not the same thing.
No, but we heard...
But the swing is not as big as it would need to be, nor do I think, as I would have expected had I been on here as the Labour Party chairman, saying, well, you've been in office for 13 years, you had all these internecine battles last year. We suffered from high inflation, whatever the cause. Why is Labour not crossing that line?
Well, let's get Jonathan to respond.
You've lost everywhere. You've lost everywhere. North, south, east, west, and in the places where we've got this head-to-head battle, Labour has won. And obviously we're not complacent, we're humble about that, but we couldn't have achieved any more, especially given some of these areas
have achieved much more in the past.
And the simple truth is, on these results, there'll be a majority Labour government, not just a Labour government. There'll be a majority Labour government.
A swing of 3.5% will not.
We're 8 points ahead, and of course, with getting Scotland into a more competitive position, which you can't have, and we can be competitive in Scotland.
I'm afraid.
There'd be a majority.
Hang on. Vicki is right. Yeah, but there will be a dispute about it, because as we know, there are also places where these elections weren't fought, and although when we finally get to it, the projected national share, it would be based on everyone in the country voting and the three main parties contesting all those seats. We'll have a slightly better idea about historic comparisons and where parties were at particular points and the percentage vote share they held and hold in these elections will give an indication. I mean, you both agree you cannot say categorically one way or the other, can you?
Of course not. What would the point of campaigning?
Right. But,
I would say,
Liam, you are accepting Labour as largest party on those numbers, aren't you?
Well,
not an overall majority necessarily, we can argue about that later, but it is a rejection of the Conservative Party.
I'm not the one who came out this morning to say on these results Labour is heading for an overall majority in Parliament.
No, but you're being asked a different question.
Well, on the basis...
The Tories out of power is what I'm saying.
It could be. But in 2019... our projected vote shares for the two national parties, looking across all the elections, was 28 for Conservative, 28 for Labour. They were nothing like the results.
I'm going to let Jonathan respond, and then I'm coming to Sarah.
Well, first
she
of all,
hasn't had a chance
you did change Prime Minister, but look, I would just say the Conservative Party is so out of touch, they don't even know when they've lost an election.
Can I just say, Liam keeps going on about vote share, but he knows full well at the end of the day it always comes down to seats, both at local elections and at general elections, and Conservatives are losing seats everywhere. And I'm confident that they will.
Hang on, Liam, because you're going to be here for a bit.
They cannot get the vote share converted to seats.
Yes, we can.
That's enough. We're going to talk to the BBC's political editor, Chris Mason. Chris, you may have been hearing some of the discussion in here. It is very much about whether or not taking what we know so far in these local election results, Labour on course to be the largest party. They say on course to win a majority. Liam Fox for the Conservatives is saying, oh no, not necessarily. But I think you can talk to us a little bit about Conservatives assessing their own performance.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt that lively discussion, Jo. I'll allow it to resume in just a moment or two. Yeah, what's quite striking as we see these Conservative losses is the beginnings of the recriminations, the sniping that is going on within the party. What's been quite striking in the last 6 months since Rishi Sunak became Prime Minister is how he and the party have managed to put a lid on that kind of spectacular outbreak of civil war that happened last autumn. And I'm not suggesting that is about to restart, but we're just hearing whisperings of discontent, perhaps inevitable given what's happened overnight and into this afternoon. I want to show you a quote from a figure loyal to Boris Johnson and Liz Truss, yes, the two former Prime Ministers of the last year. Let me show you what this figure said to me. Rishi has no option but to own these results. He has been Chancellor or Prime Minister for virtually all of the last 3 years, and it was he and his supporters who forced Boris and then Liz out of office in order to install him in Downing Street. The old saying goes that it is the economy stupid that defines the choice that voters have at the ballot box. He was the Chancellor who had presided over the stagnation of the British economy and hiked taxes to the highest level in 70 years, while failing to seize any of the advantages of leaving the European Union. It is little wonder so many previous Conservative voters failed to back us yesterday. I think my one-word analysis of that would be ouch.
Yes.
However, what we should say is, look, this is people whispering into the ear of the BBC political editor rather than marching out in front of the cameras and saying something similar, which would be on a whole other level. And even those who are of this view this afternoon are not suggesting that this amounts to a desire within the Conservative Party to topple Rishi Sunak. I think there's a sense amongst Conservatives that after the last year they've had quite enough of spectacular fireworks, civil war and contemplating oblivion, and even his biggest critics, the Prime Minister's biggest critics internally, privately acknowledge that Rishi Sunak is going to take the party into the next general election. But I think what is striking when you hear these kinds of noises off is for Conservative MPs this afternoon, looking at where they represent in Parliament, mirroring it or matching it, overlaying the map of how things might have been at their local authority last night and this afternoon, inevitably, as a human level, that's going to prompt real jitters from them. And when those jitters coagulate, if those things can, when MPs return here after the coronation, how does that mood come together and how does it express itself? And I think what we're getting a sense of is that the noise is off within the Conservative Party might just be ratcheting up a bit compared with the, publicly at least, sense of discipline that there's been since October. One final thought, I think what we're seeing this afternoon is almost a kind of reaction on the accelerator to the results we're seeing, because Westminster is very aware that there's a small matter of a coronation coming up in the next 24 hours or so, and so the long tail of election analysis that usually trundles on for the entire weekend after a set of local elections or a general election is going to rather promptly stop once we get into all things coronation. So to that extent, I think there's sort of a fast forwarding of the kind of stuff that, I don't know, maybe in a conventional post-election few days you might see splashed all over a Sunday newspaper or whatever.
But we'll resume all this, of course, won't we, early next week. It won't be forgotten. Liam Fox is laughing here in the studio at that thought of pressing pause on politics just for a few days and returning to it. Chris Mason, BBC's political editor, thank you very much. Let me just remind you of some of those lines in case you've forgotten them. Rishi has no option but to own these results. He can't say it was what were the words he used, the box set drama of last year, because he was Chancellor. for quite a lot of it, and it is about the economy stupid. And it was his supporters who forced out Boris Johnson and Liz Truss in order to improve Conservative fortunes. They haven't improved.
First of all, I've heard these unattributable briefings a lot.
Have you?
And I would say yes. And I would say I've read them in the press. They're almost exactly
people aren't talking to you
they're
about
almost
them.
word for word. No. And I think that people have these. Don't whisper anonymously, but say it. We were talking earlier about the quality and honour in politics. I think that Rishi Sunak has brought a competence and a confidence back to the parliamentary party. That just wasn't there. And this idea that this was a plot to undermine Boris Johnson and then Liz Truss, they were more than capable of making their own decisions at the time. And I think there is.
But
no
he should
point.
own these results, shouldn't he?
He
is the Prime Minister.
Absolutely, and he will own these results. And
Right.
the Prime Minister will recognise that these are not great results for the Conservative Party, but he will
Or for him.
But he will also recognise that when a party has been in office for 13 years, even if you've only been the Prime Minister for 6 months, there is a long hangover from what's been there.
Yeah.
We know that the public are not happy about the rate of inflation and the problems that they face.
But
the
so
Prime
far,
Minister
Rishi
has
Sunak's
got
not changing the weather, is he? And that's the point.
Well,
the
I
point is that
disagree with that.
The point
I
is,
disagree
well,
with
these
that.
results don't show that, Liam
Well, I think
Fox.
if these results had been, if this election had been held 6 months ago, you'd have seen an amazingly worse set of results for the Conservatives.
All right, so it's a less catastrophic result than it would have been.
Well, that's how you would put it. I would put it as the fact that the Prime Minister is bringing leadership and confidence and competence
But in
to the
these
government.
local elections, where can you see that? Apart from a couple of places, where can you see it?
I see that in Walsall. I've seen that in Peterborough.
All right, I've said, in those couple of places, that's one or two. We've got 230 councils. We've got Labour winning councils, flipping councils in the southwest. We've got them in the Midlands. We've got them in Staffordshire. We've got them in the northeast. We've got the Liberal Democrats doing it in the south.
I go back to the same point. So if Labour are about to deal a cataclysmic blow to the Conservative Party, why are they getting a swing of 3.5% to 4%?
Right, so nothing changes.
No, I'm not
so the
saying.
Conservatives will just do what they've been doing. Rishi Sunak should just keep going on about those 5 pledges.
It's exactly what he should do.
And stick. Nothing changes.
Exactly
That's not
what he
usually
should
the
do.
response
It's
in
exactly
politics
what he should do.
when you've got a
He's been
terrible
Prime
set of
Minister
results.
for 6 months. He recognises what the problems are. We've got to get public finances sorted. We've got to get more growth in the economy. We have got.
But with the best will in the world, people will think you've got 13 years of Conservative rule, maybe not under Rishi Sunak.
Well,
there is one thing I do need to bring with Jonathan.
Under the last 13 years.
No, fair enough. But there is one issue, and that is actually his personal poll ratings. Rishi Sunak's personal poll ratings aren't that bad. They're more popular than the Conservative. Well, they aren't that bad compared to the Conservative Party. Interestingly, for Labour, the Labour Party seems to do better in its polling with people than Keir Starmer personally. Does that matter?
Well, look, I mean, first of all, that Rishi Sunak polls slightly better than Liz Truss or is seen as more competent than Liz Truss. I mean, come on, what's the bar, people? I mean, if we could pick someone at random to be Prime Minister and they would be able to say that, I think. Second of all, with Keir Starmer, you've got someone who has turned around the Labour Party in a way which has made us competitive, in a way which, let's be honest, is unprecedented in British political history. If we win the next general election with a majority, as we think we can based on these results, I don't think you've ever seen, it's like going from 1983 to 97, not from 92 to 97. And I think in Keir you've got someone people recognise can be the Prime Minister with ability and do it for the right reasons. And we haven't had that for many of the years I've been in Parliament with the Conservative offerings that we've had. And that's what I think is so exciting. And I'd say to everyone in this country, come and be part of this. This could be one of these huge moments of change, like 1945, 1964, 1997. These are the moments where we really take the country forward. And I think we can do that again.
I mean, what's interesting is that policy-wise, a lot of the proposals being put forward by you and your Labour colleagues are much the same as the Conservatives. Broadly speaking, you don't want to rock the boat. That is quite similar to 1995-96. You didn't do anything that dramatic at the time that he's dropped the pledges to nationalise various key utilities. He has decided not to scrap tuition fees. Rightly or wrongly, I'm not making a judgment about these things. And Keir Starmer, is going to come in with the sort of prospect that says, well, we're going to do what the Tories do, we're just going to do it better.
No, I don't think that's true. I think you've already got some really quite tantalising dividing lines for the next election. I think you've got us for house building and home ownership, them for, NIMBYism or whatever it would be described as. We've got a closer relationship with Europe, getting the economy moving again, a big green investment programme similar to what the Biden administration has done in the US. We've got a return to proper long-term industrial policy. We've got none of this from the government. So look, we think we can grow the economy better, deliver better public services, but there'll be some real choice for the public at the next general election. And I say, let's bring that on, because what we're seeing so far is the public are looking at the choice before them and saying, we'll take Labour now, please.
The choice of Prime Minister is absolutely key. And it's because Rishi Sunak is more popular than the Conservative Party, because he has got high ratings on trust and a whole range of other issues, that the Labour Party have, as we discussed earlier, started to attack him personally rather than to attack the Conservatives. And it is this attack, the personal attack. Rishi Sunak doesn't want to put paedophiles in jail. Ridiculous, I think, gutter politics. I think that if the Labour Party don't drop that, then Keir Starmer will be seen to be the king of the sewer in politics, and that will be deeply damaging to his prospects.
I think people see in Keir something which is what we haven't had enough of in British politics, a working class lad who's done well, who's gone into public service, who wants to make a difference and who's got the ability to do the job. And I think having a leader of the opposition people see as a potential Prime Minister is a very significant asset.
Sarah?
I just want to say, off the back of Chris's update there, it just seems so typical of the Tories that they've gone for yet another sort of toxic bun fight in reaction to the message they got from the voters yesterday, instead of really focusing on what's gone wrong. Why are the voters turning against them? It's because they crashed the economy. It's because public services aren't working. It's because they put people's taxes up. But no, they seem to think, or some of them seem to think, it's because Boris Johnson is no longer in charge. I think there's a very, very strong message from voters yesterday that is not the cause of the Tory party woes.
Just before I come to you, Vicki, I'm just going to remind everyone of the current state of the parties in these local elections in England. At the moment, Labour have just over 1,100 councillors. They're up 222. The Conservatives are down 374 and 868. The Liberal Democrats adding more. Their tally is 91. Independents have lost 11, and the Greens have added 81. I'm being told that they may be on course, the Greens, for a possible majority. That would be for the very first time in mid-Suffolk.
The Greens called it themselves.
They've called it themselves
on Twitter, saying that they have won that. They're taking majority council for the first time. They won't be able to do that in Folkestone. The other one we were talking about earlier, they could be the largest party.
Well, that was going to be a big surprise, wasn't it? That would have been a surprise. They will fall short, but it looks like they'll be the biggest party there. So they are polling well in lots of areas, really increasing the number of councillors they have, and also, significant shares on lots of these councils. I mean, obviously, again, taking advantage to some extent of the kicking that the Conservatives are getting.
I mean, it's very difficult to ever guess why people vote in the way they do. But of course, if you think about, in policy terms and in coverage, and when it comes to, issues people care about, people are talking a lot more, aren't they, about the kinds of issues that the Greens talk about. If you think about climate change and all of the coverage that's had in recent years, maybe it's not a surprise that people are, in some places, switching their vote to the Greens.
I mean, the Liberal Democrats, I think it was your colleague Daisy Cooper who said, yes, but at a national level, there's no point voting for Greens if you want to get the Conservatives out, because they've only got one MP, and they took that off. Caroline Lucas from Labour, just vote Liberal Democrat. That's not very chivalrous, is it?
Well, I think we've heard this afternoon all's fair in politics, pretty much. But there'll be seats where we'll be best placed to beat the Tories. There'll be seats where Labour are best placed. I'm not sure how many seats there are where the Greens are best placed, and I think that will influence voters when it comes to the general election, which is all about seats and not vote share.
We've just got a few minutes before going to the news. Jonathan, in terms of talks with other parties, is that something you would advocate in area?
No, because the public can make decisions themselves. They don't need political parties to make those decisions for them behind closed doors. And ultimately, of course, what we can say legitimately as the Labour Party is we're competitive in all parts of the UK. What's happened in Scotland is clearly very significant in terms of what that might mean for the next general election, and with the chance to gain progress there, as well as in the north, the Midlands, the south. I don't think any other political party can say that. And I think we don't need to be talking to other parties because, as I say, you take these pictures on a whole, they tell us we should have some confidence in going forward to win a majority.
Let me just give you a few more results. Rugby. The Conservatives have lost the Council of Rugby, 21 seats Tories, 12 to Labour, 9 to Lib Dem. Let's have a look at the change. Seats change. Conservatives have dropped 2, Labour have gained 2. A straightforward swap there. Let's have a look at Slough. Now this is in Berkshire. It looks as if Labour have lost Slough. It was Labour. It looks like it's no overall control. 21 seats there for the Conservative, Labour on 18. Now there are a specific story here about financial difficulties. I think the council may even have gone bust at one change. But anyway, you can see the Conservatives have gained 16 seats and Labour have dropped 18. It's just gone 3 o'clock. Let's get the latest news from Lukweza Burak.
Jo, thank you very much indeed. Results from England's local elections have seen gains for Labour and the Liberal Democrats at the expense of the Conservatives. The Prime Minister, Rishi Sunak, admits the results are disappointing for the Tories. Labour have taken control of councils including Swindon, Plymouth, Stoke-on-Trent and Medway, and say the results mean they can win a majority at the next general election. Well, the Lib Dems have won in Windsor and Maidenhead. Their leader, Sir Ed Davey, called the results groundbreaking. Our political correspondent, Ian Watson, has the latest.
Friends, it's great to have Keir on the pier.
The Labour leader claimed it was the Conservatives who were all at sea. 20 years of Tory rule in Medway and Kent ended overnight, and Sir Keir Starmer claimed his party was cruising to victory nationally.
Make no mistake, we are on course for a Labour majority at the next general election.
He says he's changed Labour, and its electoral rebirth is based not just on the number of seats won, but the geographical spread. Labour took control of Plymouth and Swindon in the south. It regained its traditional territory of Stoke in the West Midlands and won control of Blackpool in northwest England.
Going down here.
But there's a further concern for the Conservatives. The Lib Dems are doing well in areas Labour can't reach. With a general election drawing closer, their crowning glory was taking Windsor and Maidenhead from the Tories.
3, 2, 1.
We knew we were going to do quite well, but I'll be frank with you, we didn't realise we'd do quite as well as we've done. The Liberal Democrats have shown that we can now beat the Conservatives, and we're actually coming back in our traditional heartlands too.
The Greens have made some unexpected and spectacular gains in East Hertfordshire at the Conservatives' expense. They hope to take control of Mid-Suffolk, where the Conservative leader has already lost her seat.
Our big claim to fame for Conservatives is always our ability to manage the economy, and that's always been one of our USPs. And unfortunately, because of what happened before Christmas, we've lost that reputation.
Amid a cost of living crisis, Conservative staffers were probably grateful for this food delivery. Rishi Sunak promised to deliver policy promises too.
What people want us to do is focus on their priorities. Halving inflation, growing the economy, reducing debt, cutting waiting lists and stopping the boats. Those are the country's priorities.
The Conservatives have been pointing out areas where their opponents have been doing less well, while Labour has been arguing it now has enough political momentum to take it to a general election victory. But in truth, it's difficult to be that definitive.
Yes, Labour have made significant seat gains as compared with what was a poor performance by them in 2019, as well as the poor performance by the Conservatives. But if you actually compare the results with last year, Labour's share of the vote, their own share of the vote, is actually on the sample of results we've got so far, and it is only a sample, is pretty much unchanged.
Rishi Sunak is meeting world leaders ahead of the coronation. After today's results, it's perhaps not surprising he wants to focus on global, not local politics. Ian Watson, BBC News.
The Electoral Commission, the body which regulates elections, has said that some people were unable to vote yesterday because they didn't have photo ID. Campaigners say the new voter identity rules had brought about a dark day for democracy. The requirement was introduced as part of the Elections Act 2022 and stipulates that voters in England, Wales and Scotland provide photo ID before casting their ballot. The system has been in place in Northern Ireland since 2007. And just to remind you that you can find out the election results in your area by heading to the BBC News website, and all you need to do is type in your postcode. That is your news summary. Jo, it's back to you.
Luqueza, thank you very much. Well, we've reached an important point in this afternoon's special local elections programme because we can bring you the breaking news of the projected national share in these local elections. Let's just put those figures up in front of you. The projected national share is the figures that are calculated of how the three main parties would have performed their share of the vote if everyone in the country had been voting. You can see there that Labour is on 35%, the Conservatives on 26%, the Liberal Democrats on 20%, and others on 19%. Let's get some context of what this all means in terms of the parties' individual performances and compared to previous years with Professor Sir John Curtis. John.
Good afternoon to you, Jo. Yes, this is the moment that we've been working for by collecting the results in 750 so-called key wards. These are places that we think give us a representative illustration of the performance of the parties in these local elections, and from that we then projected as to what we think would happen if everybody had local elections on Thursday, which of course they didn't. A crucial thing we should say straight away, this is not a forecast of what the outcome of a general election would have been if it had been held on Thursday. It is a measure of the performance of the parties in the local elections, designed to make it possible for us to compare the performance this year with previous years. So, headline number one, the Labour Party's lead over the Conservatives at 9 points is their biggest lead on this estimate in any set of local elections since the Labour Party lost power in 2010. It beats the 7 points of 2012, and to that extent at least, it means the Labour Party have met what many might regard as their minimal target for these local elections on this kind of estimate, to have demonstrated to have done better relative to the Conservatives at least than at any previous set of local elections. Headline number two, however, is that that 9-point lead says as much about the Conservative Party and the difficulties that it is in as it does give a clear impression of the progress made by Labour. What do I mean by that? Well, at 26%, the Conservatives are not quite at their worst performance ever, indeed not even quite their worst performance since 2010. They were even worse than in 2013. But it's not far off rock bottom. It's not far off where John Major was at in the 1990s. So it's a reminder, as all those Conservative losses which are still mounting up have illustrated, of the difficulties the Conservatives have found themselves in these local elections. However, at 35%, Labour's own estimated share is no higher than it was last year. We've been saying for a long time, ever since about 2 o'clock back in the early hours of the morning, that it wasn't clear that Labour were advancing on what they did last time, and that has basically continued to be the case ever since. So that helps to explain why our estimate ends up that point. For Liberal Democrats, mild cheer. 20% is their best performance since 2010, although it doesn't match what they were achieving routinely before that. And I think we can say that probably these local elections mark a bit further progress by the Liberal Democrats in that probably quite long-term task of trying to repair the damage that was done to its local government base, its once substantial local government base, by its involvement in the coalition with the Conservatives. We've seen the seat gains the parties have made. We've seen the council gains it's made. Well, its vote share on our estimate is also up a point on last year as well. So there's something here in a sense for everybody. The Conservatives, I think, might say, well, at least it's not the worst ever, but it's pretty bad. The Labour will say, well, we've got a record lead over the Conservatives, but on the other hand, perhaps we might have done a bit better. And the Democrats certainly made progress, but still a long way back to the happy days of Paddy Ashdown and Charles Kennedy.
Is it enough for Labour? Is that 35% looking forward? Is it enough for them to win a majority at any future general election?
Well, it depends now how you take those figures. And remember, what I've said to you is that we do... this is not an estimate of what the parties will go to general election. So what we then have to do is to say, well, what is the swing implied by this, and how does it compare with the swing that the national opinion polls are showing? And national opinion polls, of course, have the Liberal Democrats much lower because the Liberal Democrats do much better in local elections than they do in general elections. So it's difficult for all the parties to match where they're at. Well, the implied swing here from 2019 is 4.5%. The swing in the most recent opinion polls is 5%, with a 16-point lead in the polls. Labour would have enough to get an overall majority at 4.5%, perhaps just enough, much depending on Scotland. So maybe just, but only if you look at it in that particular way. We might later on to remember how Peter Snow used to deal with these events, give you a little bit of an idea of what happens if we simply took those numbers that we've just given you and what would happen in those circumstances. But the truth is that's not an attempt to seriously answer your question, as opposed to just have a little bit of fun towards the end of the programme.
Well, we're always up for having a little bit of fun. So we will come back to you for that interesting place of figures in House of Commons, and you can come back and do that for us. Professor Sir John Curtis, thank you very much. Well, I'm joined here in the studio, as you will have noticed, by a new set of guests. The Conservative Minister for Policing, Chris Philp, Labour's Shadow Attorney General, Emily Thornberry, the Mirror's Fleet Street Fox, Susie Boniface, and the Sun's Chief Political Correspondent, Natasha Clark. Welcome to all of you. Let's talk about that projected national share. It's almost, I think you're only 1% off your worst performance, rock bottom for the Conservatives. Your thoughts?
Well, look, these are certainly disappointing results. There's no question about that. But I think what was interesting about John Curtis's analysis is one or two things. John himself wrote a piece in The Times a few days ago where he set as a benchmark for Labour, I think it was 10%, double digits, in terms of that lead on the projected national share. And the figures you just put on the screen fall short of that. Indeed, the 9% you put up is barely better than Ed Miliband managed in 2012. And as John said, in 2013, just 2 years before David Cameron won an outright majority, we did worse than this. So I think while they're disappointing for us, no question about that at all, they don't, I think, demonstrate that Labour have made the progress they would have wanted to make. No increase in Labour's vote share.
Well, we'll come on to Labour. I'm going to come on to Labour.
They are barely getting any better than Ed Miliband did.
I'm going to come on to Labour in just a moment because we can talk about it. But when we look at those figures, we have spoken to a number of outgoing Conservative council leaders, whether they were from Swindon or in Medway or in Plymouth. It's across the board. It's more than disappointing, isn't it? Because it's pretty well everywhere, geographically, I'm not talking every council, but everywhere across the country, there is a pattern here that people are saying, we've had enough of the Conservatives.
Well, it's not unremittingly bleak. There have been places where progress has been made, like Peterborough and Harlow. We've, now the biggest party, I think, on Slough, where Labour have lost control. So it's not an unremittingly bleak picture. But clearly we have work to do. And I think that's why the Prime Minister set out those 5 pledges, grow the economy, halve inflation, cut waiting lists, stop the boats and reduce debt. And I think if we deliver on those things over the next year and a half, that will be something the public would really welcome.
Would you admit that people don't believe you are going to, and that's perhaps why they have delivered this verdict? Just to refer back to the gains that you talked about in Peterborough and Harlow, you've gained 1 seat in each of those. Slough I give you because I just did the results, and there's a special set of circumstances there because of some sort of financial difficulties.
No doubt.
Yeah, fine.
Right.
But one step. Well, Croydon, I don't think the elections have been fought, are they? But let's stick to the councils we are talking about being contested. So that's 1 seat gain in both those places. So other than that, is it the failure to deliver? Because Rishi Sunak, however hard he tries, cannot distinguish himself from Boris Johnson and Liz Truss. I mean, he is the latest Conservative Prime Minister who hasn't delivered. And the cost of living, we heard from ex-Tory council leaders that was the issue on the doorstep.
Well, I think, in fairness, anyone, probably even Emily, would accept that Rishi Sunak is very different to Boris Johnson.
But these are his results.
Truss.
This is his party.
I think clearly across Western Europe. Let me finish.
I'm going to come to you.
I'm happy to interrupt you if you want. Look, across Western Europe, incumbent governments face huge challenges. The cost of living crisis, most obviously. That is not unique to the UK. It affects all of Western Europe, indeed the whole Western world. And, it takes time to sort those problems out. I think the 5 pledges are the things the public want the government to focus on. And I think if we're able to deliver on those 5 things, halving inflation, growing the economy, cutting debt, stopping the boats and so on, reducing waiting lists, that is something that will put us in very good stead for the next election, but the public do want delivery.
Right, well, let's have a look at, yes, they certainly do. And as I say, I think a lot of them just feel it's not going to come from you. Let's just take a look at some of the results. The Liberal Democrats have held Wokingham, John Redwood's area, the Conservative MP. It's a hung council. Basingstoke is hung. Broxtowe, Labour have gained Broxtowe. South Hams, we were hearing about there from our correspondent in the South West. The Liberal Democrats have gained. Labour will be very pleased with that gain in North East Derbyshire. The Conservatives have lost in Pendle and Labour have lost in Slough. That just gives you a bit of a picture across the country on top of some of the results that we have known. They've just literally come in the last 10 minutes. So those are the latest results. Let's go back to that projected national share. 9-point lead over the Conservatives. It's substantial. It is the biggest, certainly in the last few years. Chris was referring to when Ed Miliband was leader, but tight, really tight on the swing that John Curtis was talking about. Your colleague, Jonathan Reynolds, sitting there, was very confident about marching to victory with a majority. Not on those figures. Not in progress has been made, but not quite enough to seal the deal.
Well, OK, so let's put it this way. It's a 5-point lead from 22. It's our highest lead since 97. It's a base camp. Nobody said that we didn't have a mountain to climb. But, you know, I like the view from here. I think it's all right. We're happy today. You know, we've done really well. We've worked really hard. I'm very proud of all our volunteers. We have some fantastic results and we will be able to deliver change to an awful lot of people up and down the country. And we're the party that's representing the whole of the country. And we have a really good chance now of winning the next general election. It is something to be cheerful about.
This is something you won't be cheerful about, Chris Philp. I mean, it is continuing pattern. That's quite a dramatic result there in Bracknell Forest. Labour have gained that from the Conservatives. We can see the number of seats. Labour on 22. The Conservatives on 10, Liberal Democrats on 7. Look at the change in seats. That's quite a big seat change, bigger than we've seen most of the afternoon. 18 seats to Labour they've gained. And, you've dropped 27 in an area that one might have said was a pretty safe Tory part of the world. Liberal Democrats have gained 7, Greens have gained 2. It looks as if the opposition parties have come together and taken pretty well all your seats. That's pretty disastrous.
Well, on the face of it, that looks disappointing. I'm not sure whether there were local circumstances that applied there. I'm not familiar with the particular area. But on this point about projected national share and what that means for the election, there have been 2 occasions in the last 25 years when the government has changed. 1997, when Tony Blair won a landslide, and then 2010, when David Cameron came in. In the local elections before those general elections, so in 1996 and in 2009, the party that was entering power, Labour in 97, Conservatives in 2010, had national vote share leads in the preceding local elections, getting close to 15%. And we haven't seen Labour today, on the figures we've just been presented, and they may of course change, come anything close to that. So measured by those benchmarks, Labour have fallen a long way short.
Oh, it's a good try. It's a good try. I mean, so you're cheerful, are you, today? You think that actually the results today, as we're seeing them, it's quite clear
I think, to be
the
fair,
Tories are marching into victory. I mean, if there's a choice between Labour and the Conservatives, you look at the results overnight and you think, yeah, put your money on the Conservatives.
Well, that's not
they're
what I
going to
said.
win the next election.
Oh, Emily,
then you're
that's
not going to
what I
win
said.
the next election.
I
And
said
when the
I'm
next
disappointed.
election comes, people will have a choice between Labour and the Conservatives. They will either have a Conservative Prime Minister or a Labour Prime Minister, and people will make a choice. And what has been quite clear overnight is that the message is people are fed up. They're fed up to the back teeth of the Tories, promising and never delivering, and then telling us that everything is all right. It is not all right. We have not had growth. You're presiding over, the failure of our public services. No growth at all. And you're so complacent and just sit there and say, oh well, it's actually been great over the last 13 years. It's not been great.
So Emily, that's not really fair. So first of all, we're not complacent. Those five objectives, I think, demonstrate clearly that Rishi Sunak and the government understand there are things that need to get sorted out, and those 5 things are top of the list. Now, you said there's been no growth, right? I mean, last year, 2022, we had the highest GDP growth in the G7. The previous year, 2021, we also had the highest GDP growth in the G7. and unemployment is at a near 50-year low. So I don't really accept the unremittingly bleak picture that obviously it suits you to paint, but there are challenges and we are going to meet them.
Right, but in terms of inflation, which you have promised to halve, it's still at 10%, which is why the cost of living is still such a potent and salient issue on the doorstep. And in terms of growth, it has been anaemic over the last sort of 5, 6, 7 years. You can pick out, and that's correct, you can pick out those 2 years, but broadly speaking, that growth has been pretty
And if I
anemic.
can just give you some advice, all right? Friendly advice, right?
I doubt it'll be friendly.
No, seriously.
Or sincerely intended.
People
well, we're all listening.
People don't believe you when you say that cost of living is the top of your priorities. They don't believe you because they don't see you doing anything about it. And that's what your problem is. It's all very well, saying, oh, no, but if you start telling people, A, that there's no problem, or B, that you're doing something about it, which you seem to be saying both at the same time, and people kind of see, actually, we are getting poorer. Over the last 13 years, look at what the Tories have achieved. Are we poorer? Yes, we're poorer. Are our services worse?
We're not poorer.
Yes, we are. You see, you're doing it again. I seriously don't think you should do that.
Let me look. We've said we're aiming to halve inflation. You said we've done nothing about the cost of living. Okay, the government has spent about £100 billion over the last year alleviating cost of living pressures. Today, as we sit here, Emily, you yourself and me and everyone else watching are paying energy bills that are half the level they would be but for the energy intervention announced last year. So how you can sit there and seriously suggest to viewers the government has done nothing when it spent £100 billion and has halved our energy bills is ludicrous even by your standards.
The action you take is not sufficiently effective. Your windfall taxes allow the oil and gas company...
I'm so sorry, we're already showing these pictures. These are Greens celebrating. I don't mean to intrude on private Green. In mid-Suffolk. Now, you may remember many hours ago when the programme began that the Greens were predicting that this could be the council that they actually win and become a majority party on, and it looks as if that has happened, hence those celebrations. So this could be the first time that the Greens have got a majority council, because in Brighton and Hove, where they have been running a minority administration, they've still never been a majority council. So just to give you a little bit of a sense of what's going on other parts of the country and with other parties. Let me turn to...
It'll be interesting to see what happens in Brighton, because they have been running Brighton, and I suspect they're not going to keep Brighton because their record is not very good.
And on that, I agree with Emily.
On that rare moment of consensus, we're going to talk to them later on, since they're not obviously here to defend themselves against both of you. Just briefly, Tewkesbury. Conservatives have lost Tewkesbury, another council that has gone. Looks to no overall control, I should say. Liberal Democrats have the largest party with 16 seats. Conservatives on 9 and Independents on 9. The Greens on 4. You can see there the seat change. Again, big drop for the Conservatives. Just before I come to you, Susie and Natasha, I just wanted to briefly ask you, Emily, on that Bracknell Forest result. I mean, that was some result. Was there evidence of a progressive alliance there? That is what had been talked about, that Labour, the Greens and the Liberal Democrats all came together there, and it worked, if that was the case. There was a pretty dramatic result. Are you going to do that at a general election?
No, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. I mean, what we will do is we will stand candidates up and down the country. There will be no deals. I mean, essentially, people will need to vote the way that they want to, and if they want to have an alternative to the Conservatives, they should vote Labour. If we end up with, certainly we hope that we will get a majority government, as we've always said, if we were to be a minority government, we will put forward a Queen's speech and a budget, and it'll be up to the minority parties to vote for it, because if they're representing their constituents properly, they certainly would vote for that. And if they didn't, then they'd have to face their electorate.
Susie, your thoughts?
Crikey. Just this is one thing. As far as the issue of complacency would go, I would say, just as a general example, okay, my ward, which is up for a local election, I got 2 posters through the door. It's a true blue area in Maidstone in Kent, and you'd think that Labour and the Tories would be in contention, or perhaps the Lib Dems would think it's part of the blue wall and they should be trying to tackle it. I got no leaflets whatsoever or attention from Labour or the Lib Dems in that department, and nor did we at the last general election. The Conservative candidate who put a letter through my letterbox, her entire list of plans, the things that she would do in a 5-year term, consisted of, and I am not joking, more litter bins. that was it. The Green candidate who put stuff through the letterbox, who came second last time and was in the best chance of beating the Tories, had a list of stuff like this to do. And so I voted for that guy. And, you know, as in mid-Suffolk, it's mushroom tea all round. Everyone's very happy. But the issue is of, you know, the complacency of both Labour and the Tories in that particular tiny district of thinking the Tories had no ambition of how we can convince people to vote for us. Like the local Tory councillor, who will be, I'm sure, a party activist, one of the people who is out on the doorsteps bringing people in on the general election, you've lost her job because of your complacency.
And that happens, obviously, at local elections right across the board. And there are local issues and there are national issues that come to the fore. But most of the people we've spoken to today, so obviously not that representative, have said it was national issues. It's the national picture that meant that as Conservatives we lost that council, whether it was, as I say, Swindon or Plymouth or East Staffordshire. How difficult is this for Rishi Sunak?
I think it's still all to play for. I know that it's been more difficult a night for the Conservatives than most people would say. And I think 24 hours ago, you know, I'm not a betting person at all, would have said things would probably go a little bit better for the Conservative Party. I think expectations have been very much managed. You know, that 1,000, was it the 1,000 seat projection now creeping up towards it. It has been for a while.
So no longer a worst case scenario.
No longer a worst case scenario. Definitely worse than anybody expected. The Conservative press WhatsApp group has been a little bit quieter than the Labour one this morning. But yes, I still think it's all to play for, and it's very much, you know, it's now Labour's sort of, you know, chance now for you've got the next year. You're on the right path essentially, right? The Conservative Party have shown that there is still something to play for them, but Labour have shown that they can nearly get there, and that's why I think it's still all open. I think it's still all of a chance. Rishi Sunak has only been in power for 6 months. He's not had that much time to show exactly what you know, the policies that he's got. He's done well so far. He's had a good 6 months, but it's going to take another year to show people that those 5 promises can really be delivered.
Can I just answer your point about Kent though? Because I hear what you're saying about Maidstone, but I mean, if you think about Kent, we've only had one Labour MP until quite recently, and there are areas where we have been in contention and where we're now fighting back. So if you think about, you know, I think we're going to see some really interesting results in Dover and Deal. We're quite hopeful about that. Medway, we won some seats in Folkestone, Central Folkestone. 3 of my friends got elected this morning.
The boundary
Thanet,
changes.
Canterbury. We've just beaten the Tory leader of the council in Canterbury.
Right, but with the boundary changes, the Maidstone and the Weald constituency has been split in 2. Helen Grant, the Tory, is about 400 votes ahead of the Labour vote in that area. There's no Labour candidate yet. You've got a general election in 18 months' time. Chris Philp thinks they're going to fix the vote problem in 18 months. All I'm saying is that we've got to come 10 years to do.
I think Kent is quite a good example of where we do need to come back from a long way, and we are getting there. But I hear what you're saying, and it's a really important point because we mustn't be complacent. Whilst we should rejoice in how well we've done, we still have a long way to go.
Right. I mean, in terms of what you were saying too, Natasha, you think there is still time for Rishi Sunak. Our political editor, BBC's political editor, has spoken to a Boris Johnson supporter saying that, you know, he's got to own these results. It's about the economy, stupid. He was the Chancellor under Boris Johnson. Obviously, we hear where this person comes from politically, but he ousted or helped oust Boris Johnson and Liz Truss in order to become Prime Minister. And these results are worse, as you say, than were expected.
They are, and he does have to own that. And I think I think he is. You know, we saw him earlier today. Like, I don't think there was any illusions of trying to mask exactly how difficult these have been for the Conservative Party. In the past few hours, and we're obviously seeing that as these results come in. But no, I do think that, you know, a year out from a general election, I just don't think it's too early to predict exactly what's going to happen.
Well, let's get a different voice and talk to Marianne Overton. She's in Lincolnshire. She represents the independent group on the Local Government Association. Hello to you, Marianne. Thank you very much for waiting patiently. I know it's difficult on these very long days on local elections. Now, independents broadly, I think, have done about as well as they did in 2019, and they did well then. That was a good year for them. Why do you think that is?
And independents are local champions. They're people in the community who have already done great things locally. So it might be running businesses or charities or voluntary organisations. And I think that's why our members get elected. They just want to do more by working through the councils And of course, with local government being so important, I know you've talked a lot about the impacts on national government,
yes,
but actually local government is vital. If you look at everything, almost everything outside our front door or inside is either under the control or influence of our local councils. And people need to remember that when they come to vote. You know, this is about who is going to make sure that you get the best possible services from your council locally and the best possible champions.
Right.
And that's voting independent.
And do you think that independents do well in the way you've outlined because of disillusionment with some of the big parties and perhaps a failure to deal with local services properly?
There's certainly an element of that, absolutely, because that is what makes people look to an alternative to something that they may have voted before. So they are looking for something that's a bit different, and the independents do tend to provide a strong and fresh approach, which means that they are serving what people need and want, and not any other National Party agenda. So a much more genuine and strong representation locally, and that's bringing all those resources that the council spend, and people forget they do have quite a lot of millions necessarily because we're doing so much. And that's why it's important that we make sure that we have independent councillors who are listening to local people and really bringing those resources to focus on the needs of local people. And as you rightly recognise, there's plenty at the moment. Certainly on the doorsteps, I'll give you a few things. We have had the cost of living, but the big thing for us has been access to services. People see difficulty accessing the GP or difficulty getting hospital waiting times. 33, 39 hours is not uncommon. It's just not acceptable. And an ambulance just says, well, they can't make it at all. You know, it's really not good enough because people feel they're paying their taxes the same. They've been continuing on that. And it's really, they got what they thought they were paying for.
Well, Marianne, I don't know if you've got time to just stay with us because I'm going to get some reflections on what you've said from our studio guests here. But Chris, it is interesting, the number of independents, a large number of independents running services, local services, because these are local elections, better in many places, as Marianne has said. Why do you think it is?
Well, I think there's a certain amount of fatigue with politics, Westminster politics generally, and clearly one of the ways that can find expression is by electing independents. Clearly, you know, both political parties have baggage of different kinds that derives from positions on national issues, whatever they may be, and some are positive and some are negative, and that applies to both parties. Clearly, when someone runs locally as an independent, they don't have any of that national stuff that goes with it, so they can focus exclusively on local issues. Now, of course, there are many Conservative and indeed Labour local councillors who do a really good job as well, but I think independents, you know, have that sort of advantage. I would say that Conservative councillors, where they're elected, do generally do a better job, you know, delivering better services for lower council tax. We've seen those two councils, Croydon and Slough, that Labour in the past have bankrupt. But I think, anyway, that's my diagnosis of why we see independents, you know, doing quite well.
Well, let Marianne, you're shaking your head there. What did you want to say?
Yeah, no, I think that's quite wrong. We have had some councils which have failed and they've been Conservative run. So I think one of the things that has not helped them is the Conservative principle of encouraging councils to invest with some risk. At one time, we were all encouraged to take more risk with our investments so that we would make money to provide the services ourselves. And that was the policy. So a number of councils, particularly Conservative ones, who were following the instruction, following what they were encouraged to do, has meant that they are now in big trouble because of those investments.
I mean, I've been concerned about that. I've been concerned about that for a while. And actually, as a backbencher, I lobbied the then Chancellor, Philip Hammond, to tighten up the rules around the Public Work Loans Board because some councils were recklessly speculating, and those rules have rightly now been tightened up. They weren't encouraged. They weren't encouraged. But they were wrong to do so, and that's why I personally campaigned against it.
All right, well, hang on.
No, you did the right thing. We had sessions saying, look, you know, you've got to be less risk averse.
Okay.
You know, our council didn't do it, but a number did.
Well, let me bring in Emily for a response. In terms of, I mean, there are two things here, aren't there? You don't have the infrastructure if you're independent. You don't have a party infrastructure. On the other hand, you don't have the party political baggage either to deal with. You can just run services in the best way you see fit.
So I spent quite a lot of time during these elections in Teesside, where there are lots of independents.
Yes.
And I thought it was really interesting talking to people about that because, to be honest, in many ways, they were kind of where people had got fed up with the Tories last time, they parked their votes quite often with independents on Teesside. And so there was very little difference in many ways, which
but they might stay there.
Well, I mean, the mayor in Middlesbrough has
gone from independent to Labour.
And we've got this lovely guy called Chris Cook, who's no, I mean, seriously, I mean, I've met him, and he's not a show off. He's just a genuine hard-working bloke who's going to make a really good mayor. We've just won back Middlesbrough, and I presume that the reason we have is because of getting rid of a lot of these independents. And as I say, it was quite difficult, and they were supporting the Conservatives quite often.
Right.
And so where they have been identified with the Conservatives, I think they're not doing well.
Well, Marianne, a final one from you in response.
I think it's absolutely vital that independents are recognised for the fact that they are focusing on the needs of local areas. They're not taking some other party agenda and implementing it. And the beauty of focusing on local is that where they are in council, very often they're having an impact that is helping the council do a better job. And actually, in some cases where that is the case, the Conservatives have not had such significant losses because the Conservatives have been helping them the Conservatives have not had the losses because the independents have been helping them to get it right.
All right, Marianne Overton, thank you very much for that. We're going to catch up with some of the other results and get some analysis from David Wallace-Lockhart at the touchscreen. David.
So, Jo, we've been talking a lot about how Labour, the Conservatives and the Lib Dems have got on, but also some good results for the Green Party as well. So let's have a bit of a look at some of them, starting in East Hertfordshire. Now, this is sort of around Bishop Stortford. Conservative since 1999, but not anymore. The Conservatives have lost it. It's gone to no overall control, no party with a majority. And at this point, counting is still going on, but at this point, the Greens look like the biggest party on the council. They won't get a majority on this council. That's out of reach, but very interesting shifts going on there. When we look at what's happened to the Conservative vote here in terms of seats, down 25 since 2019. Complete collapse there. The Greens, the main beneficiaries there, up by 16. Now, a more interesting Green seat to watch, Mid-Suffolk. This is, of course, their great hope going into these local elections where they thought they might be able to get a majority for the first time ever. They've never had a majority on a council. Now, we've seen pictures of the celebrations going on there that suggest the Greens are quite confident about this. Our most recent stats suggest 23 out of 34 seats declared so far. The Greens on 16. They need 18 for a majority, so things looking quite good for them there. And I mean, look at the history of this seat. Conservative going back quite some long time, so that would be some story if the Greens managed to get a majority there. And we can look at how the seats have changed. Quite an easy story to tell. The Conservatives so far down by 6, the Green Party up by 6. But if we go to Darlington in the Tees Valley, you can see how Greens performing well can have a bit of an impact on the Labour Party, because Darlington did used to be a Labour council. They lost overall control of it in 2019. Perhaps would have been hoping going into this set of local elections to get it back, but they've got 25 seats and that's one short of the 26 seats they needed to get a majority. If we look at the changes, it tells us a bit of a story. Labour are up by 5, the Conservative votes down by 8, but the Greens have also gone up by 5. So the Green Party there perhaps denying Labour the hope to get that majority. Perhaps the two parties now having to work together in Darlington. And compare that to another result we've heard about in Bracknell Forest in the home counties, where it does look like on the ground there was an alliance going on between Labour, the Lib Dems and the Green Party that's meant that council has gone from Conservative to Labour, through the Greens perhaps giving Labour a slightly easier run there. Not, however, in Darlington, where the Greens have had quite a good result alongside Labour, but leaving no party with overall control. If you want to find out what's happening locally in your area with regards to these local elections, you can go on the BBC News website, you can put in your postcode, you'll get the latest of on local elections where you are, but still more results coming in now and still plenty of councils to keep watching.
David Wallace-Lockhart, thank you very much for bringing us up to date there. And since we've been talking and you were giving us some of the detail and analysis on the performance of the Greens, we can talk to their co-leader, Adrian Ramsay. Adrian, can you hear me? But we can't hear you at the moment, although I can see you can obviously hear me. I might just hold for a moment. Now we can. Now we can. Don't worry. We'll try you again. Hello, Adrian. It looks as if you have got a majority in Mid-Suffolk. I think that's what you are certainly hearing. Well, congratulations. That is the first time you will have a majority on the council, because as we were talking about before, in Brighton and Hove, you've run a sort of minority administration. What are you going to do with it in Mid-Suffolk?
Well, we're delighted that residents of Mid-Suffolk have put their trust in Greens, as they've been doing over the last 20 years. We've seen increases in the number of Green councillors in election after election, people putting their confidence in the Green Party because they want Green councillors who work hard for their community and also who are going to make a real difference to them on issues such as housing and planning. The things that have been coming up on the doorstep have been around protecting the local environment, around ensuring that the homes that are being built are affordable to local people. So within as much of the powers that councils have, we want to see more social housing built to a high environmental standard as well, so it's affordable for people, and making sure that developers are pushed into investing in the infrastructure that you need, so we're building communities as well as
Right, but
homes.
how are you going to do that, Adrian?
Council.
Well, how do you do that? Because that is easier said than done when it comes to developers and forcing them, or at least coercing them, into actually building and developing homes that are not just affordable in a broad sense, that real people can actually afford to live in.
Of course, councils have to do everything they can within their own powers, including seeking to build their own social housing, as Green councillors have already been doing, for example, in Lewes and in York. And we want to do the same here in Mid-Suffolk, ensure that the homes that are built to a high environmental standard with renewable energy and good insulation, which keeps people's bills down as well as creating jobs. And look, yes, you're right, there's a certain amount we can do by virtue of running councils, and we've got more and more authorities where Greens are in a real position of power and influence, and with a majority here in Mid-Suffolk. But there's also more that needs to be done at a national level.
But you've only got one MP.
Campaigning to get more. Well, at this election, what we've seen is a big concentration of Green councillors elected in places like here in Mid-Suffolk, growing numbers in Herefordshire, in Bristol, where we're already the largest party. That paves the way in places like that for us to gain more Green MPs.
Does
and
it?
people to elect
Why does
more
it
Greens to represent them at a national level?
Do you not accept, though? I mean, history hasn't proven that, if you like. It's still Caroline Lucas on her own in the House of Commons, and actually, people might have decided this time that they'd like you to run their services. But when it comes to a national level, if, as other Green activists have said, you want to get the Tories out, you vote Lib Dem, don't you? In those areas, you don't vote Green.
Well, rounds here in Mid-Suffolk, you'd be struggling to find too many Labour or Lib Dem people knocking on doors, or even too many of their candidates. The Greens are very clearly the main challenger, and the same is the case in other areas as well, such as in Herefordshire, where Greens are building in our number of seats. So people will know in those places where Greens are the main challenger, as we are also in Bristol West, for example, that we're campaigning hard to win the next set of Green MPs in their area. Look, if you look at the sorts of issues people are raising with us in terms of a cleaner environment, measures to address the cost of living crisis, tackle inequality, these things need more Greens elected at a national level as well as at a local level, so we can really make a difference in fighting for fairer, greener communities.
Adrian Ramsay, thank you very much. And just to confirm, we are reporting that the Greens have won that majority in Mid-Suffolk, giving them their first council as a majority. And any reflections, Susie, in terms of Adrian Ramsay feeling that this perhaps finally is, you know, a sign that the Greens are on the march here, certainly at a local level?
I think they're probably benefiting from the same thing that Labour is to some extent, which is how badly the Conservatives are doing nationally, and therefore someone's picking the other candidate in their area. But let's just take a second and say I'm going to be really fair and kind to Rishi Sunak for a bit here, which is that when he came in after Liz Truss and Boris Johnson, it was as a safe pair of hands. And the ministers that I've spoken to and the people that I've spoken to, the Tory grandees and so on, they know full well now they are not going to win the next election. They are not even optimistic they're going to win the next election. The ones that I speak to, I don't speak to you.
Maybe you should.
But, but they're not. Because the idea of Rishi coming in was to get as many people as possible on the lifeboats. Because if Liz Truss was still Prime Minister today, if Boris Johnson was still Prime Minister today, Chris wouldn't be sitting here saying he was disappointed. He will be openly weeping and begging for it to end.
But then does that mean, as Natasha was saying, there is something to play for? Because Rishi Sunak is not Boris Johnson or Liz Truss. The problem is...
agreed with you. So I just don't think that's the case anymore.
You don't?
I genuinely feel, like talking to MPs, there is that hope is just beginning to creep back in there, and people are daring.
These results. They're not the voters. The election was lost at Barnard Castle. They lost it there, and they're just losing it in different ways every day since.
I think that there is going to be an argument in the next year or so that is going to fade from voters' minds. Genuinely, I think that it's going to be a new Prime Minister making new priorities, and he's going to be able to distance himself enough to at least make that case at the next general election that he's put that behind us. Rishi Sunak is not Boris Johnson. He's not Liz Truss. He's making himself very clear blue water in that line. I think that there's a very big case for that, coming years' time.
Do you think there'll be nervousness, though, from MPs in local authority areas that have gone back to Labour if they were former strongholds? Areas like Stoke-on-Trent, 3 Conservative MPs, but the council has gone back to Labour. That Liam Fox was saying it doesn't matter. They're different things, local elections and national elections. Will there be nervousness? Will there be pressure being put on Rishi Sunak to change something?
Yeah, there should, and there should be. They should be, the Conservatives need to look at these results today and look and what does that mean? Labour making gains across the country in the places that they need to win another election. I don't think that people, are arguing with that. I think the Conservatives do need to look at that and do need to say, what are we offering? If we are going to have an election in 12 months' time, what are the things that we need to do, those policies that we need to get in place to get that ready and really to deliver on those 5 things? If that is the case, Rishi Sunak has got very much in tune with some of the nation's priorities, waiting list votes. It's people keep bringing that up on the doorstep again and again and again. But if he can't show that he can deliver it, then it's going to be a problem.
Let me show you latest results and I'll come to you, Chris Philp, for a little bit of reaction. We can show you here councils that we now have results for. Gedling is a Labour hold. Bayberg is hung, so no overall control. Woking is a Liberal Democrat hold. We've just been talking about the Greens gaining mid-Suffolk. Filed there, the Conservatives have held on to it. Ashford in Kent is no overall control, a hung council. Now, Torbay, we were talking to our correspondent down there in the southwest, wasn't sure that the Conservatives would actually gain Torbay, and High Peak is a Labour gain in Derbyshire.
Marginal.
Let me just show you Tewkesbury, because while Torbay is good news, Tewkesbury is less so. That is a bad result for the Conservatives, that loss of that council. We can see the Liberal Democrats are now the largest party, and that's because if you look at the change in seats, they've gained 8. The Conservatives have dropped 14. Independents and Greens have gained 3 apiece. Taking those 2 results, Chris, you would agree that that's a surprise loss really in Tewkesbury, and Torbay again.
Delighted. Yeah, so Tewkesbury, obviously you've shown us the figures. Very disappointing to lose that, although the total number of seats are quite similar. Lib Dems only a little bit ahead, but disappointing to lose it, no question about that. Result in Torbay, fantastic to win that council back. There's great local MP Kevin Foster down there as well. Not a single Labour councillor I notice on that local authority. So delighted to have won back Torbay.
Right. I mean, obviously, Mark Harper, I think, is in the area of Tewkesbury, isn't he, as Conservative MP in that region, talking about nervousness. Do you sense? Is that right? Who I thought he was?
I thought Mark Harper's Forest of Dean, and I think Lawrence Robinson's Tewkesbury, but I may have misreckoned.
No, you may be absolutely right. It was not far away. But I mean, do you think there will be nervousness amongst MPs in those areas where the Conservatives have lost strongholds?
Well, look, I think as an MP of either party, it's always good to have lots of local councillors of your own party because you obviously campaign together on local issues. You try and make a positive difference for your local neighbourhood. And when it comes to the mechanics of campaigning, delivering leaflets, knocking on doors, it's good to have local councillors. So, I think colleagues will be disappointed, as I am, where we've where we've lost councillors or councils, but where we've made gains, like in Torbay, like in Slough, and made some progress.
They are rare, aren't they?
Yeah, look, there's no question it's disappointing, but without wanting to rehearse the arguments or debates rather that we had half an hour ago, Labour are not performing at the level that John Curtis set as a benchmark in his Times article, nor are they performing at the level that Tony Blair did in the mid-90s or David Cameron in the late 2000s.
I think the point is that where there are marginal seats that we need to win for a parliamentary majority, we are doing really well. But also, you are in trouble in all kinds of places. I mean, Oliver Dowden in East Hertfordshire, he talked about his constituency as being the privet hedges of suburbia.
It's
the other end
of the county.
But he talked about the privet hedges of suburbia. That's what his constituency was. Well, the privet hedges of suburbia seem to have spoken.
Well,
they seem to have said that they should naff off.
Well, I've got a few privet hedges.
Have you? And have they spoken to you?
Well, we didn't have elections this year, but last year we had a Conservative mayor being elected because Labour had bankrupt Croydon Council.
I think that local authorities up and down the country are having no matter what colour they are having a really difficult time when it comes to funding. There is no doubt about it. And I have seen a number of Conservative councils being bailed out. And we've seen a number of councils that have had a very difficult time. I understand that. Everyone knows that councils are having a very difficult time. And to be honest, the people who've been good enough to put themselves forward to represent their communities, whoever they are certainly putting themselves forward to represent their communities in very, very difficult times because they're getting very little support from this government.
Well, let's go from the privet hedges of suburbia to our studio not very far away and talk to Professor Sir John Curtis for the fun that he has promised us with the House of Commons projection, which we can show you. We talked about it earlier, and this is actually sort of calculated from the swing in local level and working out what a result a similar swing at parliamentary level would bring, unless John Curtis wants to correct me. But we've got the figures here. You need 326 for a majority in the House of Commons. Labour, by this calculation, are short. They're on 312. The Conservatives on 226, Liberal Democrats on 40 and others on 72. So explain to us how these figures have been reached, John.
Well, this is very simply done on the basis of comparing the numbers in our projected national share that we unveiled just over half an hour ago, comparing them with what the party's got in December 2019, and basically saying, well, the Labour Party, if the party is up by 3 points, then we assume that party's vote is up by 3 points over. It's very simple. It is, the honest truth is that after a very long night and a very long day, we just thought it might be interesting to imagine a different world, a world in which people voted in general elections in the way that they do in local elections. And in a sense, this is all partly about just reminding people how different the two worlds are. So just to be absolutely clear, we are not putting this up trying in any way to contradict or indeed to confirm Labour's claim to be doing well enough on the basis of these results that they've got a chance of winning a general election. Because in the end, the truth is, we can't give a definitive answer to that question because people don't vote in local elections in the same way as they do in a general election. But it gives you an indication of, as it were, what the implications might be if Westminster were to be voted for in this way. Well, the point is, even using these numbers, Labour nearly there to 326, even though they're only at 35% of the vote, but not quite.
No.
And that in this parallel world, they might have to talk to Liberal Democrats in order to sustain a minority administration. But certainly, Mr. Sunak will be out on his ear.
Right.
So, that's what we just give you as a little illustration of, what Westminster might just look like if the world were different.
Well, it's always nice to be transported to a different world. Thank you, Professor Sir John Curtis, very much for that House of Commons projection. Let me just get reaction there. I mean, Labour within striking distance. Yes, all those caveats that you just heard from Professor Sir John Curtis, but they're not far off, are they?
Well, look, as John said, it's all good, clean fun.
Yeah.
Local elections are different to general elections. You know, we've seen in the past parties, actually the Conservatives in, I think, 2000 and in 2004, doing really well in local elections.
And then,
going
Tony
on to
Blair
lose,
won,
Then going on to lose to Tony Blair on both occasions. The question I want answering is, like, where is the swingometer? Like, surely when we're looking at these uniform swings, we need to have a swingometer, as Jon Snow used to have. Has the BBC been economising? I think everyone. I think
you're trying for distraction tactics here. We may well have one of those at the general election. You're just short. By that calculation, not as Jonathan Reynolds, your colleague, said. No, we're absolutely on a path to winning a majority at the next election.
Well, I think obviously on the basis of this, we have 72 independents. We're not going to have 72 independents. People will need to make a choice between a Labour and a Conservative government. And as I said earlier, this is the base camp. We've got a mountain to climb, but the view from here is all right.
What do you think of those figures, Natasha?
Keir Starmer's been saying all day a majority. That's not a win.
No,
is it? And he
not
knows,
the largest party.
He's not quite there. He's not quite confident enough to say a win yet. But yes, very interesting figures, and that's exactly sort of like where I think probably underestimating the Conservatives in this swing. Obviously, we know that general election it's just not going to look the same as it does. But yes, this is where I would say if I had to bet, and I don't like betting, I'm not a betting person, but do have to bet on a general election in 12 months' time. I think that's where we're heading. Is that Labour minority administration. That's where I think we could be.
Where do you think? Do you think they're being too bullish, Labour, about their prospects? Again, as you say, this is not scientific in that sense. They are different sets of elections, but it is what politicians and us as Westminster watchers like to look at, and the voters would probably like to see as well.
I don't think anyone could accuse Keir of being too bullish. He's calm,
he doesn't do that. He doesn't do that. Yeah.
But I think it hasn't been. It's not unknown. We would all like a lovely, clean, have an election. It's really clear, decisive, and the voters want that too. But it's not unknown. For example, in '74, Harold Wilson needed 2 goes to get a majority. There was a hung parliament to start with. He needed a second sort of heave to get it over the line. And it's entirely possible with the way things are that's what is going to have to happen here, that there'd be a brief period of government.
This doesn't presume any progress in Scotland.
Right, well, and of course that is unknown. That is unknown. I think actually the projected national share would be taking into account everywhere, but it is different because, well, we all know what's been happening.
I'd be worried as far as a Lib Dem, because in this situation, if Labour isn't quite there yet and the Tories are doing so badly, why aren't the Lib Dems in Nick Clegg territory? They're just not, are they?
Well, we'll have to wait and see, of course, what happens over the next 18 months. In the meantime, sticking with the elections that have actually happened overnight, we can show you some pictures, I think, from Wealdon in East Sussex. This is Conservatives. The Conservatives had a majority there. Counting is still going on. And as you can see, a lot of councils still yet to declare, even though we've had an awful lot of results that have come tumbling in. And again, it's being reported in Wealdon that the Greens, who currently have 4 seats, have gained 7, taking them to 11. So progress for them yet again. I just want to show you the East Hertfordshire result. Emily was talking about it, although, yes, Oliver Dowden is in Hertsmere, but it's not a million miles away. But anyway, East Hertfordshire, Conservatives have lost that. That, again, a big loss in a sort of heartland area for the Conservatives. The Greens are on 19 seats as the biggest party there. You've won Dover.
We've won Dover.
Have you? Right. Well, I love it when the people on the panel are announcing the results themselves. We'll come back to that in just a moment. I'll just finish East Hertfordshire. Conservative loss there. The Greens have gained 18 seats. The Conservatives have lost 27. You can see there and wonder whether there was some sort of alliance there, the Liberal Democrats and the Labour Party, because it's definitely all gone to the Greens. And Mid-Devon, different part of the world. In the southwest, it used to be very much a Liberal Democrat heartland. The Brexit EU referendum changed all that quite dramatically, but the Liberal Democrats, 33 seats. They've gained that from a hung council where it was no overall control. They must have taken a lot of seats, I think, off the Conservatives. If we can have a look, 21 seats the Liberal Democrats have gained from the Conservatives, who've dropped 13, and independents there have also dropped. They'll be obviously delighted about the gain of Mid-Devon. It's just gone 4 o'clock, so it must be time for the latest news with Luqueza Barak. Luqueza.
Jo, thank you very much indeed. The Conservatives have suffered significant council losses in local election results, losing more than 25 so far. Meanwhile, Labour has taken control of a number of councils, including Swindon, Blackpool, Plymouth, Stoke-on-Trent, Medway and East Staffordshire. In the past hour, the BBC has projected that based on today's results, if all of Britain had voted yesterday, Labour would have a 9-point lead over the Conservatives, making it the largest lead the party have recorded on our measure since losing power in 2010. Our political correspondent, Ian Watson, has more.
Friends, it's great to have Keir on the pier.
The Labour leader claimed it was the Conservatives who were all at sea. 20 years of Tory rule in Medway and Kent ended overnight, and Sir Keir Starmer claimed his party was cruising to victory nationally.
Make no mistake, we are on course for a Labour majority at the next general election.
He says he's changed Labour, and its electoral rebirth is based not just on the number of seats won, but the geographical spread. Labour took control of Plymouth and Swindon in the south. It regained its traditional territory of Stoke in the West Midlands and won control of Blackpool in northwest England.
Going down here.
But there's a further concern for the Conservatives. The Lib Dems are doing well in areas Labour can't reach. With a general election drawing closer, their crowning glory was taking Windsor and Maidenhead from the Tories.
3, 2, 1.
We knew we were going to do quite well, but I'll be frank with you, we didn't realise we'd do quite as well as we have done. The Liberal Democrats have shown that we can now beat the Conservatives, and we're actually coming back in our traditional heartlands too.
And the Greens have taken majority control of a council for the first time, unseating the Conservatives in mid-Suffolk. They made significant gains in Folkestone and East Hertfordshire, also at the Tories' expense. Amid a cost of living crisis, Conservative staffers were probably grateful for this food delivery. Rishi Sunak promised to deliver policy promises too.
What people want us to do is focus on their priorities. Halving inflation, growing the economy, reducing debt, cutting waiting lists and stopping the boats. Those are the country's priorities.
The BBC's projected national share of the vote is an estimate of how the parties would have performed if the whole country had voted. It puts Labour 9 points ahead of the Conservatives, a bigger gap in any local election since the party lost power nationally in 2010. Even before the final results have been declared, the parties have been indulging in their own version of a post-match analysis. The Conservatives have been pointing out areas where their opponents have been doing less well, while Labour has been arguing it now has enough political momentum to take it to a general election victory. But in truth, it's difficult to be that definitive.
Yes, Labour have made significant seat gains as compared with what was a poor performance by them in 2019, as well as a poor performance by the Conservatives. But if you actually compare the results with last year, Labour's share of the vote, their own share of the vote, is actually on the sample of results we've got so far, and it is only a sample, is pretty much unchanged.
Rishi Sunak is meeting world leaders ahead of the coronation. After today's results, it's perhaps not surprising he wants to focus on global, not local politics. Ian Watson, BBC News.
The Electoral Commission, the body which regulates elections, has said that some people were unable to vote yesterday because they didn't have photo ID. Campaigners say the new voter identity rules had brought about a dark day for democracy. The requirement was introduced as part of the Elections Act 2022 and stipulates that voters in England, Wales and Scotland provide photo ID before casting their ballot. The system has been in place in Northern Ireland since 2007. And let's just remind you concerning those local elections that you can find out how you did in your area. All you need to do is head to the BBC News website and type in your postcode. And that is the BBC News summary. Jo, it's back to you.
Thank you, LaQuaso. Or you can watch the programme. I'm here with my guests until 4:30, and there's still lots of things to talk about and results coming in because there are still a significant number of councils to fully declare. I just want to catch up with David Wallace-Lockhart, who is at the touch screen, and I think might be able to not only give us the state of the parties as we currently stand, which is always useful, of course, at this point, but also a little bit about some of the tactical voting that may or may not have happened. David.
We can do that, Jo. So first of all, to start with the state of the parties, of course, the changes in councillor numbers are being compared to the 2019 local elections. Labour up by almost 270 now. The Conservatives have lost over 500 councillors. The Lib Dems up by 188. And the Greens as well, having some good results in the past couple of hours. They're up by over 110. And let's have a look for what this means in terms of councils changing hands. Labour have gained 10. The Conservatives have lost over 25 councils. The Lib Dems up by 5. And of course, that Green majority in Mid-Suffolk, their first ever majority, means that they are up by 1. But you mentioned the idea of tactical voting. It does appear that quite a lot of that has gone on. And let's go to East Staffordshire for one of those examples. It had been Conservative since 2003. That's gone from Conservative to now being a Labour majority council. 19 seats needed for the majority. Labour getting in there with 21. And let's have a look at how the votes changed from the last time round. Well, it does look like Labour got quite a good run at this seat. They made gains of 11 councillors, the Conservatives losing 8, the Independents going down, the Lib Dems going down, the Greens staying at 0. So this does seem to be an area perhaps where voters have backed the Labour Party in order to take that council away from the Conservatives. But there's also examples of areas where that didn't happen. So if we go to Darlington, Tees Valley Council, this was a Labour loss to no overall control, to no majority in 2019. Would have been the kind of council Labour would have had half an eye on trying to get back, but they've fallen 1 seat short, just getting 25 when 26 was needed. The Conservatives on 14. And if we look at the changes in seats for the parties here, Labour went up by 5 when the Conservatives lost 8 seats, but the Greens also went up by 5. So obviously if some Green voters had instead voted Labour, you could have seen Labour get a majority on that council, but it appears no such local agreements happening there, and therefore the council, no overall control, no one with a majority. It stays hung. And I think we'll have a quick look at Dover as well, since that was a key Labour target that's come in within the last 20 minutes or so. Conservative since 2007. It was a straight Conservative Labour battle. It was a real key council to watch for today's results, and Labour getting 10 seats, the Conservatives getting 9 there, and our system's not actually quite updated yet, but we are hearing that the Labour Party is saying they have won a majority there. That would obviously be a big council area for them to get. Once again, let's look at the Brexit vote. 62% leave, and that's a story we've seen today. Labour doing well in areas that voted for Brexit. Perhaps they're managing to move on from that, because we do know voters in Brexit voting areas had turned against Labour a bit in recent years. And of course, if you want to know what's going on in your area, you can go to the BBC News website, you can put in your postcode, and if there's local elections happening where you are, you can get the latest, you can see who's come out on top in your local council. And of course, we'll be bringing you results for some time yet, because counting is still going on. Councils are still being declared.
David, thank you very much for that update. And I'd like to pick up on something that David referred to there, and that is Labour's progress in areas that were very heavily Brexit leaning, voted to leave in significant numbers in the referendum in 2016. You called Dover, Emily, and we're still getting those results in. Labour think they might have got a majority, but it's not quite clear yet. But in the meantime, I just want to bring you Central Bedfordshire. This is a big loss for the Conservatives, a very solid Conservative area. It's independents who have benefited from the Conservatives losing seats, and they've lost an awful lot of them. If we can just show you, the independents have gained about 13, and the Conservatives have lost 23. I mean, they've really been kind of decimated, haven't they, there, Chris Philp? I mean, it is a pattern, perhaps not as many as that, but it is a pattern across the board. That's a disappointing loss.
Well, that is disappointing. There's no question about that. It's not quite across the board, as we've discussed already. You know, we've won in Torbay, we've won in Slough, we've made progress in Peterborough, in Harlow and elsewhere. So it's not across the board.
No, but across the board in councils where you've lost, there can be quite big losses.
But it's disappointing. It's interesting here in the Mid-Bedfordshire result you've put on the screen that it's the independents who have picked that up. It's not, interestingly, not the Labour Party. So the people in that particular district, weren't turning to the Labour Party. But look, I think as we discussed with John Curtis, you can't really extrapolate across from these local elections into a general election. And I think we had the discussion earlier. I think when it comes to that general election in a year and a half's time, what we need to do, what the Conservatives need to do, is demonstrate we've delivered on those 5 key pledges: the halving inflation, growth the economy,
and it will be in the delivery.
That's right. And I think as we were discussing, it is an open election if we can deliver on those things. And Rishi Sunak, and one thing you can say about him is he's relentlessly focused on getting things done. He is into the details. He is personally taking charge of those critical areas. And when it comes to that election, probably we don't know for sure when it is, but probably in the autumn of 2024, I think the voters will vote on the basis of delivery, and I'm confident he will do that.
Right. I mean, the Brexit issue, because we can see in a lot of the results when they go up on the screen, when David Wallace-Lockhart is showing them on his touch screen, Labour is making progress in areas that were heavily Leave areas. And you will probably argue that you've neutralised that issue to some extent. But I have asked other of your Labour colleagues whether actually, in the end, you should be embracing the EU a little bit more and Europe a little bit more, because seemingly it's not the salient issue, Brexit, as it was.
Well, we've left. So what's important now is that we have a good relationship with Europe, because they're our biggest trading partner, and we have to bear that in mind, particularly since it's really important that our economy grows, and it will grow on the basis of good trading links. And so, we've got to make sure that we have as smooth a relationship as possible with the European Union. But we've left, and that's it.
I mean, do you think, Natasha, that this is harming the Conservatives as well? You know, the stunning majority that Boris Johnson managed to secure in 2019, it was a uniquely Brexit related sort of election. Yes, Jeremy Corbyn was leader of the Labour Party too, but that's diminished now. It's changed the political landscape, hasn't it?
We're now seeing the undoing of all of that. Let's just look back to where we were in 2019 and the Conservatives hitting, historic record lows at those local elections, and then going on to, I think, get the worst share of the European elections.
Yes.
And, that was a time, of peak Brexit wars, chaos in the Conservative Party, and really, it showed in the polls, because UKIP were taking that vote, and we're now seeing from the results today, looking at Dover, looking at some of those other Brexity constituencies, Dover 62% voting to leave, that vote going back to Labour. What does that mean? Does it mean that Keir Starmer has got those Brexit voters back, or is there a little bit more to it? Obviously, Dover, one of those areas affected very much by small boats. I'm sure that's obviously had an impact locally. People wanting to see the Conservatives take action on those small boats, not quite seeing that might be a little bit of a punishment for the Conservatives not sort of cracking down on those numbers. But yes, it's obviously good news, positive green shoots for Keir Starmer. But obviously, is that because, the message has changed so much from the Corbyn years?
Well, just before
UKIP councillors left, I think that's it.
Well, there are a few.
The swing going back from
there are. I think there are a few, but not very many. Leicester Mayor, as just to remind viewers, there have been mayoral elections in 4 places. Labour have taken Middlesbrough from an independent. They've held, which was expected, held the mayoralty in Leicester, but with a much reduced majority. Now, there's been a row in Leicester amongst the Labour group there on the council as to whether or not it was worth having a mayor. Well, he's still here, Peter Salisbury, and he's won. Where were you on this? I mean, yes, you've held it, but it is a much reduced majority, and the row obviously damaged his standing in this particular election. We can see.
I'll be honest with you. I'm not an expert on Leicester politics, which are
It's complicated.
And there are a number of different factors in relation to Leicester politics as well. There's lots of community politics going on too, and I just don't know.
Fair enough. Well, no, if you don't, let's go back to Keir Starmer and those Brexit areas. One of the big discussions this afternoon has been whether or not these set of local elections are more about dissatisfaction with the Conservatives than it is about a love for Keir Starmer and a compelling vision.
Yeah, well, it's often been said that people don't vote for someone, they vote against the other guy quite often, and that's not unusual. But with Brexit, that vote in 2016 was by people who felt they had been left behind and were mistreated, and they voted to be noticed more than anything else. They voted for pretty much the same thing again in 2019 because of all those Brexit rows and the way Parliament dragged things out and everything else. The vote for Boris was effectively a second vote for Brexit. And then the situation we're in now, and whether we want to blame that on the pandemic or Ukraine or the cost of Brexit and the loss of GDP or anything else, those same people are still left behind. They haven't been noticed any more clearly by Boris Johnson or Liz Truss or Keir Starmer to some extent or Rishi Sunak. They're still there, and so they're still trying to give the politicians the bloody nose that, it's the voters' job to do.
Is that what's unfolding here, Chris?
Well, I certainly agree that there were a huge number of people who did feel ignored, did feel left behind, and that is one of the reasons why they voted as they did in the past. I don't accept that is continuing in the way that it did quite before. So, talking, for example, to the RMP, Conservative MPs in Stoke-on-Trent, for example, they've got a lot of extra money into that city over the last 4 or 5 years.
What did Dover get?
And it's beginning to be seen visibly on the ground, because these things, as you know, with public projects, it takes quite a long. The lead time between making a decision, allocating the money, procuring construction projects. It all takes quite a long time. But it's
Rishi's
beginning
been
to come
Chancellor for 3 years before he became Prime Minister. Dover, which has just kicked you out on the local council, hasn't had very much. Dover has still got the problems it's had for decades.
So nothing's changed.
I don't quite agree with that, because, as I say, this levelling up money and coastal communities money, it does take time for the effect to be felt, but it is coming through. And look, as you said yourself, Dover, there is this. It looks like it's 10-9, but we don't quite know yet. There is the small boats issue, which needs fixing. That's why one of the 5 pledges is to stop the boats.
You've got this pledge to halve inflation, OK? Now, a block of cheese at Aldi is £4.80 a block of cheddar. Now, right, you could halve inflation if you like, but that block of cheese next year is going to be more if you meet that pledge. It's not going to go back to the £2.50 it was a couple of years ago. And that's what matters in Dover. It might not matter to people who are on £100,000 a year. It matters on those because they're having much thinner cheese sandwiches, and you're not putting more cheese in their sandwich.
Of course it matters. Across Europe, food inflation is running at between 15 and 20%, which is terrible. One of the things we're doing is increasing the minimum wage. We just increased it enormously by around about 10%, precisely
Dover
to help.
doesn't have very many jobs. There's no point increasing the minimum wage in Dover.
Well, there are quite a few people in Dover on minimum wage jobs, and we've just increased it by an enormous amount because, you're right, food inflation, which is a pan-European phenomena, is hurting people on lower incomes, hence the big increase in the minimum wage.
All right, I'm going to just
and the
check
increase in benefits. Benefits have just gone up by 10%.
But the big question, as we know, at any election is, do you feel poorer? Do you feel worse off than you did the last time you were at a general election? And that will be the salient point. Let's check in with the BBC's South political editor, Peter Henley. Peter, tell us what's going on in your region.
Complete destruction of a local political party. This is the BCP Council, which was newly formed in 2019, one of the 10 largest councils in the country, and it was recently run by the Conservatives. And we've been watching each seat declared. We've had about half of the 76 seats, and stubbornly, the number of Conservatives elected has not gone beyond 4. There's a possibility it could get to 6 if the leader holds his seat, well, the former leader now. Most of those have gone to Liberal Democrats, but also Greens. Labour have their first councillors elected in Poole in Dorset for 21 years. It's partly because that local Conservative administration became quite unpopular, even the national government telling them some of the financial arrangements they were working on were considered dodgy deals and they had to stop them. Sell-off of beach huts locally, but also the national picture. 5 Conservative MPs in this area. I've been speaking to them. They've been at the count. Some concern about some of the policies that their government is offering, from Chris Chope in particular. But they're saying, yes, they accept that national policies, but also an unpopular local administration have led to, from 76 seats, so far just 4 Conservatives elected.
Gosh, I mean, that is quite something, isn't it? I mean, we're talking about Bournemouth, Christchurch and Poole, this authority, Peter. I mean, you say it is about national politics too, but what's been the reaction from Conservative politicians there?
I think distress, to be honest, because these are 3 long-standing authorities who merged to form this mega council, and they felt that it was safe Conservative. Dorset has always been Conservative, has Conservative MPs, and they've been wiped out just in this one. They have an all-out election every 4 years, so the last time these seats were considered was 2019. And this council did start off with an alliance of opposition, and the Conservatives won it back. But yes, as a result, all those long-standing Conservative MPs from 3 different authorities have lost their seats.
Well, Peter Henley, with that very dramatic result so far in terms of the what looks like the decimation there of Conservatives in that part of the country. And, I mean, Chris Philp, there's not much to say, is there? I mean, a new authority, they've only got 4 councillors, the Conservatives there, in a heartland, Conservative heartland, always has been.
Well, 4 so far. He said they've only counted about half the seats, so let's just wait and see how it unfolds. And it sounded like there was some unusual local issues. I've never heard beach hut sales mentioned before in the context of an election result. So it sounds like there were some peculiarities down in Bournemouth and Poole and Christchurch on the ground. But look, on the face of it, yes, that looks like a disappointing result.
Another one, I'm afraid, to have a look at. Here's Airwash in Derbyshire. This was a target for the Labour Party, one of those areas that Emily Sir Keir Starmer definitely wanted to see progress. Well, it's flipped from Conservatives to Labour. A strong performance there. Still 3 seats to declare, but Labour have 25 seats. Conservatives have 16, and we can see how the seats have changed hands. And this has been the pattern, really, of the afternoon in most places. Not all, of course, as Chris Philp has been saying, but in many places. Labour have gained 7 seats and the Conservatives have lost 9. This is the sort of thing that you needed to see from the figures that we've seen in terms of looking how this...
on Airwash. I mean, if Airwash was we would definitely get a late majority on that. If you look at the swing there, that's fantastic, and that's in a target seat in a target area. You know, that's what we're looking to do to win the next general.
Well, of course, it was what you need to do if you want to be in striking distance of the next election. Your final comments, because we've only got a few minutes left on this programme. It's been a terrible night and day so far for the Conservatives. It doesn't look as if there's going to be any direct threat to Rishi Sunak. There'll be whispers and murmurings and so on and so forth. What would you change? If you could change one thing, if you were sitting round the table with Rishi Sunak, what would you do?
Well, I think it's very simple. He set out in, I think it was January, those 5 priorities: halving inflation, reducing debt, growing the economy, cutting the waiting list and stopping the boats. And the critical thing we have to do, the single thing we have to do over the next 18 or so months is make sure those pledges get delivered, because that is what the public want to see. And I think if we do deliver those, and I'm confident that we will, I'm confident Rishi is the right Prime Minister to do that, I think the public will recognise and reward that come the next general election. What's clear is that Labour haven't made the breakthrough they were hoping for, that Keir Starmer claimed. He talked about
I'll get that from Emily. I will get that from Emily.
Labour majority.
It's still 18 months till a general election. Let's say Chris is right and it is next autumn. A lot can change.
So if that's what Chris thinks the public is interested in, why do they spend all this time talking about things like Sue Gray or trying to set up culture wars? The problem is that actually what people are interested in is the cost of living, is the NHS, and is crime, and the Conservatives have no answer in relation to any of those.
And that
is why we've been putting forward a positive case about what it is that we would do instead. And unfortunately, people have looked at this government and just said, they keep telling us there's no problem. There are major problems.
All right. Well, let me just just give you one final result before we go, and that's Tainbridge. The Liberal Democrats have gained it. We can see 26 seats to them, Independents on 12 and the Conservatives on 9. A quick look at the change there. No change, actually, in terms of the Liberal Democrats, but the Independents have gained 3 and the Conservatives have lost 3. I'm afraid that's all we have got time for, but thank you very much to all of my guests for joining me today on this Politics Live BBC News local election special. But that is, I'm afraid, we will have to leave it there for now. There will be more results coming out. You can follow on the BBC website, and I will be back on Tuesday with more Politics Live at 12:15 on BBC Two. Please join me then, and the BBC iPlayer, where we will no doubt be examining further the fallout from today's results. Please join me then from all of us here. Goodbye. Have a very good afternoon.